321. For the first time, the old Taoist took a good look at the skinny little girl. A tall Taoist and a skinny little girl. They were worlds apart. Under the Taoist's gaze, the little girl who had been banging her head against the wall of the well, suddenly felt as if she had just drunk a bowl of herbal tea in the middle of summer. Moreover, it was the white porcelain plum soup from a rich family. Suddenly the pain disappeared. She gasped for breath and leaned against the edge of the well. She looked at the old Taoist timidly. Instinctively, her eyes wandered quickly, trying to find where the bead was hidden by the old Taoist. This was called not remembering what was eaten or beaten. Fortunately, the Taoist's attitude towards the human world, especially good and evil, was different from ordinary people. The old Daoist did not care about the little girl's reckless search. However, the old Daoist already had an idea of the little girl's identity. Therefore, he was even more annoyed with the old scholar who kept saying, "Scholars only borrow things." In the early years, the two of them made a bet. The old Xian, who was full of jealousy, relied on his shameless and unreasonable behavior to win a token from him. He asked the old Taoist to protect the person who had the token if he ever met him. The old Taoist was willing to accept his loss and agreed. However, the resentment he had for the old Xian was not small. Later they met again and exchanged views on Taoism. The two of them sat down and discussed Taoism, the kind that was reasonable. It was at the border of the lotus flower paradise and the lotus cave. Otherwise, a small piece of lotus flower paradise, even if the spiritual energy was thin and it was difficult for the Taoism to manifest, would not be able to withstand the competition between the two of them. In the end, it was the old Shiyuan who wanted to take advantage of the old Taoist. However, he did not know when, but in addition to this, the old Shiyuan, this shameless thing, had secretly set up such a chess piece in the lotus flower paradise. It was really dark under the light. The old Taoist stared at the little girl under his eyes. His eyes were clear and cold like the sun hanging high in the sky. He never cared about the warmth and coldness of the world, let alone the praise of the world. In a few blinks of an eye, the old Taoist had seen through the little girl's life experience. As expected, the old Daoist glanced at the mansion and gave a cold hum. His anger subsided a little. He thought for a while and understood what the old elementary scholar was trying to do. He then made a mental calculation and felt that it was feasible. The old Daoist looked hesitant for the first time. He then turned his head to look at the south side of the city and exclaimed in surprise. The old Daoist flicked his finger lightly and hit the little girl's forehead. She froze and did not move. He waved his sleeve again and ripples appeared around the mouth of the well. The old Daoist took a step forward and disappeared. The river of time began to flow in reverse in the abbot's land. Everything else, including the little girl that was invisible to the naked eye, and the rules of the world began to reverse. The little girl picked up the books and in the end, the scene was fixed on her action of wanting to spit into the well. She was somewhat at a loss and for no reason she felt a little fearful. Shaking her head, she did not dare to behave atrociously in the end. Holding the stack of books that she had stolen, she ran away quickly. Black Ox Mountain was more than 20 miles south of the capital city. On the desolated city wall, there were grandmasters who came from the city to admire the ruins of the battlefield. Eugenie and Zhongqiu stopped fighting for their lives. At this moment, Eugenie was silently feeling the flow of aura on the city wall, as well as the pure sword will that remained between heaven and earth. Zhongqiu, on the other hand, did not have such thoughts. His hands were on a broken arrow stand and he looked into the distance. The azure glass flying sword came to Eugenie's side. The closer it was to the city wall, the slower the flying sword broke through the air. When it reached the city wall, it trembled slightly as if it was afraid. The sharpener, Lu Zong, followed the azure glass flying sword to the horse path. He jumped onto a broken wall and sat cross-legged. The boning knife in his hand was badly damaged. The old man stretched out his thumb and carefully stroked the blade that was as bright as a mirror. He had been arrogant his whole life, but in the end he was beaten so badly by a sword. It was karma. The great general of the northern Jin kingdom, Tang Tie, wore the refiner on his waist. He slowly climbed onto the city wall, picked an empty space and stood still. He held the hilt of his sword and had a majestic aura. In contrast, the armed sage Qing Yuanshan, who had been hiding under the bridge to enjoy the cool air, was a disgrace to his status as a grandmaster. Zhou Fei and Lu Feng also came to the southern city wall, followed by Zhou Xian and Ye, who was wearing wooden clogs. Fan Wan from the Mirror Heart House also carefully climbed onto the city wall. She did not dare to openly switch from the two city paths to the horse path. Instead, she used lightness skill to step on the inner wall to reach the top. She chose a position between the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan Kingdom and the great general of the northern Jin Kingdom, Longgu. The battle between the two on the city wall had evolved into a battle outside the city. From the city wall where everyone stood to the line of Black Ox Mountain, dust flew up as if a turtle fish flipped its back and lifted the earth. The merchants on the official road outside the southern city had already dispersed. Not only did Ding Ying go against the flow, he moved forward step by step and punched out, forcefully dispersing Qin Pingan's long river of sword aura. He also ignored the injuries on his body and closed in on Qin Pingan, forcing Qin Pingan to use his sword to meet the enemy. Ding Ying turned something rotten into something magical. He was no longer restricted to the martial arts sects and branches of the world. Everything was used by him, Ding Ying. All of his moves were similar to the moves of great grandmasters like Yu Zhini. They were all different. He slapped his palm directly towards Qin Pingan. The man and the sword. The squall would start from Qin Pingan's back and explode with a bang. In the blink of an eye, strands of sword aura spun like a whirlpool with unpredictable trajectories. After knocking Qin Pingan to the ground, Ding Ying's clothes were ragged and her hair was disheveled. Without any hesitation, she rushed down the city wall almost at the same time. She kept the distance between the two of them within 2 arms and did not give Qin Pingan a chance to unleash his swordsmanship and sword will to the pinnacle. Ding Ying could be sure that every strike of the white-robed deity before her was comparable to the all-out strike of the female sword immortal Sui Yuyu. Of course, this did not include Sui Yuyu's 3 swords of soaring. At that time, the female sword immortal's luck had changed. It was very likely that she had occupied almost half of the martial arts fate in the world and could not be simply regarded as Sui Yuyu. Therefore, Ding Ying knew very well that the heavenly axiom did not exclude martial artists from ascending with pure physical strength. It even allowed Sui Yuyu to absorb the martial arts fate. Therefore, when Sui Yuyu failed to ascend back then, she was as thin as a skeleton. On the way back to the human world, her bones had turned into dust and her soul had disappeared. It was because she was not strong enough that she could not blame anyone else. Ding Ying's fist landed on the center of Qin Pingan's sword, causing the sword to bend in a large arc. The tip of the long sword almost pierced Qin Pingan's shoulder. Qin Pingan had no choice but to stretch out 2 fingers and press them against the tip of the sword, reversing the arc caused by Ding Ying's fist. Taking advantage of the momentum, Qin Pingan retreated, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Seeing that Ding Ying did not pursue him, Qin Pingan did not feel lucky at all. He immediately used the god-suppressing head style from the sword art classics to emit sword aura to protect the surroundings. The fist aura was like a rainbow. 7 or 8 rainbows condensed to the point of materialization surged and collided with the sword aura. Qin Pingan moved again and again with small steps and thunderous roars. The sword aura and fist aura were destroyed almost at the same time, emitting balls of dazzling light. It was like 2 elite cavalry units on the border of 2 countries had perished together. Ding Ying punched continuously from afar. There was no fist stance at all. It was the simplest of punches and he did as he pleased. At the same time he punched, he took a light step and closed the distance between them by 20 meters. By the time Qin Pingan had neutralized all the fist aura with great difficulty, Ding Ying was already in close combat. He beat Qin Pingan so hard that he could not catch his breath. Qin Pingan had been fighting and retreating while Ding Ying's momentum was overbearing. Both sides' momentum was at its peak. Qin Pingan's first sword on the city wall. In the face of that sword, even Ding Ying, who was so arrogant that he only saw the heavens, could only retreat in dejection. Even his temperament began to change. Ding Ying's momentum peaked when he was at a disadvantage, going against the flow of the sword aura. After that, Qin Pingan began to go downhill. But strangely, Ding Ying was also unable to maintain his momentum and mentality. No matter how aggressive the scattered sword aura looked, Ding Ying was confident that he could block it. At most, he could buy Qin Pingan some time to catch his breath after the sword attack, causing Ding Ying to lose the initiative. But Ding Ying could only avoid the sword aura that had condensed into a tide. 3 li outside the city, there was a small hill near the official road. Ding Ying flicked away the sword tip with 2 fingers and suddenly exerted force with his palm, pushing Qin Pingan's chest. Qin Pingan crashed into the hill like a kite with its string cut. Ding Ying had actually punched Qin Pingan through the hill like an arrow piercing the enemy's chest. Dust rose to the sky. The power of Ding Ying's palm strike could be seen from Qin Pingan's release of the sword aura. After the sword aura reached its peak in the air, it began to fall. If nothing unexpected happened, it would land near the hill near Ding Ying. Ding Ying narrowed his eyes. He could not see Qin Pingan's miserable state. While not delaying his advance, Ding Ying was actually hesitant about what to do with the sword in front of him. Should he take his life while he was down? Should he drive the sword back to the city wall and throw it as far away from the battle as possible so that this young banished immortal would not have a sword to hold? Or should he use it as bait to ambush Qin Pingan? But the opponent made Ding Ying give up all his thoughts. Ding Ying's heart suddenly became alert and his hair stood on end. He immediately stopped and stomped heavily on the ground, drawing out a large fist stance with a magnificent aura. The fist force was like a storm, hurriedly smashing the area between the sword and the top of the hill. However, even though Ding Ying reacted so quickly, there was still a touch of snow white that allowed the fist force to smash on his body. From the top of the hill, he leaped up high and reached out his hand to grab the long breath that had fallen under his feet by a few feet. It was just right in the palm of his hand. In order to rush through Ding Ying's fist aura storm as quickly as possible, Qin Pingan was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. But with a sword in hand, he still wanted to use the sword. As for whether the power of the sword would be greatly reduced, it might only be able to scratch an itch for Ding Ying, who was full of vigor, or cause a negligible injury. Qin Pingan did not even think about it. In this incredible world, on that street, everyone inexplicably wanted to fight and kill. It seemed that no one cared about who Qin Pingan really was, whether he was good or bad, or why he appeared in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. This was an extremely terrible feeling. At that time, Qin Pingan saw Zhou Xian on the sickbed and walked alone to the covered bridge. He swore that he would never be like this again in his life. He could only be like a dog, wagging his tail to God and begging for mercy, hoping to seek justice. Qin Pingan had learned the sword art for a long time, but it was not this sword art that Qin Pingan really grasped the divine will, but the other 3 swords. In the dilapidated ancient temple, Mr. Qi easily split the pink-robed Lu Qiqing's tactical array with 1 sword. When he fought side by side with the old sword sage Song Yuzan of the Brushed Water Kingdom, Qin Pingan once killed Jin Jiao with this sword. In the landscape painting of the old scholar Wenxing, there were 2 swords. Qin Pingan had learned a little about the sword spirit's sword on the city wall of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Then he directly attacked Ding Ying, who almost thought he was the second in the world. Qin Pingan attacked the big mountain of the central region, Sui Mountain, with another sword. It was these 3 swords. Other than that, there were 2 other swords, but Qin Pingan was still in a daze. Because he was not familiar enough with the person who had unleashed the swords, and because he was too far away, Qin Pingan had not comprehended enough divine intent for him to unleash the swords. The first sword was the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin, who broke the sky curtain. Before the person arrived, the sword arrived. The second sword was the Mo family's hero Su Ruo, who pushed the sword out of the scabbard. When the sword was just an inch out of the scabbard, there was a mountain in front of him. Qin Pingan held the long qi in his hand. The next sword was Qi Jingquan's random locust wood sword, which easily broke Lu Qiqing's Hunyuan tactical array of White Emperor City. A trace of hesitation appeared in Ding Ying's heart again. It was such a familiar sword, wrapped in the mighty power of heaven. The world just had to bear it. On the city wall he retreated. Should he retreat this time? In the sky in front of Ding Ying, 1 person and 1 sword. Qin Pingan chopped down with his sword. A golden line appeared between heaven and earth. After learning the fist, he had to use the fist. After learning the sword, he had to use the sword. Anyway, he had to let others hear what he said. In an instant, Ding Ying's mind was clear and his heart was calm. He retreated with 1 sword, 2 swords, and each sword had to retreat. Where should he retreat to? How could he arm wrestle with God? He thought that this banished immortal named Qin Pingan in front of him was God. If he killed the person in front of him and then killed the bigger one, heaven and earth would be clear, and there would be a new pattern of heaven and earth. Why don't I, Ding Ying, be God? Ding Ying laughed heartily. His hands made gestures and his spirit traveled. It turned out that the Yin spirit traveled the world in broad daylight. The Yin spirit put one hand behind his back and the other hand stretched out, covering the top of his head with his palm. His voice was not loud, but in Ding Ying's heart he said, "If I disappear from the world, can Ding Ying become stronger?" Of course he was talking to himself. Ding Ying did not say anything, but there was a thought in his heart. He sneered, "I can't decide the cultivation level. I still have to follow the rules. But the mind is more important. There is no need to talk nonsense. Even if my soul is gone, I, Ding Ying, only have my body. So what? I will still do what I should do." After a while, Qin Pingon held the long qi and floated to the ground, looking a little embarrassed. As it turned out, Qin Pingon's pure qi was already at the end of its tether. He tried his best, but the meaning of this sword was too great. Qin Pingon's current strength was too weak, so he wasn't able to lift it up. He only ended up with a result that was all bark and no bite. Even Qin Pingon, who did not care about heaven or earth when he fought, felt a little embarrassed. As for the Yin spirit who had made up his mind to be destroyed by the sword, only his palm and arm disappeared. He looked at Ding Ying in confusion and silently took a few steps back, returning to Ding Ying's body. Both sides had a tacit understanding to stop fighting for a moment. Qin Pingon took a breath of fresh air. Ding Ying needed to calm his spirit. It was at this moment that Qin Pingon and Ding Ying's temperament calmed down, like a boat dropping anchor into the water. The old Taoist beside the well came to the top of the city wall. He smiled and made a decision. The Grand Masters on the city wall, even the banished immortals like Zhou Fei, did not notice the old Taoist's existence. Only Fan Wan glanced in that direction, but she didn't find anything, so she quickly withdrew her gaze. Eugenie looked around and said helplessly, "Cultivating immortal spells is always cautious. I thought I could at least fight with Ding Ying, but I didn't expect that I was still far behind. In this world, Ding Ying is the favored one. Is it true that cultivators can't make a name for themselves?" Zhou Fei clicked his tongue in wonder. "Old Demon Ding, this means that you want to monopolize the martial arts fate." Did Ding Ying suddenly think of something and gain the recognition of the rules of this world? Can't be, right? We are all still alive and kicking. How could Ding Ying be so lucky? It's not like the Liu dynasty in the Aquarius continent. The emperor lost his mind and saw that the country was doomed, so he secretly gave half of the country's martial arts fate to his son. Zhou Fei talked endlessly, secretly laughing. After all, he was just a bystander. Lu Feng asked, "How do you know about the small Aquarius continent in the north?" Zhou Fei smiled. "I'm the head of the Jiang family after all. How can I not care about the world's affairs? People often come to me in my dreams." Lu Feng was confused. "That works too. Spend money." Zhou Fei was a bit pained. He said angrily, "A moment is worth 1,000 gold. My dreams for a year are the ones that make people spend mountains of gold and silver." In the distance, Eugenie frowned. The silver lotus crown in his hand trembled. The petals suddenly opened and a dark green light broke free. It flashed and flew towards the south of the city. Heaven and earth worked together. Illusory light surged towards Ding Ying from all directions. Ding Ying closed his eyes and focused, accepting the vast martial arts fate of heaven and earth. Qin Pingon's magic treasure, golden wine, suddenly floated. It was no longer a snow-white robe but a golden one. Not only that, flying sword Chu rushed out from the sword strengthening gourd at his waist. And in the distance, flying sword 15 flew over. Qin Pingon stood at the top of the hill holding a long qi in his hand. Sword qi flowed through his arm. Chuyi and Shiwu hovered around him. These two little ancestors who had never been on good terms with each other, had never been so happy to reunite with their old friends. His golden wine fluttered. Qin Pingon suddenly clenched his golden wine, causing his sleeves to flutter. It was just a small hill. But there were people who were fluttering their robes. Qin Pingon and Ding Ying, up and down the hill. Both of them had reached a new peak. Regardless of cultivation or mental state, both of them were at the same level. Ding Ying opened his eyes and glanced at the wine bottle at Qin Pingon's waist. He laughed. "After the battle, I'll drink this wine for you." Qin Pingon patted the sword's strengthening gourd at his waist, indicating that if he had the ability, he could drink it himself. The battle started again. This time it was no longer about the distance between two arms. Within a 1-mile radius, there was abundant sword qi and thick gang qi. Both of them fought all the way to Yunyu Mountain. Sand and stones flew from the foot of the mountain to the top. Ding Ying was slashed from the top to the foot of the mountain by Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan's second attack was lifted from the ground by Ding Ying, who punched him back to the top of the mountain. Ding Ying slowly climbed higher. His fist aura was like the arm of a god, which was hundreds of feet tall. He smashed his arm on Wuxia Mountain again and again. Qin Pingan destroyed it with one strike. Ding Ying, who had obtained the martial arts fate of heaven and earth, even went out of his body with his Yin's spirit again. He turned into a golden body Dharma form that was as tall as Wuxia Mountain. He clenched his fists and punched Wuxia Mountain again and again. Qin Pingan should have switched to the tit-for-tat steaming cloud swamp style, but after grasping the long qi in his hand he no longer had the thought of switching to a fist technique. Even if he and his sword were both smashed down by the golden body Yin spirit, he still insisted on using his sword to fight the enemy. The dust on the Wild Ox Mountain had already covered the sky and the sun. Huge rocks kept rolling down and Ding Ying's forceful strikes created landslides that looked like avalanches, as well as mudslides that swept away countless plants and trees. The towering Wuxia Mountain was gradually lowered by the punches. The golden robe on the top of the mountain was still standing. Ding Ying's real body walked to the newest so-called mountain peak. Dust flew everywhere and it was dark. Taking advantage of Qin Pingan's sword to block the Dharma form's palm, he smashed the Dharma form's entire palm. The golden light shattered and scattered everywhere. Wuxia Mountain looked like it was raining gold. Ding Ying ran forward in a straight line and punched Qin Pingan's forehead. A speck of golden light was thrown out of Wuxia Mountain in an arc and landed heavily on the ground a few hundred feet away from Wuxia Mountain. The slender golden trajectory looked like a golden arch bridge. Ding Ying's perfect divine will punched out quickly. It was also a scene of thousands of white rainbows hanging in the sky. The scenery was magnificent. Coincidentally, the spot where the white rainbows landed was the speck of golden light. Qin Pingan was knocked back another few hundred feet. Ding Ying was also furious. Qin Pingan's tough body had even flattened the Wuxia Mountain under his feet by a few hundred feet. Yet that guy was still able to attack without stopping. Ding Ying shouted angrily, "You won't die from this punch?" The giant Dharma form behind him leaped over Wuxia Mountain. After one of its feet touched the ground, its body leaned forward and the other foot stepped on Qin Pingan's head. Compared to being able to hold a long breath as the two fought crazily, they became more and more satisfied. Sword chi kept exploding around their palms and arms. The Dharma robe's golden goblet that withstood Ding Ying's Dharma form's attacks almost shattered the top of Qin Pingan's head. Qin Pingan's mind was completely immersed in the fight with Ding Ying. He did not even have time to adapt to the changes in the spiritual qi. It was natural, as if their existence was justified. Qin Pingan did not care about the pain of the spiritual qi being hammered into his body. He treated it as the same pain as when he practiced martial arts. As for the chaotic spiritual qi that seeped into his skin, blood, flesh and bones, then into his acupoints, qi palace and soul, Qin Pingan did not have time to care about it. The mountains were high and the rivers were dangerous. The road was long and obstructive. Qin Pingan looked into the distance wholeheartedly. Some of the obstacles on the road under his feet seemed to have naturally bypassed them. The road was still the same and there was no other way. Therefore those obstacles became a part of Qin Pingan's life. The Dharma form of the golden body stomped down, and a large pit appeared on the ground. Ding Ying made a take-it-for-granted fist stance. The true meaning of Tao was close to what one's mind can become the truth. One hand was facing the sky, and the other hand was clenched into a fist, and heavily hammered on the palm of his hand. The fist came down. The wind rose and the clouds surged. The sky was gloomy. A bolt of lightning that was as thick as a tree struck down from the sky. The Dharma form had already retreated. It crossed its arms and looked on coldly. Bolts of lightning smashed into the large pit. An endless stream of lightning poured down on Qin Pingan, who was standing at the bottom of the pit with his back bent. It was as if a flood had overflowed the robe and rapidly flowed down. Ding Ying's eyes glowed with a golden radiance as he slammed his fist against his palm for the last time. The sea of clouds in the sky resembled a pool of lightning. A thick bolt of snow-white lightning struck down from the sky, but it did not strike towards the pit. Instead, it descended slowly and was held in the hands of the Ein Soul Dharma form as if it was wielding a long sword. Then he began to run forward, gently tossing the sword in his hand forward. Finally, he held the long sword with both hands and stood at the edge of the large pit. The tip of the sword was pointed downwards, and he slashed down heavily towards the head of the person at the bottom of the pit. One had to know that apart from the power of lightning contained within the sword, it also contained Ding Ying's comprehension of the sword Dao. Ding Ying pursed her lips and clasped her hands behind her back. I know you're here. Will you only show up after Qin Pingon dies? You are indeed generous. This banished deity called Qin Pingon is really the best whetstone. What? Are you afraid that I am too weak and not worthy of your help? On top of the city wall, Yushini's face darkened. Xianxia chuckled and said, How about it? Do you still think that you are an accomplished deity? Zhou Fei held his forehead and sighed bitterly. Damn it. We are in the lotus flower blessed land, not the vast world where you can squander the spiritual qi. You two are too. Alright, after I go back I must find this Qin Pingon. No matter what his current state is, I must get to know him. It would be best if he could become a consecrator of the Jiang family. So what if his state is low? Lu Fang interrupted his good friend's nagging and sneered. That is, if that guy is not dead. Zhou Fei sighed and removed the palm on his forehead. He looked towards the direction of the wild ox mountain. It's difficult. Apart from the flashes of lightning, Ding Ying's roaming Yin Soul Dharma form held a sword and stabbed towards Qin Pingon's head. There was no suspense. Even though Qin Pingon was wearing a golden Daoist robe, and even though Chu Yi and 15 tried their best to block it, the sword still penetrated deep into the ground. After Qin Pingon disappeared, the sword in the Yin Soul's hand shattered. The sword intent and lightning scattered in the crater. The crater resonated with the sea of clouds in the sky, and it also looked like a lightning pool. The outcome was set. Ding Ying's heart tightened as he prepared to face his true opponent. Indeed, on the peak of the Wild Ox Mountain not far from Ding Ying, there was an unusually tall old Daoist. He said calmly, You are just each other's whetstones. Ding Ying was about to speak. The old Daoist sneered. You are courting death. However, it doesn't matter. You Ding Ying are quite interesting in this life. In the vast world he was a pure martial artist. He was at the 4th realm of soul tempering and the 5th realm of soul tempering. Qin Pingon, who had been struck into the ground by his physical body, did not get up to fight again. However, in the lightning pool in the crater, a young sword immortal in a fluttering golden robe appeared. He was in high spirits as he held 2 fingers together and swiped them in front of him. Then a sword hovered in front of him. It was the same as Qin Pingon on the city wall. However, the difference was that after the golden-robed exiled immortal, a youth wearing straw sandals and linen clothes appeared. He looked younger than the exiled immortal. A sword appeared. In front of him, the exiled immortal Qin Pingon smiled and said, I have a sword? Qin Pingon, who was wearing straw sandals behind him, charged forward and grabbed the sword. He leaped high into the air just like how he slashed the Great Yusui Mountain back then. He said loudly, It can move mountains. The sword was gone. There was no longer the number 1 person in the world, Ding Ying. There was no old fiend Ding in the world. This was because the entire Wild Ox Mountain was gone. It had been flattened by the sword. In the crater, Qin Pingon used the golden wine that was no longer suppressed by the lightning to shake his robe and break through the restraints of the earth. He pulled himself out of the mud. The 2 Qin Pingon's soul and spirit returned to their bodies. They walked along the slope and slowly walked out of the crater. An aged voice sounded with a hint of laughter. It was unknown if it was sarcastic or mischievous. This sword is not bad. Qin Pingon took off the wine flask by his waist and drank a mouthful of wine happily. He asked, Are you the Daoist Donghai that old sword immortal Qin mentioned? Is this the Daoist temple? The old Daoist who appeared beside Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. There's no Daoist temple? Wherever I am, the Daoist temple will be there. Qin Pingon raised his sleeve and wiped the blood on his face. However, just as he wiped it clean, his face turned red again. He asked, Can I curse a little? The old Daoist smiled and said, Do as you see fit. Qin Pingon's expression did not change as he continued wiping the blood. Senior, your Daoist techniques are impressive. Impressive. The old Daoist nodded and said, You are teachable. 322. The old Taoist came suddenly and left suddenly. He left Qin Pingon alone at the edge of the big pit. He didn't tell Qin Pingon how to leave this blessed land of lotus flowers, nor did he tell him when the Taoist temple would end. As for the fortune of ascension and the 10 people in the world, the old Taoist didn't even mention it. However, the old Daoist had left without any warning. Although he had left behind a huge mess for Qin Pingon felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His heartstrings that were about to break were loosened. He staggered and swayed a few times. In the end, he could not hold on any longer and simply fell backwards. Without a breath of pure Zhenqi, Qin Pingon held on with all his might. The injuries he had sustained when he was struck into the ground by Ding Ying's Yin spirit had completely erupted. It was as if Qin Pingon was lying in a pool of blood, with fresh blood flowing out continuously. But the smile in Qin Pingon's eyes was very happy. With Chui and Shiwu beside him, Ding Ying was dead and there was no one around. Qin Pingon extravagantly used the last bit of strength to take off the blade-nourishing gourd. Trembling, he put it to his mouth and forced himself to swallow a mouthful of wine. Too much debt didn't weigh down one's body. This bit of pain was just like scratching an itch. Qin Pingon just felt that it was a pity that he didn't drink now. Qin Pingon didn't notice that on the golden wine robe on his body, between the claws of the golden dragon in the middle of his chest, the huge snow-white pearl was filled with thick thunder plasma. And under the claws and jaws of the 2 smaller golden dragons on his shoulders, there were also a few wisps of lightning lingering around the 2 smaller pearls. However, the changes of the golden wine were not worth mentioning compared to the earth-shaking vision of Qin Pingon's body. The most thorough rebirth. Previously soaking in the thunder pool made the bones under Qin Pingon's skin and flesh have a bit of golden luster. This was the sign of the so-called golden branches and jade leaves of cultivators. Deep roots were the way to live a long life. Qin Pingon was muddle-headed and confused. It was as if he had a dream. In his dream, someone pointed at a raging river and asked Qin Pingon if he wanted to cross the river. That person asked and answered his own question. He said that if Qin Pingon wanted to cross the river without being restrained by the Great Tao, he would need a bridge. When the time came, he would naturally be able to cross the river. Qin Pingon did not know how to answer. He just squatted by the river and scratched his head. His heart was here and he couldn't fake it. That person then said, "There is no story without coincidences." He also said, "Didn't you, Qin Pingon, learn some sage's principles? Could it be that the principles that you, Qin Pingon, had been holding in your stomach were just empty words?" Qin Pingon complained. He did not know how to hide his emotions. What does learning the principles have to do with the bridge? That person did not say why, only how to do it. Visualize the appearance of a bridge in your heart. Any bridge will do. You are young but you have been to many places. Don't worry, as long as it's a bridge it's fine. You don't have to pay too much attention to it. Even those in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom are fine. When you visualize, don't restrain your thoughts. Don't be afraid of them. Just relax your mind. The more the better. What you need is to reach the 8 extremes and wander 10,000 miles. Qin Pingon, who did not know where he was, closed his eyes by the river. For some reason he thought of the Golden Arch Bridge in the Sea of Clouds. It was so long that it seemed to have no end. Qin Pingon could not see the old Taoist. No matter how hard he searched, he was destined to not find any trace of the old Taoist. Therefore, Qin Pingon did not see the old Daoist glancing at the clouds above the river with a strange expression. He also did not hear the old Daoist scolding Qin Qing for causing trouble for him and the old Shutsai for not being easy to deal with. In the end, he praised a junior's foresight and courage as well as reminiscing about an old friend, who could not be considered a person. Qin Pingon opened his eyes wide. He saw that at his feet, on the other side of the long river, the outline of a golden arch bridge vaguely appeared. However, it was swaying and not stable. A book appeared in his hand. On it was a moral essay written by an old man. It recorded the teachings of a Confucian sage that had never appeared in the world. Every word left the book one after another, shining with golden light. They floated toward the golden arch bridge that Qin Pingon visualized. Every word was like a brick. Unfortunately, there was still a small part of the book that was lifeless. Especially in the pages of the middle part of the book, every word was motionless. In any case, the golden bridge above the river was as if it had the support of a person's spirit. It finally became solid. However, it was still a little short of being able to finally complete it and allow Qin Pingon to walk across the river. It lacked flesh and blood. Lacked a lot. He was like a person. If he only had a soul without a body, he would be a skeleton. A lonely ghost that could not see the sun and could not enter the world of the living. Furthermore, the length of the bridge as well as its grandeur exceeded everyone's expectations. That was why the words in the book were insufficient. The old Daoist instructed, "Go forward and see if it will collapse." Qin Pingon shook his head and replied based on his intuition, "It will definitely collapse." The old Taoist did not question Qin Pingon. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the small world that he had created. Then there was no then. At the edge of the big pit, Qin Pingon suddenly sat up. There was no river or the old Taoist. Heaven and earth were vast. There were two flying swords beside him, Chuyi and Shiwu. Although they were not Qin Pingon's natal flying swords, they had followed Qin Pingon all the way. They had been together day and night and depended on each other. Their minds were already connected. One was silent and the other was guilty. Qin Pingon tied the blade's strengthening gourd and stretched out his hands to pat the two flying swords. He comforted them, "It's good that the three of us are still alive. Besides, we won't be so aggrieved next time. Besides, if it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until my soul left my body." Qin Pingon stopped talking because he found that Chuyi and Shiwu were getting more and more silent and guilty. Qin Pingon stood up and patted the blade's strengthening gourd. As he walked, he muttered, "You guys go back here first. We have to hurry into the city and find the little lotus man. Might not be a smooth journey. Without you guys, I don't have the confidence to fight with others. If I don't rest well for 10 days or half a month, let alone this old devil, even the child who can ride the sword won't be able to relax. Later I might need you two to open the way for me." The two flying swords returned to the blade's strengthening gourd. Qin Pingon walked to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom alone. As he got closer and closer to the city wall, his robe gradually changed from golden to a snow-white robe. Qin Pingon understood in his heart and glanced back. Behind him, the battlefield with Wuxia Mountain as the center was full of spiritual qi. In this world, it should be the biggest blessed place. Of course, it was also full of martial arts fate. If he was not in a hurry to return to the city to find the little lotus man, he would have benefited the most if he stayed where he was. However, Qin Pingon looked up at the city wall in the distance. If he took all the benefits, he could easily become the enemy of the whole world. As for whether it would be dangerous to enter the city under the watchful eyes of the public, Qin Pingon walked on the quiet and empty official road. With one step he could glide more than 100 feet. The words he said earlier were mainly to comfort the disappointed Chuyi and Shiwu. In fact, if anyone dared to stop him and pester him, Qin Pingon would be in the right. He had seen how invincible the old man surnamed Cui was in the bamboo house. It was a different realm from defeating a person who was invincible in the world. Wuxia Mountain had been destroyed. How could there be a second sound of the heavenly drum? How could there be a place of ascension? On the other side of the city wall, even Zhou Fei, who was fooling around in the human world, felt a little heavy. It could not be that everyone had worked hard for 60 years for nothing, right? As the thunder pool in the sky dissipated, the clouds and mist were pushed aside to see the sun shining brightly. Fan Wan erased the mirror. It was shining brightly. On the mirror, her beautiful face was reflected. Just as Fan Wan was about to put away the bronze mirror, she suddenly realized that her reflection in the mirror was smiling. However, she clearly did not have any smile. Fan Wan in the mirror smiled and sighed. Fan Wan thought in her heart, "Silly girl." It was as if she was struck by lightning. Fan Wan threw the bronze mirror away as if it was scalding her hand. She hugged her aching head with both hands. Her face was full of bitterness and tears. Far away from the city wall, Ye-er cautiously called out to Palace Lord Zhou. Zhou Fei turned his head and realized that the green dress on her body had fallen off by itself. It swayed like a dancer dancing leisurely. She only cared about herself, as if there was no one else around. Zhou Fei sneered, "You're already in my hands. You still want to leave?" Zhou Fei reached out and grabbed. A handprint appeared on the shoulder of her dress. The blue dress continued to flutter to the right, constantly being torn apart until finally, there was the sound of silk being torn apart. A tattered piece of brocade appeared in Zhou Fei's hand. He furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Stop trying to play tricks on me. I want to see just how long this old woman's divine soul can hide. What are you scheming?" More and more tattered dresses appeared in Zhou Fei's hand. He and Lu Fang both knew about Tong Qingqing's roots in the vast world. Taiping Mountain's grand ancestor, in order to turn back her fragile nature, did not want her to press forward and gamble everywhere. Before throwing her into the lotus flower-blessed land, he used a true immortal's ability to temporarily turn her Dao heart upside down, making her seem like she was born afraid of death. He hoped that she could comprehend the great Dao between the two extremes and finally break through the barrier of life and death, successfully ascending to the upper 5 realms. As a banished immortal in this life, Tong Qingqing was extremely afraid of death. It was reasonable for her to hide here and there. However, if she was such a person who was afraid of death, it would not make sense for her to not cherish her martial arts talent at all. Then what was Tong Qingqing's killing move? Must be very interesting. The elders of the Mirror Heart Chamber were of the same generation as Tong Qingqing's teacher, or even a generation older. They all had high hopes for Tong Qingqing. She had a photographic memory, and in terms of erudition she was probably second only to Ding Ying. Her martial arts talent was even more amazing. If not for her overly soft and timid personality, Tong Qingqing could very well be the #1 grandmaster in Jianghu, second only to Ding Ying. With the death of Ding Ying, who seemed to be opposing the good and evil but was in fact secretly allied with him, Yu Xini's desire to kill Zhongqiu would definitely fade. Moreover, he had already obtained old Demon Ding's silver lotus crown and was firmly in the top 3. Yu Xini was not willing to ascend, so he would not do anything unnecessary to avoid becoming a target. After all, he had joined hands with Ding Ying to set up such a big trap against all the gurus. Yu Xini had already committed a huge taboo. At present, Yu Xini's combat strength was not damaged at all, so people did not dare to fall out with him and talk about the righteousness of Jianghu. At the very least, Zhongqiu, the sharpener Lu Zong, and the hiding Tong Qingqing must have a bad impression of him. Therefore, Zhou Fei did not want to fall out with Tong Qingqing at this time. However, this green dress and the golden arhat that Monk Cloud Clay asked for from the Nanyuan Kingdom's emperor were fortunes that must be obtained. The former was to take away the demonic Sexia to train his son Zhou Shi's temperament. The latter was to exchange for a magic weapon to give to Lu Fang. After 60 years, Spring Tide Palace would no longer have Zhou Fei, but the sword immortal of Bird's Eye Peak would still be with Spring Tide Palace. Zhou Shi's path of martial arts would then be free of worries. In the end, it was too difficult for a great cultivator like him to have children. This was especially true for the Jiang clan of Jade Gui sect, which had only one descendant for many years. A bald old man carrying a large bag climbed up the city wall. He was Monk Cloud Clay, who had taken off his kasaya and left the Diamond Temple. Passing by Fan Wan, who was squatting on the ground with her hands covering her head, the old man glanced at her curiously. He didn't know why this young fairy from Jing Exanjai was in so much pain. However, when the old man saw Zhou Fei tear the azure-colored dress apart, the old man, who was no longer a monk, shouted angrily, "Zhou Fei." Zhou Fei sneered, "Old bald donkey, do you really think this dress came to you out of kindness? It's just one of Tong Qingqing's schemes. She's been fooled for most of her life, yet you're still so stubborn? It's true that the dress is one of the 4 fortunes, but there's nothing inside? Tong Qingqing's soul has been hidden there for a long time." The old man was unmoved. He glared at Zhou Fei like a Vajra in a temple. "It's none of your business. We agreed that you would take Miss Qingqing away from this world and I would bring you this golden arhat. If you dare to go back on your words, I'll kill you." Zhou Fei was amused. "Old bald donkey, aren't you embarrassed to call a dress Miss Qingqing?" The old man was at a loss for words, feeling a bit guilty. Zhou Fei pointed at Fan Weiner in the distance with admiration in his eyes. "This is Tong Qingqing's direct disciple, the future master of Mirror Heart Pavilion. I'm afraid she's Tong Qingqing's mortal body." At that time she first regained her youth and looked exactly the same as Yu Xinyi. Then she gave up her realm and cultivation and grew up with the flow of time. She became a young woman like Fan Guan. With the help of Jingyang Lu Yu, everyone in the world, including Ding Ying, were all fooled by her. Zhou Fei laughed. "You even lied to yourself. Tong Qingqing, you win. Forget it, they're all external objects." Zhou Fei waved his sleeve, allowing the dress to float away. Without the azure dress, the only way to get the golden arhat was to snatch it from monk duality. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Fei decided to give up both fortunes for the third Grandmaster spot. He could still take away the demonic Xianxia. In this blessed land of lotus blossoms, to the Qi cultivators in the vast world, one was doing Dao field in a snail's shell with their hands and feet tied, while the other was like a clever housewife who could not cook without rice, unable to start. Qin Pingan's appearance had disrupted their plans. Even Ding Ying could die, so who in the world dared say they wouldn't? Zhou Fei was worried that he would fail miserably and be killed as well. Although it wouldn't stop him from leaving the blessed land, it would be a great loss. Currently, the biggest problem was that only 2 of the 10 people in the world had died. One was the head and one was the tail, Ding Ying and Feng Qingbai. 8 remained, which meant that 5 more had to die for the promise in the secret letter to come into effect. Lu Feng was indeed a longtime friend of the Jiang clan head. He quickly figured out the crux of the matter. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Zhou Shi for the next 60 years. For the first time, Zhou Fei chose to take a step back. Monk Cloud Clay was unwilling and didn't dare to be overbearing. He followed Miss Qingqing to Fan Weiner's side. She rubbed her eyebrows with both hands. Then this young and stunning beauty straightened her back and slapped her cheeks with both hands, making papa sounds. Fan Wan stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the collar of the green dress in front of her. She shook it a few times and put it on herself. Then she tore it off and threw it to the old monk, who was confused. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, your so-called Miss Qingqing is still here. You just have to go to the Black Ox Mountain and wait there. She will recover very soon. She's the real owner of this dress. My soul only stayed here for a few decades. After that, I sealed it, and it's no different from a dead object. That's why Ding Ying can't find it easily. So what did you say to this dress all these years? Was it Buddhist or romantic words? Anyway, I didn't hear a single word." The old monk held the dress in his arms and blushed. Fan Weiner narrowed her eyes and fell into deep thought. She didn't pay attention to this monk whose heart had been moved long ago. Her memories came back little by little like a clear spring flowing into her heart. However, she deliberately put it aside and didn't care about it. Instead, she started to review with the pure Fan Weiner of the Mirror Heart sect. Senior sister Zhou Xian accepted her as a disciple on behalf of her master and took her back when she was young. In the Mirror Heart Pavilion, the sect's forbidden area, Fan Weiner only bowed 3 times to the painting. She was the person who wanted to see Tong Qingqing the most in the world. Therefore, Zhou Xian finally gave her a bronze mirror. She learned the White Ape's back swordsmanship and was known in Jianghu as, with the back swordsmanship, there are 2 Fan Weiners. However, Fan Weiner found that no one in the world could use the last sword of this lost art. There was neither such a sword nor such a warrior's physique. However, Zhou Xian still insisted that she study the White Ape's back swordsmanship. This was the reason why Qin Pingan, the banished immortal, felt strange when he was at the White River Temple. Fan Weiner was clearly close to the Great Dao, but she seemed to be walking with a heavy burden on her back. She walked very sluggishly. This was because half of her soul was missing. She was like a walking corpse. Fan Weiner also asked Crown Prince Wei Yan on the bridge if she often saw people and things that seemed familiar. After that, at the Crown Prince's residence, old chef, who was originally the 3rd in the world, also noticed Fan Weiner's strangeness. However, at that time, the old man mistakenly thought that she was the reincarnation of a banished immortal. Therefore, it was relatively easy for her to be possessed. She thought of the 2 times she took the initiative to look for Qin Pingan. Fan Weiner grinned. Well, what kind of background did he have to the ability to make Grand Marshal Uncle agree to let him possess her? She took the risk to come to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land just to warn Qin Pingan? Unfortunately, the rules of this world were too strict. It was not easy to find a loophole. Therefore, during those 2 times, Fan Weiner could only stare and couldn't say anything. As for Qin Pingan, he probably just thought of her as a crazy woman. Fan Weiner stepped on the ruins of the wall and leaned forward. One of her arms rested on her leg. She looked into the distance and smiled. At that time in the night market, at a table near her and Qin Pingan, it seemed like ordinary people were cursing. Both sides slammed the table and glared at each other. They were cursing about how they were old brothels and prostitutes. Otherwise, they would directly open a brothel in the other party's house. The real meaning was, of course, don't do things more than 3 times. However, those cursing words were really not particular. She could tell that it was the words of that arrogant little Daoist. This time when she returned to the world, even if Grand Marshal Uncle stopped her, she would have a good talk with that little brat who she had long disliked. In the past 90 years, Ding Ying had met her several times by chance. It should not be the little Daoist's idea. However, when she was taken away by the leader of the Army Seal sect, she dared to say that it was definitely that most vengeful little bastard who played tricks on her. Although it was scary but not dangerous when she thought about it, it was very disgusting. Moreover, it was because of the possession. The most important thing was that Grand Marshal Uncle broke the rules of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and caused all the plans of Jing Xen Zhai Tong Qingqing to go down the drain. Before Tong Qingqing got the bronze mirror and the soul in the green dress, the little Daoist quickly determined the final 10 people on the list. Or was it that Grand Marshal Uncle, who had been stingy all his life, met a rich man and did not care about the money anymore? Did he plan to throw money directly to get her out of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land? In Fan Weiner's or Tong Qingqing's sight, that white robe was already near the city. No, to be precise, she should be the Taoist nun of Taiping Mountain Huangting now. She was no longer the sticky puppet Fan Weiner, nor the timid Tong Qingqing. She said hello, raised her arm high and gave a thumbs up to the guy outside the city. This was the first time in her life that the famous Taiping Mountain Taoist nun admired a man younger than her. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at the strange and unfamiliar Fan Weiner. He frowned. He just looked at Zhongqiu. They looked at each other and smiled. In Qin Pingon's mind, no matter where the Jianghu was, there should be Jianghu people like Song Yulai and Zhongqiu. Huang Ting raised his eyebrows and smiled even more. You have personality. I like it. Qin Pingon stopped outside the city. On the city wall, the top 10 people on the list were the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, Eugenie. He had already put on the silver lotus crown and a glass flying sword hovered beside him. He took out a jade bamboo folding fan. On the ribs of each fan was a record of a supreme martial art in small words. Zhongqiu looked relieved. He lay on the ruined city wall with his shoulders drooping. He did not look like the usual imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom. Zhou Fei of the Chunqiao Palace. Tang Tie, the general of the northern Jin kingdom, looked solemn. He kept stroking the handle of his saber with his thumb. Lu Zong the sharpener. Monk of Cloud Earth, holding a soft green dress. Qing Yuanshan was hiding somewhere in the capital. Feng Qingbai, the 10th wanderer, had died under the saber of Tang Tie. Old Demon Ding the First had died in the hands of the banished immortal called Qin Pingon. Apart from the 10 people, there was also Huang Ting on the city wall. Although she was not in the top 10, she was afraid that even Zhou Fei would not dare to provoke her now. After her soul merged with her physical body, her appearance began to change. Her already beautiful face became even more radiant, making her even more alluring. The Bird's Eye Peak land boat was ready to stay in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land for another 60 years. It was not only for her Taoist heart, but also for her good friend's son. She was going to be his guardian. Zhou Shi, the hairpin boy, was not only thinking about the sadness of the impending departure, but also about the beautiful vision of 60 years later. Crow of the Devil sect was about to be taken out of this world by Zhou Fei. Ding Ying's death made her the most disheartened. At this moment, everyone saw the young banished immortal stop on the official road outside the city gate. Eugenie's eyes were dark and no emotion could be seen on his face. Zhongqiu smiled knowingly. The person who killed old Demon Ding should be so domineering. It was as if he was saying, "You all saw that I, Qin Pingon, was injured in the battle with Ding Ying. Whoever wants to take advantage of the situation, come at me. We'll fight to the death after we get off the city wall." The grinder, Lu Zong, sighed as he leaned against the wall. He was worried. After witnessing the earth-shattering battle at Monstrous Ox Mountain, he really didn't have the energy to wade into the muddy waters. He felt that it was meaningless. If he had the chance to get off the city wall and safely return to Kajiaqiao's shop, he would just be a rich man in the future. At most, he would pick 1 or 2 direct disciples that were pleasing to the eye and stop thinking about other things. Anger flashed across the eyes of the Dragon Marshal General Tang Tie. He hesitated for a moment and closed his eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. In the end, Qin Pingon walked straight through the city gate and gradually disappeared. Eugenie floated up and stepped on the glazed flying sword. He was about to head to Yunyu Mountain. The abundant spiritual qi that had gathered from all over the world had begun to disperse. Eugenie was a cultivator. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? Spiritual qi was different from the illusory martial fate of the world. It was not picky. As long as one had the ability, anyone could take it. Tang Tie stared at the dispirited Lu Zong and walked slowly along the horse path. Lu Zong was frightened. He jumped up and cursed, "Tang Tie, you dare to treat me like a soft persimmon?" Huang Ting stared at Zhou Fei, who she disliked. Qing Qing of Jing Xinzhai could tolerate the actions of the spring-tide palace lord in this blessed land, but Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain could not. In Fan Wanner's eyes, it was an ordinary bronze mirror. However, in Huang Ting's hands, it was very mysterious. She used qi to control the object and grabbed the bronze mirror on the ground. She knocked on the surface of the mirror with her fingers and it shattered with a bang. After the mirror shattered, a strange scene like a dark green pond was revealed. Huang Ting stretched out 2 fingers and seemed to be pinching something. She pulled it out and actually pulled out a sheathed long sword. She was the pride of Taiping Mountain, the 3rd largest sect in Tongye continent. She was the future sect master. As long as she reached the upper 5 realms, she would definitely become a 12th realm immortal. It would be ridiculous if she did not have any background. Zhou Xian and Yar looked at each other in dismay. Both of them felt uneasy. They turned their heads abruptly. They happened to meet the eyes of the white-robed immortal who was looking at the city wall. Zhou Fei laughed and scolded, "Old demon Ding, this arrogant guy, can't do anything right. He's ruined me." Zhou Fei turned to look at Lu Feng. The latter was also helpless. "Unless this person ascends with you, Zhou Shi will definitely be in danger if he stays in Lotus Flower Blessed Land." Zhou Fei pinched his chin. If good karma was hard to form, then he would have to make other plans. However, at this moment, everyone could not help but look up at the sky. A golden hole broke open in the sea of clouds and a beam of light landed on the city wall. In the blink of an eye, other than the immortals and grandmasters on the city wall, no one in the capital would notice this scene. In everyone's vision, a short Daoist child appeared. He held a small and exquisite 5-colored rattledrum in his hand, but carried a huge golden gourd on his back. He was almost as tall as a person and looked extremely comical. When Huang Ting saw this little guy, she snorted and no longer cared about Zhou Fei. She strode toward the Daoist child under someone who was very annoying in the vast world. After the little Daoist child caught a glimpse of the murderous Huang Ting, he rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not here to fight this time. If you go too far and annoy my master, aren't you afraid that your grandmaster will protect you for so many years in vain?" If Huang Ting was still the Taiping Mountain Daoist nun before she came to Lotus Flower Blessed Land, she would only say that it was her grandmaster's business and then attack. However, at this moment she grinned with an expression that said, "Let's wait and see when we reach the vast world." The little Daoist child also grinned disapprovingly. "You want to compete with me in terms of backing? Taiping Mountain is still a little small, isn't it? It's not like Mount Longhu of the Central Divine Continent." The little Daoist child moistened his throat and puffed out his chest. He strode on the horse path on the city wall. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. "The rules have changed. It's great news for all of you. The last 10 people on the list, those who survive can ascend. Those who don't want to leave this world can leave by themselves after I beat the 2nd drum and before the 3rd. Of course, even if you don't ascend, those who walk down the city wall can still get a magic treasure. Remember, those who ascend from the city wall will leave their physical bodies in this world. Only their souls will go to other places and retain all their memories. Don't think that starting all over again is a bad thing. You'll have to experience it yourself in the future." The little Daoist child held his head high and swaggered. The top 3 on the list are even more fortunate. If the 2nd Eugenie chooses to ascend, he can take 3 people with him. The 3rd Zhou Fei can take 1 person with him. My master has spoken except for Ding Ying. Those who are taken away can leave together with their physical bodies. It seems like many people are confused. Don't be surprised. Your strength is too weak and you don't have the right to participate. If you think you're lucky, you'll end up like Feng Qingbai. At this point, the little Daoist child chuckled at Huang Ting. "Don't you think it's infuriating? Your strength could have made it to the top 3. Sai, man proposes, God disposes. It's your fault for seducing those 2 outsiders and breaking the rules first. My master was very angry at that time." Huang Ting's mouth twitched. The little Daoist child tilted his head and stared at her face. He added fuel to the fire. "Huang Ting, why are you so shameless? You didn't look half as good in this world. The little Daoist child seemed to have been hit on the back of his head and suddenly fell flat on his face. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He stood up and patted his Daoist robe. When he brushed past Huang Ting, he made a face and continued, "Finally, I'll say an old rule passed down from generation to generation. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Just keep it in your heart. Of course, if you can't hold it in, just mention it to a few people. It's okay." After saying all this in one breath, the little Daoist child raised the rattle drum and shook it gently. There was no vision of heaven and earth. It was just a soft sound. Was this the second sound of the heavenly drum? Yushini stepped on the glass flying sword and bowed to the little Daoist child. "Farewell, immortal master." The little Daoist child's attitude towards this peer was different. He was more serious and said like an old man, "Go. Everyone has their own ambitions. My master isn't disappointed in you, so please cherish the next 60 years. For the first time Yushini looked excited. He flew away on his sword and went to the ruins of the Jianyo mountain battlefield to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He had hopes of breaking through again after coming out of seclusion. He might even be able to fight against Chen Pingon. Zhongqiu smiled and asked, "Lu Zong, what do you think?" Lu Zong thought for a while and smiled. "I'll have to trouble Imperial Tutor to help me sell the shop in the future. I believe that with Imperial Tutor's means he already knows about the few young people I've chosen. When the time comes I'll split the money and give it to them." Zhongqiu nodded. "It's not difficult. Then shall we part here?" Lu Zong sighed. Zhongqiu cupped his fists. Lu Zong quickly returned the gesture. He couldn't help but ask, "Imperial Tutor, aren't you leaving together? After you leave you might have a chance to come back. But if you don't leave this time, you won't have another chance to ascend." Zhongqiu shook his head. "Where my heart is at ease is my home." Lu Zong cupped his fists and didn't put them down. Zhongqiu smiled warmly. After gently pressing down on Lu Zong's hand, he turned and walked down the city wall. The little Daoist boy glanced at Zhongqiu's back and shook his head. Tang Tie quickly followed Zhongqiu. The cloud clay monk stepped out of the city wall and floated outside the city. With the green dress in his arms, he quickly ran in the direction of Monstrous Ox Mountain. There weren't many people left on the city wall. Zhou Fei said to Lu Feng, "Take Zhou Shi to hide first. It's best to leave Nanyuan Kingdom as far as possible. Once I leave Lotus Flower Blessed Land, no one can stop Chen Pingon." Lu Feng and Zhou Shi didn't hesitate. They rushed down the city wall and went around Monstrous Ox Mountain to the border of Nanyuan Kingdom. In the end there were only 4 people left. The little Daoist boy with a huge gourd, Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain, Zhou Fei of Jade Medallion Sect, and Lu Zong, a native of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The little Daoist boy glanced at a stone bridge in the city where armed Saint Qing Yuanshan was hiding. He was full of sarcasm. He yawned and casually shook the rattle drum. The third beat of the drum sounded. If he didn't appear on the city wall, Qing Yuanshan's efforts would be in vain. He wouldn't be able to ascend and he wouldn't have any other opportunities. A bright light pillar surged and descended, enveloping Lu Zong within. He disappeared in an instant, leaving nothing behind. The little Daoist boy obviously had a whole new level of respect for Zhou Fei. He revealed a little more of the heavenly secret and said softly, "That Chen Pingon, don't worry about him running amok here. He still has to suffer." Zhou Fei was enlightened. He smiled and said, "Thank you." The second light pillar fell on the human world. Zhou Fei stayed longer than Lu Zong. His figure was blurry, but he still had the mood to wave goodbye to Huang Ting. The little Daoist boy smiled and looked at the Daoist nun of Mount Taiping who was frowning in silence. "Are you worried about your situation?" Huang Ting sneered and said, "Go back and tell my grandmaster that I don't need to spend any money. It'll take at most 10 years. I can do what Sui Yu couldn't do. When that time comes, it'll be the time for me to break through the realm. I want to ascend with my physical body and return to the vast world." The little Daoist boy smiled playfully. He tiptoed and with the huge golden gourd on his back he began to ascend in the air. Without the light pillar around him, he was crooked like a dog paddling as he slowly swam towards the sky. Huang Ting took a glance and didn't want to look at the scene anymore. Only this little bastard could do such a childish thing. In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, there was a skinny little girl who sold her books and bought 2 sets of clothes. She used the rest of the copper coins to order a table full of delicacies that would only appear in her dreams. She wolfed down the food as she was afraid that she would suffer a great loss if she ate slowly. She sat on the chair and had to stand on her tiptoes to be able to pick up the delicious food on the opposite side of the table. Her face was greasy and she felt that she had never been so happy before. A child named Chao Qinglang was brought to the yamen by a group of soldiers. There were 4 straw mats outside the hall and 4 pieces of white cloth covering them. The child squatted there in a daze and didn't say a word. Under a bridge, armed Saint Qing Yuanshan was still waiting bitterly for the second earth-shattering drumbeat. There was a scholar from the Frigid clan who heard that someone had died not far away and was dragged by his good friend to join in the fun. He had long been surrounded by the commoners. The scholar only heard that it was a beautiful woman. He thought that when she returned he must tell her about this tragedy. Most importantly, he wanted her to go out less. Now that the two of them were a little short on money, it didn't matter. She didn't need to visit her relatives and borrow money to buy books for him. He flew all the way back to the main street. After turning into an alley, Qin Pingan's footsteps were heavy. When he entered the city, there were so many grandmasters standing on the city wall. Qin Pingan still had an invincible posture that he had never had before. He wore a white robe, hung a wine pot and held a long sword. He walked confidently and at ease. However, at this moment, when he was faced with a house in the marketplace that was only pasted with cheap spring festival couplets, Qin Pingan raised his hand several times and put it down again. He didn't knock on the door. Qin Pingan didn't know. The old Taoist stood behind him and looked at him. The old Taoist wanted to know 2 things. How did Qin Pingan know himself? How would he view the human world? 323. Qin Pingan pushed the door open and entered the house. There was no one in the house. Without the nagging and complaining old woman, she naturally didn't have her sharp tongue and stinky tofu heart. She no longer looked like a simple and honest woman who would steal books. The way she looked at her son was always filled with pride. Without the crappy chess basket, the old man no longer carried a bag to try his luck. Every time he went out early in the morning he would tiptoe, probably because he was afraid that he would disturb his son who was going to school to study. Qin Pingan stood in the yard for a while and then returned to his room. He put the long chi sword back into the scabbard on the table. The book on the table was gone. Qin Pingan squatted on the ground and put his palms on the ground. He closed his eyes and tried to find some clues. The flying sword 15 flew out of the blade's strengthening gourd. It flew close to the ground and spun quickly. Finally, the tip of the sword pointed to the ground. Qin Pingan immediately began to dig the ground with his hands. With his current martial arts realm, his 5 fingers could cut iron like mud. His battle with Zhou Xian on the street helped him reach the 5th state. Then his battle with Ding Ying helped him sharpen his martial arts. Compared to the battle with the old golden elixir sword practitioner on Osmanthus Island, he was much stronger both in terms of his physique and temperament. Especially when he fought with Ding Ying from the city wall to the Black Ox Mountain. This kind of life and death battle involved the foundation of martial arts and the martial arts fate of the world. Even the old man surnamed Chui from the bamboo building on Desolation Mountain would praise him. Even a pure martial artist of the 5th state might not be able to fight with such momentum. After a while he dug out a hole that was almost as tall as a person. Qin Pingan held the dying little lotus figure with both hands and jumped out of the hole. He carefully placed it on the table. He first took off the golden robe on his body and wrapped it into a ball like a small grass nest. He then placed the little thing inside the robe. After that, he hurriedly took out a grain rain coin from his Fengtsuan item. Compared to the little snow coin, which had a thin spiritual qi, when he touched it he could vaguely feel the spiritual qi flowing like water. The grain rain coin contained the most spiritual qi, which was as cold as ice. Qin Pingan held this immortal coin in the palm of his hand. With a sudden clench, the grain rain coin was crushed in his hand. Qin Pingan slightly loosened his grip and scattered the grain rain coin on the lotus figure. Qin Pingan was no longer a fledgling in Jianghu, nor was he an apprentice in the clay bottle alley. Therefore he knew exactly how many strange spirits he could buy from the immortal shops, and how many spirits that were rarely seen even in the noble families and wealthy families. Qin Pingan was no longer a fledgling in Jianghu, nor was he a peasant kiln worker's apprentice in the clay bottle alley. Qin Pingan knew more and more about this world. Pearl Grotto Heaven, Dali Dynasty, Aquarius Continent, Sword Chi Great Wall, Tongyi Continent, Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Qin Pingon carefully observed the lotus figure. The spiritual qi flowed through his body like spring water, as if it was slowly seeping into a dry and cracked field. Qin Pingon was slightly relieved. As long as he could still absorb the spiritual qi, it meant that he could still recover. He stretched out his thumb and gently rubbed the little guy's white and clean forehead. After settling the lotus figure down and filling the hole again, Qin Pingon walked out of the house and sat on a small stool under the eaves. He took off his wine gourd and shook it. He did not drink. After taking off his robe and golden wine, Qin Pingon emitted a strong smell of blood. After fighting with Ding Ying to the death, it could be said that he was thoroughly injured. Because of this, the spiritual qi poured in like seawater. It could be taken advantage of and poured into Qin Pingon's various qi acupoints. At this time, the spiritual qi was entrenched in each of the Immortal's caves. They were like the independent forces of a military town. Because they did not touch the path of a martial artist's pure vital qi, these qi caves were like places outside the pass. They formed a military town pattern. There were many but scattered and they were not connected together. Therefore it was not a big deal. Qin Pingon did not know whether this was good or bad, but he had no way to solve it for the time being. How to build the longevity bridge and leave this world was the top priority. This Taoist temple was not a real Taoist temple. Wherever the old Taoist walked in the world, the Taoist temple would be there. This made Qin Pingon not know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't the sword immortal who cultivated on the Great Wall of Sword Chi mention it earlier? But now that he thought about it, when he had first entered the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, he had been like a headless fly running around, and when his mind had been in turmoil, he had simply calmed down and wandered around. This had been a very different feeling. After seeing the various forms of the marketplace, he had seemed to be idling around, but this had reminded Qin Pingon of his early days as an apprentice. The money he had earned in the dragon kiln was not enough for him to spend extravagantly, but it was enough to feed himself and prevent him from starving to death. Thus, when Qin Pingon had enough food and clothing, he had followed Old Man Yao into the mountains to collect dirt. Even if he had to eat and sleep in the open and the mountain roads were difficult to traverse, and he would be exhausted every day, his mind would not be tired, and he would fall asleep as soon as he hit the ground. Since Qin Pingon left Longquan for the first time and escorted Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, he had inexplicably entered this world. How many good nights had he slept? Qin Pingon would get up from time to time and go into the house to check on the situation of the little lotus person. Although the progress was slow, it was healing bit by bit in a good direction. Only then did he feel completely relieved. Those close parting of life and death could not be solved by drowning one's sorrows in wine. A person would always wake up from his drunkenness. He could rest assured inside the house, but outside the house. Qin Pingon bent over and sat on a small stool, waiting for the child named Chao Qinglang to come home. From now on, the house in this nameless alley was no different from the small house in Mud Bottle Alley. Qin Pingon stood up. In the dim light of dusk, a child could be seen walking down an alley. The gate to the courtyard was open, and when he saw Qin Pingon, his expression was wooden. He lowered his head. Chao Qinglang was silent and indifferent as he walked into his own house. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything and sat back on the stool until late at night. In the heat of the summer, even at night, the breeze still didn't feel cool. When Qin Pingon went to visit Xiaolian, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a roughly made hassock fan, so he took it out of the room. In the latter half of the night watchman sounded in the distance. Chao Qinglang walked out of the house and sat next to Qin Pingon with a small stool. Qin Pingon handed over the palm leaf fan. Chao Qinglang hesitated for a moment and took it. After a moment of silence, Qin Pingon said softly, "I'm sorry." From beginning to end, the child did not say anything. He did not blame Qin Pingon, nor did he say that he did not blame him. He just lowered his head and whimpered. The next day, Chao Qinglang got up very late and there was no sound of the morning reading. Qin Pingon went to the school and wanted to help Chao Qinglang say hello to the teacher. However, there were only a few people along the way. When he arrived at the school, he found that the door was closed. He did not even see the face of the teacher. However, Qin Pingon found that there were no spies from the Nanyuan Kingdom nearby. It should be the imperial tutor Zhou Xian's intention. In the next 2 days, there were people who secretly moved away from the area. The brothels and taverns in Zhuyan Alley quieted down overnight, and there were not many visitors. On this evening, Qin Pingon carried a wooden stool and sat at the corner of an alley. If it were in the past, there would be a chess stall here. 2 lousy chess players would fight until the sky turned dark, while countless lousy chess players would make their moves. The street was still full of ravines and broken walls. It was unbearable to look at. Qin Pingon stood up. It turned out that Zhou Xian was here. Zhou Xian and Qin Pingon strolled along the street. Zhou Xian looked tired and said with a smile, "This market in the capital has been secretly cordoned off. All the gossips have been controlled. His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince are very curious about you and want to see you. I stopped them. However, if you want, you can enter the palace at any time. Or you can come to my place to relax." Qin Pingon nodded and agreed. Zhou Xian wore a green robe and his hair was white. In just a few days he looked old. It could be seen that the imperial tutor was not in a good mood. He continued, Yushini built a small hut in the ruins of the Jinyo mountain and wanted to cultivate there. His Majesty demanded that unless Yushini moved the Hushan sect into the territory of the Nanyuan kingdom, he would expel Yushini by force. Yushini ignored him. I hoped that His Majesty could wait a little longer, but His Majesty did not agree. He has mobilized troops and horses. Soon there will be more than 10,000 elites surrounding the Jinyo mountain area. Qin Pingon thought for a while and asked, "That Fan Wan-er from the Mirror Heart House?" Zhou Qian first told Qin Pingon about Fan Wan-er's life. Then he said helplessly, "I guess His Majesty must have met her in private. That's why he made this decision." He thought that as long as he had her, the general of the North Jin Kingdom Tang Tie and of course Zhou Qian, the situation would not be too bad. Speaking of this, Zhou Qian stood at the edge of a gully. It was the place where Qin Pingon had punched him into the air. He smiled and said, "His Majesty has tested me many times asking about your character and origin. I can neither deceive His Majesty nor involve you in these worldly grudges. I only said that you would not support the Nanyuan kingdom, nor would you help Yushini. Wild cranes like the clouds only live in the depths of the clouds. They will not associate with chickens and dogs, let alone compete with them for food." Qin Pingon clasped his hands and thanked him. Zhou Qian waved his hand and said, "If it were me, I would be more upset than you." Qin Pingon took off his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Zhou Qian recalled something. "I was the one who personally dealt with the tragedy of the family you lived in. The imperial court has captured many of the remaining members of the devil cult. I can confirm that it was Ding Ying who ordered the murder. She probably wanted Zhou Shi, the hairpin boy of the Spring Tide Palace, to fight with you as soon as possible. She wanted him to be unable to stay out of the matter so that Lu Feng and Zhou Fei would be dragged out. Moreover, through Chao Qinglong's confession in the Yamen, I know that Ding Ying did this not because of you, but because Ding Ying mistakenly thought that Chao Qinglang was related to Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Temple." Qin Pingon hummed in acknowledgement. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "Where is this place?" Zhou Qian was stunned and puzzled. Qin Pingon pointed at the long breath behind him and explained, "I carried this sword on my back and stumbled into this place by accident. After going around in circles for a long time, I didn't even know that I was already inside." Zhou Qian smiled and introduced some historical records about the blessed land of Lotus Root and the banished immortals. Qin Pingon then understood. The old Daoist only said half of what he said. The Taoist temple did not exist, but it could be said that the entire blessed land of Lotus Root was the old Daoist's Taoist temple. In the beginning, Qin Pingon felt that something was wrong when he realized that there were 2 Northern Jin Kingdom in one continent. The lotus figure was found in the temple of the Northern Jin Kingdom. At first, Qin Pingon thought that the Tongya continent and the Baoping continent had different customs. He even went to the bookstore in Zhuyan Alley to read many unofficial histories and literates' writings. The more he read, the stranger he felt. He did not give up and went to the private library of a noble family. He wanted to confirm the specific location of the Nanyuan kingdom in the Tongya continent through the official historian. However, it was still shrouded in fog and there was only the history of the 4 kingdoms in the books. Later, when the scandal of the White River Temple was exposed, the 4 Grand Masters of the Black Bull Mountain gathered. Qin Pingon felt that it was even more unbelievable that they all liked to use the word world. The imperial tutor Xianxia was the best in the world, the Nanyuan kingdom was the most powerful country in the world, Dong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Pavilion was the most beautiful woman in the world, and so on. Later on the night of the White River Temple, Ding Ying, Zhou Xian and Ye Er snuck into the main hall to look for the golden body of Luohan. Before this, Qin Pingon had the old monk of the Temple of Xianxia, a qi cultivator, by his side. In addition, he had not been in the capital for long. Very soon he saw the green dress that liked to dance under the moonlight. Hence Qin Pingon did not think too much about it. He only thought that it was a land of no return, due to the environment. It was just like the Baoping continent where the old sage of sword song Yuxiao was from, where the martial arts were strong. Now that he thought about it carefully, Qin Pingon felt even more terrified and chills ran down his spine. It was just like when he took a look at the well. Although he knew that he was in the blessed land of Lotus Root, Qin Pingon still could not figure out how to enter and when to enter. As long as the old Daoist did not appear for a day, Qin Pingon would never know the answer. As the imperial tutor, Zhongqiu's world situation had become unpredictable after the great battle. There were many things that required his decision. Today he came to visit Qin Pingon for 2 reasons. Firstly, to prevent any misunderstandings. Secondly, he came here to relax and take a breather. Hence, after talking about what needed to be talked about, Zhongqiu bade farewell and left. Before he left, Qin Pingon said apologetically, "I can't leave the blessed land of Lotus Root for now." Zhongqiu smiled and said, "It's okay. Anyway, you Qin Pingon don't look like a banished immortal." After Zhongqiu left, he walked alone on the cold street with a gloomy expression. The first banished immortal that he and Eugenie met back then was Qin Pingon. Would it be a different ending today? Qin Pingon picked up the small stool and walked into the dark alley. Qin Pingon suddenly narrowed his eyes. There was a skinny little girl standing outside the courtyard. She subconsciously took a step back, raised her head and looked at the guy's face carefully. She did not dare to say a single word of what she had prepared to say. Qin Pingon asked, "Where are those books?" The little girl blinked and shook her head vigorously. "I don't know." As if she was afraid that Qin Pingon would not believe her, she said with a wronged expression, "A few days ago you fought so fiercely with those bad guys. At that time a man and a woman walked out from the alley. I didn't dare to go back to the alley and sat on the stool obediently. After that I couldn't see you and couldn't wait for you. I was afraid that the bad guys would find me, so I quickly ran away." Qin Pingon waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. He did not want to see this scheming little girl again. The little girl said pitifully, "I beg you, let me finish my meal before I leave." It turned out that she had smelled the fragrance of the food. Qin Pingon ignored her and locked the door behind him. It turned out that Chao Qinglang had prepared dinner. The child was smart and filial. Although he had never personally cooked before, he had seen his mother cook many times. If he were to cook by himself, of course the food he made would not be delicious, but it would be edible. For the past 2 days, Chao Qinglang had been cooking by himself. Qin Pingon had never joined him. Usually, Chao Qinglang would take the initiative to leave the courtyard after going to the kitchen. It was the same today. In the past, when he went back, the child would have finished eating. He would clean up the table and go back to his room. Occasionally at night, Chao Qinglang would come out to sit for a while to cool down. But today was different. Chao Qinglang sat at the table and ate very slowly. Moreover, there was an extra set of chopsticks on the table opposite him. Qin Pingon walked into the room quietly. After sitting down, he chewed slowly without making any sound. There was a flop in the courtyard. The skinny little girl stood up, patted the dust off her body and tiptoed outside the house. She did not dare to go in. She squatted there and stretched her neck to look at the food on the table. Chao Qinglang thought about it and went to the kitchen to get a bowl of rice for her. He walked to her and handed her the bowl and chopsticks. "Let's eat together." Qin Pingon put down the bowl and chopsticks and looked at her. He was about to cry. She put down the bowl and chopsticks and did not move. Chao Qinglang said helplessly, "It's okay, let's eat." She was still staring at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon picked up the bowl and chopsticks, not wanting to look at her. She then lowered her head and began to eat. Occasionally she would take a piece of the food with her chopsticks like a thief. The 3 of them were almost done eating. Chao Qinglang got up to clean up the table. The little girl glanced at Qin Pingon and pretended to help Chao Qinglang clean up. The two of them were the same age and returned to the kitchen together. She looked at the courtyard and saw that the guy was not there. She lowered her voice and complained, "There's no oil and it's so salty. Do you even know how to cook? You're already an adult. Can't you be a little more mature?" Chao Qinglang was speechless. Seeing that she was unwilling to forgive him, he could only say, "I'll be careful next time." However, Qin Pingon suddenly appeared at the kitchen door. The skinny little girl immediately shut up. She was about to turn around and pretend that she did not see Qin Pingon, but she saw him waving at her with a sharp gaze. She could only walk out with her head down. Qin Pingon pulled her collar like a chicken. He opened the door with one hand and put her outside with the other. Before he closed the door, he said, "If you dare to climb over the wall again, I'll throw you out of the capital." That night Qin Pingon had been resting with his eyes closed. Not long after Chao Qinglang came out to cool off, he heard coughing outside the courtyard door. He went over to open the door and saw her squatting on the ground. She looked up and crossed her arms. She smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. It's cooler in the alley outside." Chao Qinglang scratched his head with both hands. He was really afraid of this guy. Qin Pingon raised his head and furrowed his brows. Far away on a roof, under the bright moonlight, there was a man with a saber hanging on his back. He was dressed in a black robe and had a scholarly temperament. He held a pot of wine in one hand and smiled at Qin Pingon. Seeing that Qin Pingon didn't say anything, he tapped his toes and floated towards Qin Pingon's house. Qin Pingon took advantage of the fact that Chao Qinglang was still outside the door and threw a punch. The great general of Beijing, Tang Tie, was hit in the chest by a silent punch. He flew out and landed on the ridge of the roof. Tang Tie himself was one of the few great grandmasters in the world. He was not injured, but he was in a difficult situation. However, Tang Tie was not angry. Instead, he smiled apologetically at Qin Pingon, as if he was saying that he was sorry for disturbing him and that he was sorry for coming uninvited. Tang Tie, who was wearing the Forge Master on his waist, turned around and left. Qin Pingon did not have a deep impression of this person and did not want to have too much contact with him. Qin Pingon thought for a while and told Chao Qinglang not to wait for him. He walked out of the alley and went to Zhou Xian alley. Coincidentally, there was no more wine in the blade's strengthening gourd. It would be good to go out. In the middle of the night, in a deserted restaurant on the other side of Zhou Xian alley, there was only one table of guests. It was a family banquet because the cooks were brought out by the guests themselves. There were 3 men and 3 women. Not only this restaurant but the entire Zhuangyuan alley was heavily guarded. Other than the armored soldiers, there were also many experts who had concealed their identities. Unless it was a great grandmaster ranked in the top 10, it was unlikely that anyone who wanted to assassinate them would be able to see these people. These 6 people were the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom Wei Liang, the Empress Zhou Xian, the Crown Prince Wei Yan, the second prince and the youngest princess. Then there was the Taoist nun of Mount Taiping Huang Ting, and the former Fan Wanner and Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart House. The young Princess Wei Zhen had inherited her parents' looks and was a rare beauty. However, she still felt ashamed of her inferiority when she was beside the Daoist nun. She was usually quite lively, but tonight she didn't dare to speak much. She had been nestled beside her mother, Zhou Xian. She especially admired this Daoist nun who was as beautiful as a fairy. She was able to perform even better than the state preceptor Zhong in front of her imperial father. She had collected a lot of books over the years. They were all strange novels that her 2 brothers could not stand her pleading and collected from the market. What was Jianghu? The Jianghu that she envisioned was when, on a moonless and windy night, a pair of immortal swordsmen and women slaughtered their way into the lair of the bad guys that made people tremble with fear. When the sky turned white, the bandits and devils had already been beheaded. The pair of man and woman looked at each other and smiled. Finally, they spurred their horses and left, continuing to ride their horses in the Jianghu. Emperor Wei Liang smiled and asked, "There is Eugenie on the outside and Qin Pingon on the inside. Is it really okay?" Huang Ting's answer was not very polite. "Actually, these 2 people are in the capital. It's okay. One has an unusually firm heart for cultivation, and the other doesn't care about you. It's just that you as emperors like to use the phrase, 'How can you allow others to sleep beside your bed?' You feel uncomfortable in your heart. I can understand this. Plus, I don't like Eugenie, so let's just fight with him. Then Huang Ting's words were even more presumptuous. I promise to use all my strength to fight with Eugenie. After that, if I lose, the so-called elite army of the Nanyuan kingdom can't stop Eugenie. He even broke into the palace and killed your whole family. I can only try to avenge you before I ascend. Wei Liang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He drank to relieve his boredom. In fact, the most uncomfortable person was Empress Zhou Xian. Her junior sister became her master, and then she became Huang Ting of Mount Taiping. The most disappointed person was probably the Crown Prince Wei Yan. The Fan Weiner he loved in his heart could never be found again. Even if the Taoist nun in front of him was more beautiful than Fan Weiner, Wei Yan could not like her. The person who was the most uneasy was the second prince, who looked very similar to Wei Yan. From the sovereign sects Ding Ying to a large group of experts who had been hiding in the capital, they had all been caught and imprisoned by the state preceptor Zhong, the fairy of Mirror Heart Chamber, and the imperial court. The three factions of the demonic sect were inextricably linked to him, the prince of the Wei clan, who was of noble descent. The second prince found the meal tasteless as if he was chewing wax. He was a little envious of his sister's thoughtlessness, and even more jealous of the Crown Prince Wei Yan's good fortune. Who would have thought that the invincible old devil Dinging would be killed by someone? That bitchier once vowed to him that even if he died of old age, her master grandpa might not die. There was an unusual commotion outside the restaurant. Huang Ting smiled and said, "The distinguished guest is here." The Emperor Wei Liang looked out of the window immediately. He was very nervous and regretted that he did not call the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu. After all, the imperial tutor had a good relationship with that person. But after waiting for a long time, he saw that person appear from the staircase. He actually walked through the door and stairs of the restaurant. The young banished Immortal Qin Pingon did not wear the eye-catching white robe. Instead, he wore the ordinary clothes of the Nanyuan kingdom. Wei Liang calmed himself down and stood up. Since the emperor had stood up to welcome the guest, Zhou Xian and the three members of the royal family hurriedly stood up. Huang Ting did not put on airs, but she was not overly solicitous either. She stood up, left the table and walked to the window. It was as if she had removed herself from the table and handed herself over to the local tyrant and the river dragon. Both sides would do as they saw fit, and she would not be partial to anyone. Wei Liang laughed loudly and said, "The Wei family did not treat you well and caused such a big commotion. Please forgive us, Immortal Master Qin." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry about this. This disturbance has nothing to do with the Nanyuan kingdom." Emperor Wei Liang was a little uncertain. He was worried that he did not understand the deeper meaning of Qin Pingon's words. Qin Pingon had already opened his mouth and said, "I came this time because I thought that since your Majesty has come in person, there are some things that I can say directly. The Nanyuan kingdom can pretend that I don't exist. Your Majesty, please rest assured. If Ding Ying and Eugenie had not taken the initiative to find me, perhaps this fight would have had nothing to do with me." Wei Liang smiled and nodded in agreement. Immortal Master Qin is an immortal on the mountain. Naturally, you do not want to care about the disputes of the mortal world. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. The scenery in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom is very good, especially the food. It is very good. Before I leave the capital, I will definitely go there again. The emperor asked curiously, "Immortal Master, what is it?" Halfway through his sentence, Wei Liang stopped himself. He raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. "Immortal Master Qin has just set the rules. I have broken the rules. I must punish myself with a cup." Qin Pingon took off his wine gourd. "I may have to trouble your Majesty to send 2 jars of wine to me." Wei Liang laughed. "Immortal Master Qin, you are too easy to fool as an honored guest." The emperor made a joke. Empress Zhou Xian, the 2 princes and the princess immediately laughed. Qin Pingon was a little slow to realize and laughed as well. Otherwise he would appear too unreasonable. In the distance, the Daoist nun Huang Ting was facing the window, but the corners of her mouth were curled up. Qin Pingon filled the blade-strengthening gourd with wine and left the restaurant. However, he did not return to his residence in the alley. Instead, he went to the night market nearby He Temple based on his memory and ate a big bowl of that numbing, spicy and scalding thing. If one did not eat spicy food, did not drink wine, and did not drink strong wine while eating the spiciest hot pot, what joy was there in life? This was what the old sword sage of the Shui kingdom said. In the past, Qin Pingon did not feel that it made much sense. However, now that he was in the bustling city, he felt that the old man's words were true. After paying the bill, Qin Pingon left the bustling night market and walked slowly. In a quiet and deserted place, he leaped onto a roof ridge and went to the official's house deep in the courtyard. He went to his private library. This time he was not there to inquire about the history and geomancy of this world, but to look for books about bridge construction. Unfortunately, his search was fruitless, so he thought about the books and archives of the Ministry of Works. After weighing the pros and cons, he thought that it would not be too difficult to ask Xianxia if he had the chance to ask the nation preceptor for help. Also, he had to ask Xianxia for information about a scholar. Out of the library, Qin Pingon stopped at the rooftop of a tall building and sat down to drink. In the end, he raised his middle finger to the sky. There was no thunder. Qin Pingon put away the wine gourd and stood in the cool breeze. He was lost in thought. When he left the balcony of the Eagle Fortress and entered the Nanyuan Kingdom, he came across a town of paper dolls. The old monk of the Temple of Heart Reflection once repeated a sentence: "If you look at it, it will look at you." The woman who was still Fan Weiner at that time stared at him twice in the White River Temple and the night market. Her gaze seemed familiar, but she did not speak. It was not that she did not want to, but that she could not. After thinking about it carefully, he felt even more terrified. Qin Pingon sighed. The lights of the mortal world and the stars in the sky. Someone said that the latter could be the corpses of many gods. Who said that? Qin Pingon patted his head. He could not remember. He did not drink much tonight, but he was very drunk. Qin Pingon fell backward and fell into a deep sleep. An old Taoist stood on the roof and glanced at the young banished immortal who was sleeping soundly. Thinking of the scene he saw earlier, the old Taoist twitched his mouth. In the small courtyard, a young man was apologizing softly to a child. In fact, his face was full of tears. The old Taoist muttered to himself, "In your eyes, is there no small matter in the mortal world?" 324. The old Taoist held a small snow coin between his fingers, which slowly dissipated on his fingertips. He stepped out of the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom and arrived at the ruins of Mount Yunyu without a sound. Even Eugenie, who was cultivating here, did not notice anything strange. Outside the simple hut, Eugenie stood with his hands behind his back under the moonlight. The masters of the Lake Mountain faction and several direct disciples had been ordered to return to the faction and were not allowed to show their faces in public. The childlike leader of the righteous faction was wearing the silver lotus crown. This was one of the agreements between the two. After the deed was done, Ding Ying had to give him the Taoist crown. The Taoist crown was called Go Qin. It was the most mysterious magic weapon in the history of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Apart from being able to protect the body and spirit of the wearer, it could also temper the body and calm the mind. More importantly, the Taoist crown could help to find the banished immortals who were hiding everywhere. Eugenie had already roughly grasped the supernatural power of Cactus Mountain View. When he was overlooking the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom from the peak of Mount Yunyu, Ding Ying, Qin Pingon, and Lu Fong were the most dazzling lights in his eyes. Now that he had the Taoist crown, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Eugenie was 90% sure that as long as he could successfully escape from the encirclement, all the banished immortals would have a hard time in the future. The azure glass flying sword hovered beside Eugenie. There was also a celestial treasure in his sleeve that he had just obtained. The little Taoist boy with the huge golden gourd on his back did not go back on his words. Those who did not want to ascend and chose to leave the city would be given a magic weapon. Eugenie found a jade scroll in the ruins of Mount Yunyu that had been razed to the ground. This was the message to heaven written by the ancient emperors and monarchs. However, the words were strange and there was no record of it in the Four Kingdoms. Eugenie knew that the answer would most likely be in the Veneration Tower or the Mirror Heart Chamber. These two places had the best understanding of the banished immortals in the human realm beyond heaven. Eugenie didn't feel anything about Ding Ying's death, let alone feel sad. At most, he was angry that Ding Ying's efforts had gone to waste, which had caused many of his and the Lake Mountain faction's plans to change greatly. You fight with the heavens, I take care of the world. This was the tacit understanding between Ding Ying and Yu Zhini. Their great Daoists complemented each other. Therefore, the two grandmasters who were most likely to fight to the death privately chose to form an alliance and set up the trap of the Southern Yard. The difference between the two of them was that Ding Ying wanted to kill everyone else on the list while Yu Zhini only targeted the banished immortals Zhou Fei, Tong Qingqing, Feng Qingbai, and of course Qin Pingon, who had appeared at the end. Yu Zhini began to stroll under the moonlight. Every breath he took was for cultivation. This was also the reason why Yu Zhini had given up his peak martial arts cultivation with great perseverance and courage. In cultivation, the most important thing was one's temperament. This was what Yu Zhini was looking forward to. If the realm of martial arts was too low, the group of Jianghu boors would still be oblivious to the fact that they had been rolling in the mud for their entire lives. People like Qing Yuanshan are insatiably greedy, wishing that everything they see will be in their pockets. People like Tang Tie are greedy for power on the battlefield. They dream of one day sitting on mountains and beauties. It would be best if they could leave their names in history after death. However, they do not know that they cannot live forever. People like Lu Zong are only stubborn in terms of strength. They are not worth mentioning. It is a pity for Zhong Qiu. This former friend who had gone through life and death with him was trapped in a circle. The direction Yu Zhini walked in was random and the size of his steps were not fixed. When he was small, he was no different from a normal person. When he was large, he would float over 100 feet in one step. However, he never walked too far in a certain direction. Sometimes he would follow an invisible large arc and walk leisurely. This scene made the meritorious generals of the Southern Yard Kingdom who were stationed in all directions tremble with fear. They were afraid that they would be unlucky and that Yu Zhini would break out from their direction. The capital was so close that they could see it just by turning their heads. This meant that His Majesty the Emperor had a panoramic view of the movements here. Once Yu Zhini decided to break the formation tonight, who would dare to avoid the battle? No one felt that there was anything funny about nearly 10,000 elite soldiers of the Southern Yard Kingdom surrounding and suppressing a child. Who would have thought that a battle between two grandmasters could make a Yunyu mountain disappear? They were just people of flesh and blood who were proficient in battle formations. If they died on the battlefield, they would die without regrets. But to die in the blink of an eye or under the sleeves of these immortals. They might not even be able to see the other party's shadow before they died, leaving behind piles and piles of bones. What the F***ck was going on? Of course, Yu Zhini did not care about the thoughts of the soldiers of the Southern Yard Kingdom. There were only two people that he truly cared about. That was Tong Qingqing, who had not yet made a move. On the city wall, when she pulled out the sword from the broken mirror, Yu Zhini felt a trace of danger. The person that Yu Zhini feared more than her was, of course, Qin Pingon, who killed old demon Ding head-on. Yu Zhini was not afraid of being surrounded by the army. He was not even afraid of being caught and killed by Tong Qingqing. Only Qin Pingon was someone that Yu Zhini did not dare to lower his guard. As for why Qin Pingon did not stop him from absorbing the spiritual qi here and allowed him to steadily increase his state, Yu Zhini could not understand. Could it be that he was injured so badly in the battle with Ding Ying that he was just an embroidered pillow? So, when Qin Pingon stopped when he entered the city, he was actually deliberately mystifying and deceiving everyone on the city wall? Yu Zhini stopped and looked at the silhouette of the city under the moonlight. In the end, he gave up the idea of investigating. Once Qin Pingon joined forces with Mirror Heart Chamber and Zhong Qiu, it would be a real disaster. At that time, with Tang Tie and Qing Yuanshan's temperament as fence-sitters, they would definitely change their rudder and completely side with the Southern Yard Kingdom. Yu Zhini returned to the hut and stretched out his hand. His palm gently brushed across the blade of the colored glass flying sword. He was now able to ride a sword and travel far away with the grace of an immortal. However, compared to the true carefree travel recorded in the books, it was too far away. It was a pity that he could not fly too high or travel too far with the wind. Yu Zhini looked up at the bright moon. One day he would be able to ride a sword above the human world and look down at the mountains and rivers. Only the sun, the moon, and the stars were higher than him. Yu Zhini suddenly lowered his gaze. On the incomplete city wall of the capital, he could not see the faces of the people clearly. However, in Yu Zhini's eyes, there was a bright light that was extremely eye-catching. Yu Zhini sneered, "They're here already?" On the city wall, there was a young female Daoist priest with a sword on her back. She sat cross-legged on an arrow step. In one hand she held a steaming clay pot. The aroma permeated the air. Her chopsticks flew as she ate while muttering, "Oh my god, this thing is really delicious. It's just too spicy. No, next time I can't buy 2 bowls at once." At the city gate below, several horses galloped out to deliver a military order personally issued by His Majesty the Emperor. The imperial guards and the 3 capital garrisons, except for the army responsible for guarding the south gate of the capital, were to withdraw from their stations and retreat 20 miles. It was as if they were making space for someone. For Eugenie and the beautiful female Taoist priest on the city wall. She buried her head in the food and occasionally glanced in the direction of Yaoyao Mountain. If Eugenie fled now, there was nothing she could do. He could not catch up with him. She placed the clay pot beside her and placed a pair of chopsticks on top of it. The female Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain, Huang Ting, stood up and patted her stomach. He was full of regret. "This supper is a bit too much. I've gained 2 pounds. Sai Fan Weiner rice bowl? Your rice bowl, aren't you?" When it began, the 3 southern garden elites began to move their stations slowly. The female Taoist priest Huang Ting stared at Eugenie with sharp eyes. She wiped her mouth and said softly, "I think I'll be thin again after this battle." Qin Pingon, who was sleeping soundly on the roof, was awakened by the huge commotion outside the city. He looked to the south and saw 2 bright sword lights reflecting each other. It was Eugenie's colored glass flying sword and Huang Ting's sword in the mirror. Qin Pingon did not return to his residence to get the long qi. Instead he took out a sword and a knife from Flying Sword 15 and hung them around his waist. They were Dou Ziji's sword, Infatuation, and the narrow knife, Ceasing Snow, which had been passed down from generation to generation in the Eagle Castle. He swept away, his figure like a wisp of smoke. Xianxia was already standing on the city wall. Qin Pingon came to the side of the Southern Garden Imperial tutor. Qin Pingon asked, "They're fighting just like that?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Huang Ting is a cultivator from your hometown. Her perception of spiritual qi is far better than ours." Qin Pingon said, "Does she think that Eugenie will lose if she keeps swallowing spiritual qi like a whale?" Xianxia said helplessly, "Of course not. If so, Huang Ting would have attacked long ago." According to her, she deliberately waited until Eugenie was full before attacking, so that Eugenie would not have an excuse if he lost. Qin Pingon really could not understand the thoughts of the crown nun of Mount Taiping. How could she treat a matter of life and death as child's play when it came to her? On the other hand, Qin Pingon himself, from the battle on the street, from Ma Xian the People Woman and the smiling face, he had been testing the depth of this world while hiding his strength time and time again. Then he schemed against the Bird's Eye Peak land boat and finally Zhongqiu and Ding Ying. Every step he took was meticulous and careful, and every punch he threw was steady and steady. Although he did not understand her thoughts, Qin Pingon still admired and envied Huang Ting in his heart. In Jianghu, if one could do it regardless of life and death, one should be so fearless of death. Qin Pingon told Zhongqiu about the books on bridge construction, and Zhongqiu agreed with a smile. Then there was the matter of the People Woman and the poor scholar surnamed Jiang. For an imperial tutor, finding a scholar who stayed in the capital to participate in the imperial examination was also a small matter. However, Zhongqiu did not agree immediately. Instead he asked, "Are you sure you want to see that scholar?" Qin Pingon said, "Whether I see him or not, we'll see when the time comes." Only then did Zhongqiu nod. The 2 of them looked in the direction of Yunyu Mountain. Eugenie and Huang Ting, the 2 great grandmasters who were firmly in the top 3 in the world, were fighting more and more fiercely. Often, a wisp of sword light could be dozens of feet long or even dozens of feet long. They probably felt that the place where Qin Pingon and Zhongqiu stood side by side was the safest place in the world. Empress Zhou Xian, Crown Prince Wei Yan, Princess Wei Jin, and a white-haired old general, under the close escort of the imperial guards, climbed up the city wall and headed straight for the 2 of them. Zhou Xian naturally did not dare to put on airs in front of Zhongqiu. The 2 of them exchanged greetings without any loss of etiquette. When Wei Jin saw the imperial tutor, she trembled with fear. There was no other way. Zhongqiu was one of her teachers. The first time the princess was beaten was also because of the imperial tutor. At that time the little girl was crying and snot all over her face. She went to find her father and mother, who were playing chess. One said that the punishment was good, the other said that the punishment was too light. After that, Wei Zhen feared the imperial tutor like a wolf, a tiger or a leopard. For the old general to be able to travel with these three nobles, he must be the most prestigious old man in the Nanyuan kingdom. Sure enough, when Zhou Xian saw him, he directly called out his name and greeted him. Lu Shao, why are you here? The old general was dressed in armor and full of energy. He snorted coldly and said, most of the Jingji soldiers outside are great men trained by me. What's wrong with me taking off my armor and returning home? I admit that I can't break through the enemy lines on the battlefield, but I, Lu Shao, have not lost my ability to mobilize troops and punish generals. It's fine if you don't let me out of the city, but can't I send them off with my eyes? The old man slapped the top of the city wall and said angrily, why can't you flying Jianghu Grandmaster stop for a moment? The fights were so noisy that more than half of the people in the capital couldn't sleep well, especially that banished immortal in a white robe. He bragged that he was so divine that even old Demon Ding was defeated by him. He was so handsome that my two grandchildren kept asking me if I knew him. One said that she wanted to learn from Immortal Master Chen, and the other said that she wanted to see a hero. I don't know him. If I see that white-robed man, I will point at his nose and scold him half to death. Let's not talk about other things, but that name is really not good. Zhou Xian held back his laughter. The old man was so angry that he frowned and was about to curse. Zhou Xian waved his hand and said, that's enough. The Empress, the Crown Prince and the Princess are all here. Lu Shao should stop scolding. The old general sullenly stopped. Qin Pingon didn't say anything. He thought that the old general was a straightforward person, but his temper was a bit hot. Lu Shao caught a glimpse of the young man's line of sight. The angry old general glared at him and said, boy, what are you looking at? How dare you laugh at me? Qin Pingon didn't talk back. He just took off the flagon and took a sip of wine. The old general mistakenly thought that this person was a Jianghu man. Since he could stand with Zhou Xian, he was most likely a young master with good martial arts skills. He said earnestly, boy, look at you. You look like a scholar. I'm not taking advantage of my seniority, but I, Lu Shao, am very good at judging people. I sincerely advise you not to wander around Jianghu in the future. I don't expect you to go to the battlefield to make a name for yourself. You don't need to die on the battlefield. You just need to learn more from our imperial tutor. Of course, only learn from his side of the sage of literature. What's so good about being a Wu Grandmaster? Qin Pingon was speechless. He squeezed out a smile, nodded awkwardly and took another sip of wine. Although the old man was hot-tempered and his words were not pleasant to hear, he was actually very kind. Princess Wei Zhen covered her mouth and snickered. She knew the identity of this young man. She had seen him once at the restaurant in Zhuiyun Alley. But the old general only knew that the young man who killed old Demon Ding was wearing a white robe, could fly a sword and knew magic arts. He didn't know that the guy he threatened to scold was far away in the sky but right in front of him. Even the old general, who was quite disgusted with Jianghu, couldn't help but secretly sigh when he saw the sword light on the Black Ox Mountain. What a real immortal. But the stubborn old general didn't let go of any opportunity to teach the young man who had gone astray. He turned his head and advised, see, this is the demeanor of a grandmaster. How many years will it take for you to reach this level? Even if I give you 100 years, you won't be able to do it. So it's better to give up martial arts and pursue literature. If one day you understand and are willing to throw away your pen and join the army, that's even better. As long as I'm not in the coffin at that time, you can come to me and I'll personally recommend you. You can choose any elite border army of the Nanyuan kingdom. The old general's saliva splattered everywhere. Qin Pingon wiped his face and sighed. He had to tell the old general his name. My name is Qin Pingon. The old general snorted. What's wrong with your name being Qin Pingon? It's not a family name. I'm familiar with all the high-ranking officials of the Nanyuan kingdom. The old general suddenly stopped talking and nodded with a straight face. He gave a thumbs up and pretended to be stupid. Good name. Then the old general acted as if nothing had happened. He silently walked to Zhou Xian's side and then silently moved until he reached the crown prince's side. The old general planned to not speak for a while and practice silent meditation. Qin Pingon watched the battle of the Black Ox Mountain for a while and said, I'll go first. Of course no one stopped him. After about half an hour, Zhou Xian saw some clues about the battle. He smiled and said with emotion, Previously the odds were 50 to 50. Now it's much worse than him. Zhou Xian still couldn't see anything and neither could Crown Prince Wei Yan. As for the old General Liu Xiao and Princess Wei Zhen, they were even more confused. Liu Xiao wondered, Imperial tutor he left just like that? Zhongqiu smiled. As long as Qin Pingon is willing to appear on the city wall tonight, Eugenie won't dare to act recklessly. At this point Zhongqiu turned his head and sighed in his heart. Didn't he say that he wouldn't care about anything? When Qin Pingon quietly returned to the courtyard, the sky was still dark. These days, the little lotus girl had been curled up in the golden wine robe and slept more and more soundly. Qin Pingon didn't wear the golden wine robe back. When he entered the room, he found that the little girl's breathing was becoming more and more stable. She changed her sleeping position and Qin Pingon helped to roll up the corner of the golden wine robe. Qin Pingon walked out of the room. The skinny little girl was sitting on a small stool and leaning against the door. She frowned in her sleep. Qin Pingon could even vaguely see from her sleeping position that she was very wary of the world despite her young age. Qin Pingon clenched his fists and gently placed them on his knees, quietly waiting for dawn. The old Taoist suddenly appeared and stood beside him, one standing and the other sitting. The old Taoist went straight to the point. Since you're carrying Qin Qingdo's long qi sword, I'll make an exception and let you enter this blessed land with your body and soul intact. As for why you're here, of course I can figure it out. It's not difficult for me to help you rebuild the longevity bridge, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The old Taoist pointed at Chao Qinglong's room. I heard your conversation with that child about right and wrong, so I knew about your relationship with the old Xiucai. After all, I'm the first person in the world to know about the old Xiucai's order. How dare you mislead my child with such a muddled account? At this point the old Taoist sneered. So I decided to raise the bar a little. That's why the encirclement happened and Ding Ying imprisoned the Fengtsuan item. If you're not capable enough and die here, then leave the long qi sword behind and I won't make things too difficult for you. At most I'll keep you here for a few decades. You can return to how you came and you don't have to worry about your soul and body. I don't get along with the old Xiucai, so I won't vent my anger on you. But there must be rules. Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. I see. The old Taoist sneered. Later on there was an expert from the school of Yin Yang and he was quite an expert. One time he acted ambiguously and stepped on my bottom line. So I tolerated him and didn't argue with him. But his disciple, who was born with the body of the fish of Yin Yang, didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He possessed Fan Weiner twice, trying to warn you and tell you the way to leave the blessed land. So I destroyed the other two treasures on your body. Qin Pingon asked, is it the paper figurine town and the northern Jin kingdom? The old Taoist smiled. You're not that stupid after all. These two places are the work of that person. It's quite interesting. As for why he was willing to act, you've suffered in his hands before? Qin Pingon's forehead was covered in sweat. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. It was smaller than life and death. Life and death were often decided in an instant. Qin Pingon's fear was like being in a white fog. One wrong step and he would fall off a cliff. Then there would be someone standing at the edge of the cliff looking at him coldly. That person. Qin Pingon only remembered now. It was the honest man who brushed shoulders with him at the Eagle Fortress. The man even grinned at him. It was also the man who sold candied haws when he was young. That good man with a smile. At the Eagle Fortress, Qin Pingon felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember. What Qin Pingon remembered was not the man's appearance but his smile. From the Pearl Grotto heaven to the Tongye continent. Qin Pingon raised his arm and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The old Taoist asked, you finally remember who it is. Then do you understand? Qin Pingon nodded and said, I understand why he reminded me out of kindness. He doesn't want me to enter the lotus flower blessed land that he can't control. He's just afraid of you, old senior, so he doesn't dare to act brazenly. The old Taoist nodded and said, it's a little better than being stupid. You're actually only half right. That person doesn't have any evil intentions towards you. Otherwise, with your luck, how could you find the little lotus flower person? The old Taoist asked again, I can solve this situation but others can't? But you only know the truth now. Isn't it strange? Qin Pingon shook his head and said without hesitation, it's not strange. If it was in the past, it wouldn't be strange either. After all, it's not strange that I don't know anything. But after coming to the lotus flower blessed land, connecting it to the people and things I met during my 2 travels, I've thought it through. The old Taoist nodded and said, "Then you're a little smart now." Qin Pingon asked, "When can I leave the lotus flower blessed land?" The old Taoist smiled and said, "You should ask when you can leave the Nanyuan kingdom first." This time the old Taoist didn't keep him in suspense. "When the Nanyuan kingdom's capital is over, I'll take you to see the world." Qin Pingon took down the wine jug and hung it in the air. He didn't drink it. He couldn't help but muster up his courage and asked, "Why?" The old Taoist chuckled, "Old Senior's Tao is very powerful. It's very boring." (325) Qin Pingon applied what he had learned from the old general Liu Xiao and pretended not to hear the sarcasm in the old Taoist's words. When Qin Pingon finished drinking, the old Taoist had already disappeared from the small courtyard. The old Taoist was always elusive and Qin Pingon could do nothing about it. At dawn, the skinny little girl who was sleeping against the door of the woodshed had already woken up. She saw the rich man in the white robe strolling in the courtyard with his eyes closed like a blind man. One of his palms was open with the palm facing up, resting on his abdomen, and the other hand was clenched in front of his chest. His steps were small and slow. It was as if he was hesitating whether or not he should punch her palm. She waited in boredom, feeling that he would punch her. It would be great if this fellow's eyes were really blind. It would be even better if he accidentally punched through his own palm with a smack. At the thought of this, the skinny little girl was a little happy. She was afraid that he would see through her, so she quickly put on a straight face and deliberately yawned. Qin Pingon opened his eyes and removed the strange posture. He had learned it from Ding Ying. The reason why he brought it up today was that he felt that the female ghost in the wedding dress, the blind old Taoist with 2 disciples, had learned the thunder method, which required a heavy punch to pound the Qi mansion. It was a little similar to Ding Ying's. Qin Pingon did not look at the little girl, nor did he stop walking. He continued to immerse himself in the pinnacle stance that Zhong Qiu had comprehended. He said, "Go and see if Chao Qinglong's school is open. If the headmaster has not started teaching again, ask the neighbors nearby when the class will start." The little girl bargained and asked, "Can I go after breakfast? I'm hungry and can't walk." Qin Pingon said indifferently, "When you come back, fill the water tank in the kitchen and you'll have food." The little girl stared at Qin Pingon's side face and did not see that he was joking. She deliberately stood up unsteadily, walked around Qin Pingon and walked out of the courtyard. After leaving the alley, she squatted at the corner of the street for a long time, and then ran all the way to the gate of the courtyard. Her forehead was already sweating. She bent down, put her hands on her hips and panted while facing the guy who was still walking. "He hasn't opened the door yet. I asked an aunt, and she said that the headmaster was scared out of his wits by the previous fight and won't open the door recently." Qin Pingon did not say anything and pointed to the kitchen. The little girl went to the kitchen with a sad face and took the smallest bucket. Fortunately, there was still more than half of the well water in the water tank. If it was empty, she was sure that she would not be willing to leave the bucket behind and run away. When she walked to the gate of the courtyard, she heard the sound of Chao Qinglang reciting. With her back to the courtyard, she rolled her eyes and grimaced in disdain. Fetching water was really tiring. When she returned to the courtyard with the bucket, she still stuck to the wall and carefully walked around the person. She ran into the kitchen and drew water from the well. She only fetched less than half a bucket of water. She was tired on the way back, so she poured a lot of water away. In fact, when she returned to the courtyard, the bottom of the bucket was only a little more than an inch high. She quickly turned her head to look and did not see the person. She immediately lifted the bucket and gently scooped up half a bucket of water from the water tank. Then she lifted the bucket with all her strength, tilted it and poured the water into the water tank. Qin Pingon saw all of this clearly, but he did not expose her on the spot. She would rather spend so much time and effort to be lazy than to put in some effort. Chao Qinglang memorized a few articles and went to the kitchen to cook. Qin Pingon said that he might be back very late today. Chao Qinglang nodded. Qin Pingon left the alley and passed by Zhuyun Alley. The courtyard where Ding Ying and the evil Cultivation heir stayed was lifeless. It was obvious that it had been abandoned. The incense in the temple of Xianxia was getting fewer and fewer. As for the martial arts school's morning practice, they were working harder than before. Shouts came one after another, and the martial arts master's voice was especially loud. It was probably because of the previous battle that frightened the common people and made them feel that the world was not peaceful. However, it also fascinated the Jianghu disciples. If there were no storms, could it still be called Jianghu? This time Qin Pingon did not wear the golden wine. He wore a brand new green robe. First, the lotus figure had not yet recovered, so he still needed a robe that looked like a small paradise. Second, Qin Pingon did not want to show off. He even left the blade-strengthening gourd in the house and let Chewy Wu and Chewy Wu look after the lotus figure who was recovering. However, he hung the long sword Infatuation and the narrow saber Stopping Snow at his waist. In this way he looked like a wanderer who liked to play with swords and spears. Qin Pingon went to look for Zhou Xian. He wanted to trouble the Nanyuan imperial tutor with another matter. Although the big pile of books that the little girl stole from the house were all ordinary books, and the 2 immortal books bought by the inverted mountain were kept in the square-inch object, Qin Pingon still wanted to get them back. This was because on the title page of each book, there was a description of where Qin Pingon bought it and when it was written in regular script. These books that were collected from everywhere had a special meaning to Qin Pingon. It had nothing to do with what the Confucian sages said, there is a house of gold in a book and there is a jade in a book. Everyone knew that Zhou Xian lived near the imperial palace, but few people knew the specific location of his seclusion. Fortunately, Qin Pingon was now so famous in the Nanyuan kingdom that a master of the Nanyuan kingdom who was recruited by the imperial court showed up and respectfully led Qin Pingon to Zhou Xian's residence. It was a quiet mansion in the Zhou Xian market. Zhou Xian market was the real foot of the emperor. The people who lived here were either rich or noble. The streets and alleys were covered with dense shade. In the serene silence there was a graceful atmosphere and strict rules. It was completely different from the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs and the chattering of orioles in Zhuangyan Alley. There was no plaque hanging in the mansion. It was not big in the Zhou Xian market and only had 3 courtyards. Qin Pingon thanked the master in charge of leading the way. After walking in alone, Qin Pingon found that it was not quiet inside. There were many young faces busy. They were wearing official uniforms, but according to the Nanyuan Kingdom's official rights, their ranks were not high and they were just low-level officials. The rooms were full of people. Most of the young people who were holding documents and passing through the doors were in a hurry. Occasionally they would walk side by side and talk about things. When they saw Qin Pingon who was carrying a saber and a sword, they just glanced at him and did not take him seriously. Zhou Xian stood under the eaves of the main courtyard with 2 courtyards and welcomed Qin Pingon with a smile. Beside him was a young official who was reporting on government affairs. After Zhou Xian gave a rough answer and suggestion, the 2 of them asked questions and were concise and to the point. When the young official saw Qin Pingon, he was obviously curious. However, the imperial tutor did not reveal Qin Pingon's identity, so he did not dare to investigate in private and took his leave. Zhou Xian took Qin Pingon to the backyard. It was different from the lively and bustling atmosphere in the front. Separated by a wall, it was a completely different world. In the corner there was a large clump of plantains. It was so green that it looked as if water would drip out. On the stone table there was an ancient chessboard and a chess box. This should be the imperial tutor's residence. It was neither shabby nor extravagant, but elegant and simple. Zhou Xian and Qin Pingon sat opposite each other at the stone table. Zhou Xian said that he had already asked the officials of the Ministry of Works to collect and organize the books on bridges. As for the intelligence report on the scholar surnamed Jiang, he should be able to send it to Qin Pingon tonight. Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed and told him about the stolen books that were sold cheaply. Zhou Xian agreed with a smile. Qin Pingon took the initiative to speak. He said that the capital was in turmoil and he still had to trouble the imperial tutor with so many trivial matters. He was willing to do something and hoped that the imperial tutor could just ask. Zhou Xian did not stand on ceremony and said that he wanted to ask Qin Pingon to help guide his 2 direct disciples. Zhou Xian's disciples had to join the army after they finished their apprenticeship. They had to start as soldiers and stay in the border army for at least 10 years. After 10 years, Zhou Xian would not restrict them if they wanted to advance step by step in the army or leave the border army to travel the martial arts world. However, if they chose to travel the Jianghu, they could not announce that they were Zhongqiu's disciples. If they were discovered, there was no room for discussion. Zhongqiu could take back all the martial arts he taught them. The two direct disciples beside Zhongqiu were young and had not finished their apprenticeship. They were very talented and had high aspirations. Of course, there was no problem with their character. It was just that they had never really traveled the Jianghu and needed someone to suppress their spirit. Zhongqiu had been under a lot of pressure in recent years. In order to deal with the generational appointment, especially to guard against Ding Ying and Yu Zhini, it was very difficult for him to focus on teaching his disciples martial arts. Zhongqiu was worried that his two disciples who he had high hopes for would remain his disciples for the rest of their lives. Qin Pingon did not mind, although he did not feel that he was qualified to be a teacher and teach others anything. However, Qin Pingon did not expect that Zhongqiu would personally take him to see his two disciples. He could not help but ask, "Won't it affect the imperial tutor's work?" Zhongqiu smiled and said, "If I, Zhongqiu, am not here, things will become a mess. It means that I have been in the imperial court of the Nanyuan kingdom for so many years and have not done my job well. I only know how to give orders." Speaking of this, Zhongqiu, who had led Qin Pingon out of the small door in the backyard, suddenly asked, as the imperial tutor, how should he deal with people arguing and fighting on the road? Qin Pingon thought for a while and said, if it does not affect his work, he should take care of it. Zhongqiu asked again, and then? Qin Pingon shook his head. Zhongqiu smiled and said, according to what you said, as an official with a very high position, he can indeed take care of these trivial matters as long as it does not affect his work. However, the most important thing is that he should immediately reflect on himself. Why would there be people arguing and fighting on the streets within his jurisdiction? After some thought, Qin Pingon deeply agreed. Zhongqiu and Qin Pingon walked on the secluded street, under the deep shade of the trees. In the middle of summer, many of the markets in the capital were like steamers, so hot that there was nowhere to hide. However, here the pedestrians felt much cooler. Zhongqiu sighed and said, this was originally an allusion in a sage's book. That imperial tutor told the people around him that this matter should not be handled by him. He should not have overstepped his boundaries. When I first read this when I was young, I felt enlightened. However, the more books I read and the more people I saw, it was inevitable that I would have doubts and be puzzled. Zhongqiu did not continue. Qin Pingon did not speak either. He only thought that if Mr. Qi or the sage of literature were here, they would definitely be able to solve Zhongqiu's problems and explain those principles clearly. Zhongqiu laughed and no longer felt sad. He started to talk about business with Qin Pingon. Yu Zhini has already returned to the sect in Songlai Kingdom and brought Qing Yuanshan, the sage of arms who secretly left the city. At that time, everyone on the city wall except for Zhou Fei, who had ascended Year of the Devil Cult, and Lu Zong, all of us who walked down the city wall had some gains. Yu Zhini seemed to have found a golden jade manuscript, Monk Yun too got a white jade lotus root, and the spies in the capital did not find out what Tang Tie got. Ai Zhongqiu got a book of pictures of the 5 sacred mountains. The things in the book are all about the immortals. It talks about how to confer the 5 sacred mountains and gather the spiritual qi of the country's mountains and rivers. However, I don't practice Taoism or magic, so this book is meaningless to me. Zhongqiu sighed and continued. Because Qing Yuanshan was hiding in the city, he missed the sound of the drum and ended up empty-handed. His disciples have been expelled from the country. However, if Qing Yuanshan himself had run slower, I would have left him here. After all, Qing Yuanshan is a vengeful person. After suffering such a big loss in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, he will definitely instigate the grassland cavalry to go south and rob. Regarding this Book of Immortals, it was still a hidden danger. Zhongqiu could not destroy it and could only hide it carefully. Once Yu Zhini knew about this, he would be determined to get it. Perhaps for the first time, Yu Zhini, who did not care about the affairs of the mortal world, would have the ambition to support puppets and fight for the world. His goal was to confer the 5 sacred mountains as the rightful ruler of the world. Then he would be able to gather the spiritual qi of the 5 sacred mountains for his own use and become a real immortal on land. Zhongqiu and Qin Pingon talked about the general trend of the world. The female Taoist Huang Ting, who fought to a draw with Yu Zhini, has already transferred the sect master of Jing Xen chamber to the Empress. Huang Ting herself has left the capital and no one knows where she went. She only said that she wanted to find a good place to practice her swordsmanship. Empress Zhou Xian will soon pass away due to illness and will be in charge of Xianxia Pavilion. His Majesty can't do anything about it. There has been a rebellion at Jingyanglu recently and they have colluded with the remnants of the three demonic sect. Zhou Xian has completely lost control. Jingyanglu has announced to the Jianghu that from today onwards, Jingyanglu will no longer rank the top 10 of the world. The great general of northern Jin Tangtie is still hesitating whether to join our Nanyuan kingdom. Qin Pingon listened attentively. Zhou Xian sighed. If only you were standing in that position instead of Ding Ying, who is bent on winning against the heavenly Dao. How good would that be? Qin Pingon was puzzled. Zhou Xian smiled. Anyway, it's just a compliment. Don't take it too seriously. Qin Pingon smiled. It was not the kind of polite conversation he had with Emperor Wei Liang at the restaurant that night. Getting along with Zhou Xian was like entering a room with orchids. The residence of Zhou Xian's two disciples was 2 markets away from here. The residence occupied a large area and was called a martial arts school. It was not open to the public and was organized by Zhou Xian's eldest disciple. He had been in the military for 20 years and became a general. Later he was seriously injured on the battlefield and retired from the border army. Every time Zhou Xian's disciples entered the capital, they did not dare to disturb their master and would often meet there. There was a huge age gap between these disciples. The oldest was close to 50 years old and the 2 youngest disciples were a pair of 15 or 16 years old. As a result, when the 2 of them walked to the martial arts field, Zhou Xian could not help laughing. A dozen people including the 2 disciples were lively there. There were the grandchildren of the old General Liu Shao and the 2 disciples' good friends in the capital. Most of them were children of the rich and powerful families in the capital who were mellow in character and longed for Jianghu. A few of them had already made plans to travel with Zhou Xian's 2 disciples on the pretext of studying in Jianghu. Zhou Xian did not interfere with this. The beauty of youth, even if a little childishness, should not be blindly denied by the life experience of an old man and should not be casually killed. Zhou Xian looked at these children. Sometimes he was annoyed by their naughtiness, but more often he thought they were cute. Therefore he felt that this world was not a blessed land of lotus flowers and there were no banished immortals. Qin Pingon was a little surprised to find an acquaintance among these people. It was the young woman he had seen riding a horse on the street with her companion when he was strolling in the capital. In order to make up for her friend's mistake, she threw a purse to an old woman who was setting up a stall. In order to show off her horsemanship, she fell hard and flipped over on the horse. Covered in mud, she still held her head high and was in high spirits. At that time, Qin Pingon even gave her a thumbs up, but at that time the woman ignored him and even rolled her eyes. At first no one recognized Qin Pingon. After all, he was not wearing a white robe and had a scarlet wine gourd hanging from his neck. However, these young people were respectful and fearful of imperial tutor Zhou Xian. When Zhou Xian appeared, they all kept quiet out of fear. The 2 disciples also felt a little guilty. They had indeed neglected their martial arts in the past few days. There was no helping it. These friends came rushing over, their eyes shining as they talked about the deeds of the white-robed sword Immortal. They all said that the young grandmaster who had killed old demon Ding was on very good terms with their master and might be waiting here for him to appear. Old General Liu Zhao's grandson and granddaughter even swore that their grandfather's face was glowing when he returned home. He said that during the battle between Yi Yuzhini and the Mirror Heart Temple's disciple outside Qingqing City, the sword Immortal named Qin Pingon was standing by his side. They regretted not meeting earlier and were already friends despite their age difference. It was a pity that sword Immortal Qin was a very busy immortal. However, he promised to visit the general's residence whenever he was free. Liu Zhao's youngest grandson was only 12 or 13 years old. He would repeat this story almost every day, beaming with joy and feeling proud. His sister, on the other hand, did not repeat the same old story over and over again. However, her face was also full of anticipation and admiration. Zhou Xian turned to look at Qin Pingon, who nodded. Zhou Xian stood on the training field and said to the 2 disciples, "I've found a senior for you. He will teach you fist techniques. Do your best." Qin Pingon was a little helpless. He lowered his voice and said softly, "Didn't you say that you would only spar with them and not teach them anything?" Zhou Xian smiled and said, Let's just chat for a bit. These two little fellows already know how to deal with me, their master. Whatever I say now won't be of much use. They might even take the words of an outsider as their standard. A tall and valiant young man strode over and asked, Master, who is this senior? He's both a saber and a sword. Why can he teach us fist techniques? Could it be that his fist techniques are higher than yours? The young man looked at Qin Pingon, his eyes clear. He smiled and said, Senior, it's not that I look down on you, but my master's fist techniques are too high. If you taught me saber and sword, I wouldn't say that. Right, my name is Yan Shijing. I'm straightforward. Senior, please don't blame me. A young girl slowly walked behind him. She was already looking for Qin Pingon's flaws. However, she walked slower and slower because she was shocked to find that the person was just standing there casually. She couldn't find any flaws in his stance. This uncomfortable feeling was too similar to the feeling that her master Zhou Xian gave her. She could see a tall mountain but not the peak. She could see a river but not the bottom. This young man in a green robe must be a martial arts grandmaster with an outstanding realm. The young girl was about to remind her senior apprentice brother Yan Shijing to be careful when the latter said softly, I can already see it. I'm not a fool. How many people in our Nanyuan kingdom have the face to walk side by side with our master? The young girl asked, Join hands. The young man didn't hesitate. He said in a low voice, Let's try to last 10 moves. Master's watching us. The young man and the young girl took up a stance at almost the same time, ready to attack. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and began to walk forward. It was just the 6-step stance and Zhou Qian's peak stance. Just as the two were about to rush forward, Qin Pingon took a step forward. It was like a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. They couldn't move, as if they would die if they made the slightest movement. With another step, their bodies and minds were frozen. The valiant young man was about to grit his teeth and move forward. The young girl wanted to take a step to the side to avoid the sharp edge before making a plan. After Qin Pingon took 3 steps, the momentum of the martial brother and sister had completely collapsed. After 4 steps, the two were already staggering back. They were sweating profusely and their faces were pale. Qin Pingon stopped and asked, If you know that you won't die by punching, why don't you punch? If one day you really have to fight to the death with someone knowing that you will die, won't you still not dare to punch? Then, can you only punch when you meet an opponent who is on par with you or an enemy who is weaker than you? The young man sat down on the ground. The young girl said angrily, Senior, you are a top grandmaster. As soon as you come up, you use your power to suppress others. How can there be such a competition in the world, such a teaching of fist techniques? Qin Pingon still asked, Why don't you punch? The young man lowered his head. The young girl's eyes were red and she began to cry. She only tried her best to glare at the stranger who liked to bully others. Qin Pingon realized that he might have gone overboard. He turned his head and said apologetically to Zhou Qian, I rarely spar with others. I don't really understand the true rules of Jianghu. Zhou Qian shook his head thoughtfully and said softly, When I teach my disciples fist techniques, I am afraid that they will make mistakes. So I follow the principle of, don't punch when you're strong, too much. My original intention is that they will not fight with others based on personal feelings in Jianghu. They should not use their power to bully others and their punches should not be heavy. More importantly, I want them to throw themselves into the battlefield in the future and have at least 10 years to serve their country. So, my disciples have always been suppressed by me. Now it seems that I am not wrong, but I have still killed the possibility of them surpassing me. Zhou Qian sighed and smiled at Qin Pingon, You have to change. He never thought that the young man who could barely endure being humiliated by an outsider would not be able to accept his master, whom he regarded as his father, admitting his mistake. Moreover, it was for them. In the young Yan Shijing's heart, his master Zhou Qian was the world's truly flawless martial arts grandmaster. He was also a literary sage. In his anger, the young man suddenly stood up. However, he did not launch a sneak attack on the green-robed man. Instead, he glared at him. Come again. Qin Pingon took a step forward. However, it was not the leisurely boxing stance. Instead, he threw a punch at Yan Shijing's forehead. It was like a thunderstorm. The young man took another step back. Qin Pingon asked, Where is your punch? The young man was at a loss. He was dazed. Qin Pingon sighed. He turned around and said to Zhou, someone once told me that practicing boxing seems to be cultivating strength. It is to be a pure martial artist. However, the cultivation of the heart is very important. Since you practice boxing, you cannot talk about human emotions. For instance, Mr. Zhong, you said that you should not use your fist when it's too high. I've thought about it and found that it's reasonable. However, Mr. Zhong, you should not use your fist when it's too high. It's something that people in your realm and cultivation base should do. It's just a principle that your disciple should understand. It's one thing to understand the principle. It's another thing to do. Only in this way can you have a clear conscience when you punch anyone in the future. Zhou smiled and nodded. That is the principle. He had a general understanding of Qin Pinggan's temperament. When doing something, no matter how big or small it was, he had to pursue perfection. Therefore, even if he was really uneasy in the beginning and did not know how to spar with others or how to teach them fist techniques, once he took the first step, Qin Pinggan took out the seriousness of an enemy encirclement on the street. Zhou was a bystander, so he saw it very clearly. Perhaps even Qin Pinggan himself did not know how confident he was at that moment. He even had a conceit that said, "When I punch, all the martial artists in the world only need to raise their heads and sigh." Zhou was actually a little curious. How did the approachable Qin Pinggan achieve such a state of mind when he punched? He was even more curious about how Qin Pinggan practiced boxing. No matter what, Zhou respected Qin Pinggan for both. Qin Pinggan was a little embarrassed. It's just something I randomly thought of. It might not be suitable for your disciple, Mr. Zhou. Zhou shook his head and said seriously, there are always some principles that can be applied everywhere. What you said just now is suitable for all martial artists. Qin Pinggan was afraid that the boy and girl's heart to practice martial arts would crack, so he carefully chose his words. Although he was not very good at it, he tried his best to comfort them. For those who practice boxing, other than being able to endure hardships, you must be calm. Only then can you punch quickly and calmly, moving forward with indomitable will. Then one day, no matter if you meet me, the world's #1 martial artist like your master, or a seemingly invincible opponent like Ding Ying, you will be able to punch quickly. Qin Pinggan's expression was serious as he looked at the two people. There's no one in front of you. Just use your fists. The boy and girl were confused, but the grief and anger on their faces and the fear in their hearts had lessened by a lot. Zhou nodded gently. How was this teaching boxing? This was clearly pointing out a martial path. As for how far these two silly children could go in the future, or whether they could walk this martial path, it would depend on their talent and luck. Zhou said too much, but it was useless. Qin Pinggan, who had retracted his fist, no longer had that imposing manner. Looking at the two pitiful boys and girls, he was a little nervous. He asked Zhou, was it too exaggerated? Zhou joked, it's about enough. How many flattering words do you want me to say today before you're willing to stop? Qin Pinggan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhou looked at the two disciples. Yan Shijing and the others did not receive such treatment. You don't have to practice boxing today. Think carefully about why you don't dare to punch. Once you understand, you can practice then. The boy and girl cupped their fists and accepted the order. Zhou and Qin Pinggan left together. After Lord Imperial Tutor and the strange man left, these young fellows began to chatter amongst themselves. Most of them were comforting Yan Shijing and the young girl, but there were also some sighs of surprise mixed in. Although these outsiders knew that Imperial Tutor was the #1 martial artist in the world, none of them had seen Zhou use his fist with their own eyes. Even if their families had powerful masters protecting them, their horizons were higher than the others. Thus, when they saw that person use his fist today, they still felt that this trip had not been made in vain. Yan Shijing was the first to leave the crowd. The youth was not in high spirits. He squatted on the steps, a little dazed. After the young girl chatted with her friends, she sat down beside her senior apprentice brother Yan Shijing. She spoke up for him and said, "What's so great about that? In the end, that person is just relying on his ability to point fingers at us. It's really infuriating, especially in front of our master." Yan Shijing looked into the distance. "I think what he said makes sense. Master also agrees." The young girl angrily said, "I don't believe that he would dare to speak such big words in front of our master, Yu Yi, or that old demon Ding. It's easy to say, but it's just a punch." Yan Shijing clenched his fists. From now on I won't be lazy. I will practice my fist techniques properly, and every day I will beg my master to teach me a more profound fist technique. There will be a day when I will make that person take back everything he said today." The young girl's eyes sparkled. She stared at the side of her senior apprentice brother's face. "You can definitely do it. Eldest senior apprentice brother said that your talent is the closest to our master's. If you were given 5 more years to practice your fist techniques, you would be able to compete with Mirror Heart Chamber's Fan 1, or Spring Tide Temple's Flower Hairpin Boy Zhou Xian. On the roof ridge, Xianxia and Qin Pingon were secretly sitting together. Xianxia didn't know why, but Qin Pingon had suggested that they quietly return. Then they would sit here and listen to the children's nonsense. However, after listening to the conversation between Qin Pingon and Yan Shijing, Xianxia still couldn't guess what Qin Pingon's intentions were. However, this imperial tutor felt a bit of regret and disappointment. Still, he wasn't too disappointed with those 2 children. Qin Pingon smiled and stood up. He and Xianxia truly left this place. On the way back, Qin Pingon asked Xianxia for advice on the martial arts of this world. Qin Pingon benefited greatly from this. The 2 parted ways midway. Qin Pingon chose a wine shop on the side of the street. He ordered a jug of wine and 2 side dishes. The wine was the most expensive kind in the wine shop. The old Daoist appeared out of thin air and sat across from Qin Pingon. No one in the bustling wine shop noticed that something was wrong. A wine bowl appeared in front of the old Daoist. The wine poured from the jug into the bowl. When he reached out, a pair of chopsticks appeared in his hand. He picked up a piece of scrambled egg with scallions and ate it with relish. He smiled and said, "Did you just realize that you took everything for granted in the past? You always thought that you were an ordinary person. As long as others were willing to work hard, most people could reach your level today. Did you just realize that it was laughable?" Qin Pingon asked, "Senior, are you so free?" The old Daoist also gave an irrelevant answer like Qin Pingon. "Then you're looking down on the person who taught you the martial arts. If you continue to follow your previous state of mind, sooner or later you'll end up in the same situation as that person. You'll look around blankly and be alone. When that time comes, you won't be willing to ask for help for fear of implicating others. Haha, you'll probably be able to get a worthy death." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "If I wasn't good enough, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking leisurely with you. I would have died here without knowing why. In my next life, even if I'm lucky enough to be enlightened when I leave Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, no matter what happens outside, I'll fight you to the death." The old Daoist drank the wine and ate the side dishes. He said casually, "Of course. Since you've entered Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, if you're not good enough and die in the hands of Lu Fong or Ding Ying, unless Qin Qingdou and Lao Xiuzai join hands, then I'll hold my nose and let you go. Otherwise you can just stay here and be reincarnated. Therefore you should toast yourself with a glass of wine to thank yourself for surviving." In the depths of Qin Pingon's heart, this old Daoist was no better than the man who sold candied haws. It wasn't that the old Daoist was deliberately targeting Qin Pingon. In fact, Qin Pingon knew that he wasn't qualified at all. It wasn't that the old Daoist was wrong. Qin Pingon just didn't like that kind of feeling. It wasn't even the way people looked at ants. It was more like a person looking at his own chicken. Whether to fatten it up and kill it or continue to raise it, it all depended on their mood. However, it was also possible that Qin Pingon wasn't standing high enough and couldn't see the scenery in their eyes. Qin Pingon drank a bowl of wine. Putting aside whether Jianghu was good or bad, the wine in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was really bad. Qin Pingon drank slowly, completely ignoring the old Daoist. He was thinking about how he got to where he was today. From Clay Bottle Alley to the alley outside Chao Qinglong's door. It turned out that in the world there were countless forks in the road under everyone's feet. One had to treat oneself well. Only then could one treat the world well. But it was very difficult. The injustice in one's heart could be washed away with wine, but there were so many injustices in the world, so what? After Qin Pingon, his fists became stronger and his sword became faster and faster. Then, the more capable he was, the more he saw other people's injustice. Did he have to care about everything? But if he didn't care, how could he overcome the hurdle in his heart? Wasn't it also an injustice? Would he let down Mr. Qi and the principles in the book? Would he let down Li Baoping's martial uncle? But he also wanted to take revenge. He wanted to fulfill his promise with Sister Sword Spirit. He wanted to practice boxing and become a 7th realm martial artist. He wanted to practice swordsmanship and build the longevity bridge to become a great sword immortal. He wanted to study and become a person like Mr. Qi. He also wanted to marry such a good girl as his wife. What should he do? He didn't want to think about the thousands of reasons. He would think about it after getting drunk. Qin Pingan's head fell heavily on the table with a thud. In his sleep, someone seemed to have asked him how he felt after seeing the biggest river. Qin Pingan was drunk. He laughed and replied that the water was so big the fish must be big. In the past, little treasure bottle always complained that his fish soup was too weak. Next time he would catch a big fish and add enough salt. The old Daoist's mouth twitched. He no longer used Taoist magic to draw the wine from the pot. Instead, he poured himself a bowl of wine and asked, "There are so many mountains. How is the scenery?" Qin Pingan slapped the table. He was still drunk and mumbled, "I don't know. But there is a sentence in the book. I saw how charming the mountains were. But I walked on many mountain roads. It was too difficult to walk in rainy and snowy weather. It was too difficult to walk." The old Daoist put down his wine cup and looked at Qin Pingan. He said angrily, "How did Qi Jingchun teach such a drunkard?" (326) When Qin Pingan woke up, the moon was already high in the sky. Perhaps it was because Qin Pingan was carrying a sword, but the tavern's innkeeper did not dare to chase him away. He pinched his nose and allowed this wanderer to stand in the latrine without taking a shit. Qin Pingan gave him a bit more silver, a windfall from the sky. The old tavern's innkeeper was very happy. Qin Pingan slowly walked back to Zhuyan Alley. The brothel business was cold and cheerless, and the bored and beautiful women were lazily lying on the railing. Qin Pingan raised his head and looked at them. He noticed that the makeup on these women had lightened a lot, but they looked better than the heavy makeup they used to wear. Along the way there were many women chatting and teasing upstairs. One of them directly threw an embroidered handkerchief to Qin Pingan and shouted, "Handsome boy, come up and sit. Sister will treat you to tea. Sit on my lap." The brothel she was in and the women in the nearby brothel began to jeer and talk dirty. Qin Pingan easily dodged the embroidered handkerchief. He only looked back at the embroidered handkerchief that had fallen to the ground. He went back to pick it up, rolled it into a ball and gently threw it back to the woman. The women in the brothel on the street were silent at first, but then they burst into laughter. Qin Pingan's heart was as calm as still water as he walked back to the alley. At the corner of the street stood a man and a woman in ordinary clothes. They were not old, less than 30 years old, but their breathing was long and steady. In the world of lotus flower blessed land, they should be young masters with good talent and a good foundation. Of course, compared to geniuses like Smiling Face and Hairpin Man Zhou, there was still a big gap between them. The two of them reported that they were spies in the capital under the direct command of the state preceptor Zhou Xian. The man handed Qin Pingan 2 parcels, which contained the stolen books they had collected from a bookstore in a neighboring market, as well as the books on bridge construction that they had picked out from the yamen of the Ministry of Works. The woman, on the other hand, handed Qin Pingan a secret file about the scholar surnamed Jiang and the Peepa woman. Qin Pingan realized that no matter if it was a man or a woman, when the two of them handed him something, their state of mind and hands were very unstable. Qin Pingan smiled at them. After thanking them, he walked to Chao Qinglong's house. He killed the pink Vajra Zhou Xian and the Peepa woman on the street, almost killed the Bird's Eye Peak land boat, defeated the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu and finally killed the demon sect master Ding Ying. For these spies of the Nanyuan kingdom who wandered the borders of the imperial court and Jianghu, it was just like how the old general Liu Shao couldn't help but exclaim, "What a true immortal!" when he saw the battle between Yu Zhini and the female crown princess Huang Ting on the city wall. Qin Pingan was now even more powerful than when Ding Ying was at her peak. When Qin Pingan slowly walked to the courtyard door and pushed it open, the young woman took a deep breath. It turned out that she had been holding her breath all this time, not daring to breathe. She softly said, "So he really is so young." After saying that, he felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, the man suddenly stepped out of the courtyard. He leaned back and gave the woman a thumbs up. He smiled and said, "Good taste." The woman was stunned. Even the man who did not smile was caught off guard. When the door closed, the woman suddenly covered her face and stomped her feet. The man sighed. In fact, she was not usually so silly. She had been a spy for 7 years and was good at hiding. She had always been meticulous and steady. She had made a lot of contributions to the Nanyuan court. Even the state preceptor Zhong favored her. This time the two of them were responsible for keeping an eye on Tang Tie, the general of the Dragon Martial Kingdom of Northern Jin Kingdom. It was obvious that Zhong Qiu trusted her. In the courtyard, Chao Qinglang and a little girl whose name was unknown were sitting on a stool. They were of the same age and were not chatting. The little girl was eating melon seeds. She must have asked Chao Qinglang for some. The shells of the melon seeds were scattered on the ground. When she saw Qin Pingon, she was a little flustered. Qin Pingon glanced at the ground. She immediately put the melon seeds in her hand into her pocket and put them away. After greeting Chao Qinglang, Qin Pingon went into the house. He lit the oil lamp and opened the 2 packages. The books sold by the little girl were intact and were stacked on the table. The books from the Ministry of Works were placed on the other side. 2 small mountains of books, one on the left and the other on the right, guarded by the 2 door gods. Qin Pingon opened the secret file. It recorded the past of Scholar Jiang and concubine Pipa in detail. Qin Pingon put it back in the envelope and put it in a book. Qin Pingon began to review the inexplicable chess game. Although he had entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land this time, he had gained a lot. In the battle with the martial arts grandmaster Zhong Qiu, not only did he successfully break through the bottleneck of Realm 4, Zhong Qiu had even lowered his status and taken the initiative to punch him in the second round to help him stabilize his Realm 5. Zhong Qiu also had his own considerations and guessed that Ding Ying and Yu Zhini were most likely working together to set up a trap to prevent them from succeeding. But no matter what, Zhong Qiu's grandmaster bearing, martial strength and temperament all made Qin Ping admire him. After that, the battle with Ding Ying was satisfying and full of twists and turns. It was the first time Qin Pingon had truly held a sword to face an enemy. As expected, a pure martial artist still needed to sharpen his body on the line between life and death. Even though Qin Pingon was not clear about the 5th realm of the other martial artists in the world, he believed that his 5th realm foundation was quite good. This was his foundation. No matter how much of a miser Qin Pingon was, he would not exchange it for anything. Even if he could not build the longevity bridge on this trip to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, it would still be worth it. Compared to when Qin Pingon had hoped to try his luck at the ancient battlefield ruins or the martial saints temple to try his luck and reach the 5th realm, the result was much, much better. However, although the situation was good, there were also hidden dangers. The problem was that Ding Ying's golden body of Yin God had struck him from the peak of the Black Ox Mountain to the huge pit outside the mountain. Especially at the bottom of the Thunder Pool, the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was involved with the vast spiritual qi and broken martial fate of the Black Ox Mountain area. The seawater flowed backwards into Qin Pingon's body and seeped into his soul. Qin Pingon vaguely sensed that a mist had appeared on the lake in his heart. It lingered and did not disperse. Thunder and lightning intertwined like dragons and serpents soaring through the clouds. Moreover, there were streaks of sword light flashing in the mist as if they were slaying dragons. Fortunately, the spiritual energy that clashed with the pure martial artist's true energy was isolated in the faraway vassal towns. For the time being, there was no uprising or rebellion. After all, in the vast world, qi cultivators and pure martial artists were 2 completely different paths from the very beginning. Martial artists had to disperse all the spiritual qi in their body and cultivate a pure genuine qi that was like a fire dragon patrolling the wilderness. On the other hand, qi cultivators' first step was to cultivate the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The more the better. After that, they had to remove the impurities and preserve the impurities. They had to expand their territory and build their qi residence and aperture acupoints into their own small abodes. Like a huge lake beside a great river, qi cultivators could always connect themselves with the world regardless of whether it was a flood or a dry season. Qi cultivators could always create an elixir chamber and become a golden elixir cultivator. After that, they would nurture their yin spirit and yang spirit and finally become an earth immortal. The current situation in Qin Pingon's body was a confrontation between the pure genuine qi and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The 2 armies faced each other and formed their own formations, barely managing to maintain the situation where they minded their own business. Qin Pingon collected his thoughts. He picked up the blade-strengthening gourd beside the table and drank a mouthful of wine. It was so difficult to build a longevity bridge. It was really easier to destroy a bridge than to build one. He had almost died in this lotus flower-blessed land. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Pingon could not help but feel scared. Even if 60 years in the lotus flower-blessed land was not equal to 60 years in the vast world, he would definitely miss the 10-year appointment with Miss Ning. 10 years later, how old would Li Baoping and Li Huai be? During this period would they be bullied? And what about Gu Qin, who had gone to the Book Slip Lake? Would Lu Xianyang return to his hometown in glory and then not be able to find him after returning to the small town? What about the bamboo house in Luopa Mountain, the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, and the shop in Dragon Riding Alley in Longquan County? Qin Pingon stood up. Soon there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. The skinny little girl also ran to Qin Pingon's side room to ask for credit. Just as she was about to remind Qin Pingon that there was a guest, the door opened. Qin Pingon saw the female spy from the Nanyuan Kingdom standing outside the courtyard with a long box in her hands. Qin Pingon walked over and she explained softly, "This is the relic of concubine Pipa. The imperial tutor just ordered someone to bring it over and asked me to give it to Immortal Master Qin Pingon." Before Qin Pingon could say anything, she had already run away with a blush on her face. Chao Qinglang looked at this scene and was just curious. The skinny little girl's eyes rolled around as if she was deep in thought. Qin Pingon put the pipa back in the room. Chao Qinglang went back to her room to read under the light. The little girl continued to sit on the bench and eat melon seeds. This time she learned her lesson and didn't dare to scatter the shells on the ground. Instead she piled them up beside her feet. Qin Pingon walked to the bench and found that Chao Qinglang had left her fan on the bench. He gently picked it up and sat down. He said to the little girl, "You can go home now." She ate the melon seeds and blinked her eyes. She shook her head and said, "Home? I don't have a home. I'm just a little beggar. How can I have a home? There are a lot of bad people among the beggars. They often beat me. I'm too young and I don't have enough food to eat. I can't beat them. They have taken all the good places in the capital. I can't compete with them, so I can only find a place to live. For example, under the bridge or above the stone lions of the rich." Qin Pingon asked, "Where are your parents?" The skinny little girl ate the melon seeds and said with a smile, "They died a long time ago. I'm not from the capital. It's thousands of miles away from here. There was a plague in my hometown. I was still young at that time. I fled with my parents. My mother died on the road. My father took me here. The officials in the capital are not bad. They set up a lot of porridge outside the city. My father died after drinking a big bowl of porridge." Qin Pingon asked again, "How old are you this year?" She finished eating the melon seeds and stretched out her two palms. She hooked a little finger and shook it. 9 years old. Qin Pingon didn't say anything else. She laughed a few times. "I don't look like I'm 9 years old, right? I can't help it. I'm hungry, so I can't grow tall. Did you see the person who gave me the little snowman last time? She was only 6 years old, but she was taller than me. The little teacher in this courtyard, Chao Qinglang, is also younger than me." Qin Pingon gently waved his palm leaf fan. He seemed indifferent and cold. The little girl had been looking at Qin Pingon's face and eyes. Seeing him like this, she cursed in her heart. Rich people, no one was good. He never cared about the lives of others. He was obviously a very powerful big shot. He could let her live a good life with just a little money, but he just refused. She was already 9 years old, but she was as skinny as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Qin Pingon didn't find it strange because he had been like this before. It wasn't until he left Clay Bottle Alley and the small town and went to Old Yao's dragon kiln as an apprentice that he started to grow taller. Before that, Qin Pingon was half a head shorter than his peers. Qin Pingon didn't take off his infatuation and ceasing shui today. So even if he was sitting on a small bench, he still looked very dignified. This was the reason why the little girl was especially obedient tonight. Qin Pingon waved his palm leaf fan and asked, "How much did you sell those books for?" She wrinkled her face and wanted to squeeze out some tears, but she couldn't. She could only raise one hand and cry out, "I really didn't steal the books. I can swear that if I lied, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "If you lied, who will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death? You don't seem to be clear." Her face changed slightly and she laughed dryly. "Of course it's me. Who else could it be?" Qin Pingon nodded. "Then who are you? What's your surname and name?" The little girl bent down and fiddled with the melon seed shells with her fingers. "I have a surname but no name. My parents left early and didn't have time to give me a name." At this point she raised her head and smiled brightly. "But father told me that our family's ancestors were very rich. They were very, very high-ranking officials and managed several thousand people." Qin Pingon put down his palm leaf fan and shook his wine gourd. "Do you miss your parents?" She blurted out. "What do I miss them for? I can't even remember what they look like." Probably because she felt that saying this would be unpleasant, she immediately changed her words. "Actually, I miss them a lot. I often dream of them, but unfortunately I can't see their faces clearly. Every time I dream of them I wake up in the morning with a face full of tears. It's so sad." Qin Pingon turned to look at her. The little girl stretched out her hand again. "I swear." Qin Pingon asked, "Are you really not afraid of the heavens?" The little girl was a little annoyed, but she didn't dare to contradict this guy. She quickly lowered her head and muttered, "What heavens, my ass?" Qin Pingon stood up and put down his palm leaf fan. He walked out of the courtyard and saw a person standing at the corner of the street. That person had a silver lotus crown on his head. He had a young appearance and height and carried a long sword on his back. When Qin Pingon walked to the corner, the person had already retreated to the opposite side of the street. This was to show his attitude that he wasn't here to pick a fight, but to discuss something. Qin Pingon didn't have a good impression of this person. Eugenie, the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, the so-called leader of the righteous faction who secretly colluded with Ding Ying, and the unshakable second in the world. Eugenie smiled and said, "My return to the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom this time is for business and personal reasons. The business is to discuss with Zhou Xian and ask him to hand over the Five Mountains Atlas. Then the Lake Mountain sect and I can move to the Nanyuan Kingdom and won't compete with Zhou Xian for the position of Imperial Preceptor. The personal matter is to ask you if you have the so-called deity money, snow money, summer money, Guyu money. As long as you have any, I'm willing to exchange it with you. As long as it's in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, I can help you find it." Qin Pingon asked back, "If I really want it, can't I find it myself?" Eugenie shook his head. "Why waste your time? After all, I'm more familiar with Lotus Blossom Blessed Land's Jianghu and Imperial Court than you are. For cultivators, time is the most valuable." The gathering of spiritual qi in the Yunyu Mountain was the result of the old Daoist heavenly magic, which moved all the spiritual qi in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It was definitely not normal and could be said to be a rare occurrence in 100 years. However, the three types of deity money of the banished deity were the materialization of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Eugenie, who wanted to achieve immortality, urgently needed this item and only he could afford it. Eugenie pointed at the glazed flying sword on his back. "Qin Pingon, other than exchanging this sword for deity money, I can also help you collect the relics of the banished deity in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. I can even help you get the magic weapons that Tang Tie, the monk of Cloud Mud, and the others have obtained. Moreover, you're a pure martial artist." Ding Ying's three demonic sects and Tong Qingqing's mirror heart room, these holy lands of Wulin have collected a large number of secret martial arts manuals. "Maybe there'll be some that you'll like?" Qin Pingon asked. "When you came to the capital this time, you must have come to me first to talk about business. I can be sure that you really want to make this deal, but you also want to take advantage of the situation to suppress State Preceptor Zhong, right? Once I agree, the Imperial Tutor and the Nanyuan Kingdom will be pressured. Moreover, when you say that you'll help me collect secret martial arts manuals, you'll use your status as the world's #1 and #2 to suppress the entire Jianghu. You'll be free to search for the remnants of the banished deity's techniques. Otherwise, Eugenie, no matter how powerful you are, wouldn't have dared to risk universal condemnation. After all, the martial madman Zhou Xian and the demonic sects Ding Ying are examples." Eugenie didn't deny it and nodded. "But you'll still benefit from this. Moreover, you won't have to show your face in public. I'll be the villain." Qin Pingon pulled out his narrow saber and stopped the snow. The glazed flying sword on Eugenie's back buzzed, ready to be unsheathed. Eugenie's face darkened. He didn't expect Qin Pingon to be so unreasonable. But then Qin Pingon used the tip of the saber to pierce 2 small holes in the ground. Then he drew an arc between the 2 points. After sheathing the saber he asked, "Your original intention is good and the result you hope for is also good, but is this the reason for you to act unscrupulously?" Eugenie glanced at the arc under Qin Pingon's feet and retracted his gaze. He said indifferently, "Those who want to achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Today's loss and tomorrow's gain are both big and small. I have a clear conscience, so why don't I do it?" During this time, how many people on the list died? More than a dozen? That's nothing. Do you know how many people have died in vain because of the banished deity? Let's not talk about those tragic battles. Just based on the 10 people on the list you've seen, how many people has Zhou Fei of the Spring Tide Palace harmed? Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I've flipped through many books. I don't dare to say that I know everything, but I know quite a lot. Just the names of the battles that could have been caused by the banished immortal alone, I can name more than 60 of them." Eugenie said no more. Those who walked different paths could not make plans together. Qin Pingon hesitated. He squatted down and added 2 lines with his fingers. One was a straight line and the other was between the 2. The arc was smaller. Qin Pingon stood up. "I'm not asking you to be a moral saint, Eugenie. You don't have the ability to do so. It's hard to say that you're wrong at the moment. But let's put that aside. I won't do business with you. I have a lot of money, but I won't sell you a single one." Eugenie narrowed his eyes. Qin Pingon laughed. "What, are you unhappy?" "Very good, then I'm quite happy now." Eugenie suddenly smiled. "I hope we'll meet again." The glazed flying sword flew out of its sheath and hovered at his feet. He stepped on the flying sword and prepared to leave the capital of Nanyuan. As for Xianxia, there was no need to look for him. Just as Qin Pingon had exposed, only if Qin Pingon agreed would he have a chance to persuade Xianxia. Eugenie's flying sword had just risen 3 feet when he heard that person say with a laugh, "Short Wintermelon, I hope we'll meet again." Eugenie's killing intent surged. He turned the tip of his sword and stared coldly at the rude young banished deity. Qin Pingon asked calmly, "Eugenie, you feel humiliated just because someone called you a short wintermelon? What's so great about cultivating Dao and becoming an immortal?" Qin Pingon's hands were already on the hilts of infatuation and snow stopping. Eugenie snorted. He rose on his flying sword and turned into a rainbow. Qin Pingon turned and walked back to the alley. The guy who was peeking out quickly turned and ran. The little girl felt pity as she ran. It would be great if the 2 of them died fighting. Qin Pingon returned to the courtyard and closed the door. At the entrance of the kitchen, the little girl sat on a stool and pretended to sleep. Chao Qinglang had already turned off the lights and was sleeping. Qin Pingon entered the house, took out his sword and knife, and began to flip through the books to read about bridge construction. After that, it was peaceful. The capital of Nanyuan was like this, and the whole world seemed to be the same. Just like that, from the last solar term of summer, Qin Pingon slowly turned the pages of the book until the beginning of autumn. The old Daoist did not come looking for him, so Qin Pingon could only wait. The Pearl Grotto heaven in his hometown was once a pearl that hung above the territory of Dali. The Huangliang blessed land in the inverted mountain was also an entrance that even immortals could not find. Who knew what the lotus flower blessed land was and where it was in Tongya continent? The school near the alley was still closed. The skinny little girl shamelessly stayed there. She learned to carry water and sweep the floor every day. Although she still cut corners, she was lazy when she could. Generally speaking, after the beginning of autumn, the people in the marketplace could look forward to the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The children in particular began to wait impatiently, counting the days with their fingers. The family was reunited, eating mooncakes, looking at the big round plate hanging in the sky and laughing happily. Qin Pingon was enjoying the shade in the courtyard that night. He suddenly realized that he, Chao Qinglang, and the little girl did not look forward to the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, during this period Chao Qinglang smiled a lot more. Sometimes he was really annoyed by the little girl whose mouth was as poisonous as arsenic. However, after the annoyance they would interact as usual. He did not hold a grudge. Occasionally he would quarrel with her, but Chao Qinglang was no match for her. Once she scolded him until his eyes turned red and his lips trembled. However, when she asked him for melon seeds that night, Chao Qinglang quietly took them out and gave them to her, saying that there were only a few left. When she said that there were no more, he quickly went to buy more. You're already an adult, do you still need me to teach you how to buy things? This made Chao Qinglang sulk for a long time. He did not talk to her for the whole night. The little girl did not care about this. She only cared about eating melon seeds and chatting with him. She never cared whether he talked to her or not. She only said what she wanted to say. Chao Qinglang rolled his eyes. In the end, he could not take it anymore and went to the house to read. He gathered his courage and turned around to glare at her. However, when she glared at him, he got up and was about to hit him with a stool. He was so scared that he quickly ran into the house and closed the door. Chao Qinglang leaned against the window. When she saw Chen Pingon glance at the naughty girl, she quickly sat up straight and explained that she was playing with Chao Qinglang. They were very close. Chao Qinglang laughed happily and began to read by the light. This was the real reason why Chen Pingon did not chase the little girl away. One morning it suddenly rained. The little girl carried half a bucket of water that was either well water or rainwater. She had a fawning expression on her face. When she returned to the courtyard, she told Chen Pingon that the school was open. On this day, Chen Pingon held an oil paper umbrella and accompanied Chao Qinglang to the school. The two of them walked in the alley. The skinny little girl, who was hiding under the eaves to hide from the rain, trotted to the entrance of the courtyard. She saw Chen Pingon holding the umbrella and quietly tilting it to Chao Qinglang. The two of them seemed to be chatting. Chao Qinglang talked more and Chen Pingon smiled and looked at Chao Qinglang. She stood at the entrance of the courtyard for a long time. "327. They finally left the bottomless lotus flower paradise. After the old Taoist left, the first thing Chen Pingon did was to inquire about the current year of the North Jin Kingdom. He was really afraid that the so-called 60 years in the mountain was already 1,000 years in the world. On the mobile phone. Otherwise, after being cheated by the old Taoist for decades and losing his long chi sword, he would not be able to find anyone to take revenge on. Fortunately, after asking the merchants on the official road of the North Jin Kingdom, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was only the 7th year of the Xianxia dynasty instead of the 6th year of the Xianxia dynasty. At this time, it was also autumn in the Tongyi continent, similar to the solar terms of the lotus flower paradise. Chen Pingon was already traumatized by the North Jin Kingdom and did not dare to stay any longer. He went all the way to the north. He had long heard of the famous peaceful mountain and wanted to take a look from afar, but now he did not have a good relationship with Zhou Fei of the Spring Tide Palace, Lu Feng of the Bird's View Peak, and the banished immortal Feng Qingbai. Chen Pingon wanted to find an immortal fairy and go straight to the Aquarius continent. Although when he left his hometown, Old Yang reminded him not to return to the small town for 5 years, there were still many places he could go. For example, the old dragon city where Fan Air was, the Qinghuan kingdom where Zhang Shanfeng and Xianxia traveled, the Shushui kingdom where the old sword sage Song Yuxiao was, the Shujin lake of Guken, and the Great Sui Kingdom Academy where Li Baoping and the others studied. In short, it was not advisable to stay in the Tongyi continent for long. Chen Pingon put away the oil paper umbrella that he brought from the blessed land. The two walked along the official road. The skinny little girl kept looking around. "Where is this? It's not our Nanyuan kingdom, is it?" She did not understand a single word that Chen Pingon had said to the others. Chen Pingon nodded. This little burden was also the reason why Chen Pingon wanted to leave the Tongyi continent immediately. If he brought her along, it would be very troublesome if they encountered the bandits from the mountains and swamps. But when he thought of Lu Tai, the haze in Chen Pingon's heart thickened. That man selling candied fruits. Mountain chi cultivators, especially those that reached the earthly immortal level, would often be able to observe the mountains and rivers like a deity. Even though the immortal Daoist was omniscient and omnipresent in the lotus flower blessed land, in the end, it still wasn't something that made one feel relaxed. When he returned to his hometown in the future, he would definitely ask Elder Cui or Wei Pai carefully about this supernatural power and immortal technique. They would find out what the techniques were and what the taboos and restrictions were. Pei Qian continued to ask, "Is it your hometown? Is it a place where immortals live?" Chen Pingon laughed involuntarily and shook his head. "It's not my hometown, nor is it some fairyland." Pei Qian saw that he didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't probe further. She raised her hands and rubbed her eyes. What's wrong? Qin Pingon asked. Pei Qian raised his head and smiled brightly. Feels weird, but I can't remember anything. I was just cleaning Chao Qinglong's house and now I'm here. Qin Pingon glanced at her. Pei Qian immediately corrected himself. I finished cleaning the yard and sat on a bench to eat melon seeds. The two of them walked for more than 20 miles. The little girl was so tired that she was panting like a cow. She frowned bitterly and said that the soles of her feet had blisters. Qin Pingon rented a horse carriage at a courier station. After negotiating the price, they headed north. They agreed to stop at a county at the border of the North Jin Kingdom. The journey would take about 2 days. The North Jin Kingdom of the Tongyi continent was very different from the lotus flower-blessed land. There had been no war for a long time, so the courier station management and customs clearance were very relaxed. As long as one had money in their pocket, even if they weren't an official, they could stay in the courier station. It was Pei Qian's first time riding a horse carriage, so she felt very fresh. Sitting in the carriage, she felt very comfortable. From time to time, she lifted the curtain to look at the scenery outside. After autumn, she could often see golden persimmon trees not far from the official road. She drooled at the sight and wished that Qin Pingon could ask the coachman to stop the carriage quickly so that she could steal 8 or 10 caddies of persimmons. Qin Pingon took advantage of the time when she was looking outside to take out the 4 scrolls. The scrolls were all different. One was made of rosewood, one was made of white jade, and the other 2 were made of unknown materials. The 4 people in the scrolls were vivid and lifelike. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Xian, sat in the usual emperor's posture. He wore a golden dragon robe, but his figure was not tall and sturdy. Instead, he was a little thin and small. Sui Yi, who failed in his ascension, carried a sword on his back and looked valiant and heroic. The person in the painting looked like they were looking at the painting. The chief of the demonic order, Lu Baixiang, wore a bright red armor. Both of his hands were propped in front of him. Wei Xian looked more like a monarch in the mortal world. The martial arts madman Zhou Xian, who died in the hands of Ding Ying, had a stooped body with his hands behind his back. He squinted his eyes and looked like a little old man in the marketplace. These 4 painting scrolls only cost Guyu money? The problem was, how much grain rain money would it take for the person in the painting to walk out from it? Furthermore, the concept of loyalty and devotion was still debatable. Taking a step back, Qin Pingon was a pure martial artist. Even the magic robe, golden wine, infatuation, and stopping snow were all external objects to him. Fortunately, after traveling around the world with the old Daoist at the lotus flower-blessed land, Qin Pingon had a better understanding of the affairs of the world. Unknowingly, he started to look at the general trend of the world of the Aquarius continent, as well as the situation and position of the Lizhu cave in the territory of Dali in a new light. Regarding the matter of external objects, Qin Pingon's thoughts were no longer so extreme. Otherwise, based on his temper in the past, these 4 paintings would have been sold by Qin Pingon at a sky-high price. Pei Qian stretched his neck to look at Sui Yuyi's portrait and said softly, "This sister is really beautiful." Qin Pingon ignored him and kept the 4 scrolls gently. He did not keep them into the object core in front of Pei Qian. He temporarily placed them by his feet and sighed in his heart. These 4 ancestors were too difficult to take care of. How could it be compared to the 1st and 15th of the lunar month? With the blade's strengthening gourd, not to mention the grain rain money, they had relied on each other for survival for so long and fought side by side many times. They did not even spend a single grain of snow. Refining and nurturing swords did not require Qin Pingon to spend any effort. Actually, Qin Pingon owned a piece of dragon beheading platform. It was the best whetstone in the world for refining and nurturing flying swords. However, how could Qin Pingon bear to let the dragon beheading platform, which was engraved with the words naive and Ning Yao, be missing? Fortunately, on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month, Xin Lian did not throw a tantrum with Qin Pingon over this matter. However, he planned to return to Longquan County in the future and strive to purchase a small piece of dragon beheading platform from sage Wan Qiong. He could not treat them unfairly. Qin Pingon would not be frugal with this expenditure, even if it was not the grain rain money but the golden fine copper money. Qin Pingon looked at her. Pei Qian also looked at him worriedly. She was afraid that he would kick her off the horse carriage. She was unfamiliar with this place. Wouldn't she be bullied to death? In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, she was at least familiar with the roads. She knew which doors she could steal, which children's belongings she could rob, who she could not provoke and who she needed to please. She had her own calculations in her heart. When she arrived here, the horses were entering winter. A heavy snowfall came crashing down. If she did not starve to death, she would freeze to death. She had seen with her own eyes many old and young beggars who could not survive the heavy snowfall. Pei Qian knew that Qin Pingon did not like her. Just like she knew that Qin Pingon liked Chao Qinglang very much. She did not want him to like her. As long as he took care of her food and drinks, it would be fine. It would be best if he could give her a lot of money. As for whether he liked her or not, how much was it worth? The coachman was an old man in this line of work and was familiar with the roads. Qin Pingon and Pei Qian stayed at a courier house. The coachman stayed in the carriage for the night. Qin Pingon asked for 2 low-class rooms and Pei Qian stayed next door. Qin Pingon bought some food from the courier house and packed it in a bag. It was convenient to carry it diagonally. He also put some ordinary books in it. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to go out empty-handed. After giving Pei Qian a portion of food, Qin Pingon went to his room. He took down his sword and lit the oil lamp on the table. He took out a carving knife and a small emerald green bamboo scroll. He started to write down what he saw during this trip to Lotus Flower Paradise. There was a knock on the door. Qin Pingon went to open the door. Pei Qian stood outside and said timidly, "It's so dark, I'm a little scared." Qin Pingon found it funny. He thought to himself, "You have the guts to climb on a lion's back in front of a rich man's house to sleep. Why would you be scared living in a house?" But Qin Pingon still let her enter the house. She obediently closed the door. Qin Pingon gestured for her to sit opposite the table and said slowly, "This is called Bronze Leaf Continent. It is a very big place. We are going to Aquarius Continent. My hometown is at the north of Aquarius Continent. From tomorrow onwards, you will start to learn the elegant language of Aquarius Continent and the Dali Mandarin of my hometown." Pei Qian smiled brightly and nodded her head vigorously, "Okay." It wasn't that she wanted to learn some **t elegant language, but the meaning behind this guy's words was obviously to bring her to his hometown. Didn't this mean that she could eat and drink without worrying about food and clothing along the way? But what Qin Pingon said next was like pouring cold water on her head. It made the skinny little girl's expression fluctuate and she was full of complaints. Qin Pingon picked up the carving knife and continued to carve on the azure Immortal mountain bamboo slip that Wei Pai gave him. He lowered his head and continued to carve on it meticulously. At the same time he said to Pei Qian, "From tomorrow onwards, other than teaching you elegant language in Mandarin, I will also teach you how to read and write. If you learn well, you will be able to eat your fill every day. If not, you will have to eat less." She made a bitter face. "I am very stupid." Qin Pingon made a no sound. "Then I can save money." Pei Qian secretly glanced at Qin Pingon. It didn't seem like he was joking. She immediately smiled and said, "I will learn diligently." Speaking up to hear, she leaned on the table and whispered, "Can you buy me some clothes?" Qin Pingon didn't raise his head. "When the weather turns cold, I will buy you some thicker clothes." She muttered, "It's autumn and the weather is already very cold. Also look, my shoes have holes. Really, I'm not lying to you. If I accidentally get sick, you still have to take care of me. It will be very troublesome." Speaking up to hear, she lifted her feet. Her shoes were really worn out and sure enough her black toes were exposed. Qin Pingon put down the carving knife and used his finger to gently wipe away the bamboo debris. "Go back to sleep, we have to get up early tomorrow." Pei Qian didn't say anything else. She quietly got up and left the room. After returning to the next room, she closed the door and immediately smiled. She immediately straightened her face, not allowing herself to laugh out loud. She threw herself on the bedding and rolled around happily. Finally, she looked up at the ceiling. After kicking off her shoes, she thought of Qin Pingon's appearance and silently said, "Go back to sleep." She didn't dare to say it out loud and then she made a face. Before going to sleep, she jumped out of bed and lit the oil lamp on the table. Only then did she sleep until dawn. It would be a waste not to light the lamp. Rich people should be like this. In the next room, Qin Pingon wrote densely packed travel notes of Lotus Flower Blessed Land on 3 bamboo slips. He blew out the lamp and began to practice the 6-step stance walking, combining it with all kinds of proper sword-holding gestures. Still his grip was empty. His steps were silent like a fish in the water. His fist intent was completely restrained and his divine essence was restrained. Compared to the time when Qin Pingon practiced boxing by the Dragonbeard River, his fist intent flowed through his whole body. It was a world of difference. Now that Qin Pingon practiced boxing, he could completely divert his attention to think about other things. After the stance walking and stance erecting of the mountain vibrating fist, there was actually the sleeping stance. Thousand Autumns. Qin Pingon already knew the theory and stance of boxing. Now that he had entered the fourth realm, he already felt that it was not difficult to practice. The key was that the essence of the sleeping stance lied in the 4 words great dreams are like death. It would cause a person's soul to be like the stagnant water in an ancient well, obtaining a complete recovery. But Qin Pingon had traveled far away twice and each time, Qin Pingon did not dare to sleep too soundly. Therefore he kept delaying it. He could only wait until he returned to Dragon's Spring. Leaving Lotus Flower Blessed Land this time was really too hasty. Otherwise, Qin Pingon would definitely try his best to collect all the first-class martial arts in the world. Now that he thought about it, Ding Ying's martial arts path was actually not wrong. She truly stood at the peak of the mountains and could be said to be the highest peak of martial arts in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. To reach this step, other than comprehending it himself, he also needed to observe the scenery of the lower mountains, corroborate each other, check for loopholes, and finally form his own fist intent. That was the true fist beyond the sky. Wasn't this similar to reading and reasoning? It was also similar to the construction of bridges in the books of the Ministry of Works. Unknowingly, the sky outside the window had already begun to brighten. Qin Pingon had practiced boxing for an entire night, but he hadn't even broken a sweat. Perhaps this was one of the conveniences of having stepped into the 5th realm and having his soul reach large success. But since he was wearing his robes and golden wine, it didn't matter if he broke a sweat or not. As Qin Pingon practiced boxing, the little lotus flower figure had already recovered from its injuries. He was sitting at the table dozing off. After leaving Lotus Flower Blessed Land, the little fellow seemed to have something on its mind. Qin Pingon stopped practicing boxing. He sat at the table, the little fellow's head drooping down. Qin Pingon smiled and rubbed its head, not saying anything. Comforting people was not something Qin Pingon was good at. He took out 4 more painting scrolls and spread them out on the table. He began to consider whether or not he should bet. In the past, Qin Pingon feared luck like a tiger. But now, the knot in his heart had been resolved. In fact, after Li Zhu Grotto heaven shattered and fell to the ground, and especially after he was schemed against by sect master Lu Qin, he became involved with He Xiaoyang of the Divine Expanse sect. His trip to the Great Sui Kingdom was a blessing in disguise. His luck was good, and when he parted ways with He Xiaoyang on the Kun ship, his luck was still not bad. Moreover, Qin Pingon's net worth was not considered poor. Not to mention the huge profits from traveling with Lu Tai, the Yin spirit that accompanied Jing Dafeng in Old Dragon City, had spent a total of 10 Gyu money to buy a small bamboo scroll of the Bamboo of Courage from him. It was as if he wanted to buy the saying, "Immortals are different, Yin and Yang are separated. The soul is to stabilize the mind and the soul is to shape the golden body." So Qin Pingon didn't expect to be able to support 4 paintings. He chose one of them. It seemed that it was appropriate to make a small bet. Now that chaos had arisen, Qin Pingon really needed some helpers to help look after his family business. Old Man Cui and Qin Pingon didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. One of them was a teacher and the other was a student. He couldn't ask for anything more. After all, Wei Pai was the righteous god of the mountains and he had his own responsibilities. The little boy in green and the little girl in pink were still young. Moreover, Qin Pingon treated them more like an elder brother to 2 children. This was the nature of their temperament and had nothing to do with their age. If something big happened, not only would Qin Pingon not let them take risks, but he would also keep them away from trouble. As for the 4 painters, Qin Pingon didn't have that many burdens. As for how they would get along after getting to know each other, that would have to wait until then. Out of the 4 paintings, Qin Pingon didn't know which one to choose first, but he was very sure that he wouldn't choose first. It would be the painting of Sui Yi. If Ning Yao found out in the future that he was following a woman who walked out of the painting, and that he spent a lot of Guyu money, what would happen? Therefore Qin Pingon first kept this painting into the 15 flying swords. After that he also kept the founder of the evil sect, Lu Baixiang. With one look he could tell that he was an arrogant and unruly person, and also the founder of the largest underground force in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. After Qin Pingon managed to invite him out with great difficulty, what if he was an ambitious and ruthless devil like Zhou Fei from Spring Tide Temple, who disregarded ethics and committed treason? Was he going to imprison him back into the paintings again? There was no reason to treat money as money in this world. Guyu's money was not Nashua's money, and even if it was Nashua's money it wouldn't do. After keeping the second painting, there was only Wei Liang's ancestor left, and the seemingly amiable martial madman Zhu Lian. The latter was once the owner of the Silver Lotus Crown. This made Qin Pingon's heart beat like a drum. When he fought with Ding Ying he almost lost his life on Mt Mengniu. That was the most dangerous battle in Qin Pingon's life. Qin Pingon stared at the two paintings, hesitating. The little lotus flower figure sat silently in front of Qin Pingon, also seriously examining the two paintings. Qin Pingon couldn't make up his mind, so he asked with a smile, "Which one do you like more?" The little lotus flower figure turned its head. The little guy with only one arm pointed at the paintings, then pointed at himself as if asking Qin Pingon if he really wanted him to choose. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded his head. The little guy quickly stood up and ran around the edges of the two paintings with his eyes wide open. Sometimes he would lie on the table and look at the two people in the paintings, looking very serious and adorable. Qin Pingon laughed at himself. The little guy finally squatted on the ground and pointed at the painting of Wei Xian beside him. Qin Pingon laughed. "That's him." After the little guy got up he quickly ran to the edge of the table and pulled on Qin Pingon's sleeve. He was a little worried. He was probably afraid that he had chosen the wrong one. "It's okay. I have to choose anyway. It doesn't matter if I choose the wrong one." Qin Pingon stretched out his finger and scratched his armpit. The little guy giggled. Qin Pingon took out a grain rain coin, pinched it between two fingers and gently placed it on the painting of the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom. When the grain rain coin touched the painting, it immediately melted like ice and snow. The surface of the painting was quickly covered with a layer of the spiritual energy of the grain rain coins. It was misty like the water vapor of a lake, and then suddenly rippled and dispersed. Qin Pingon looked at the painting of Wei Xian again. It had a little more vitality, especially the luxurious dragon robe that was connected to the warp and weft, which was flashing with golden light. It was a pity that he couldn't see any more clues. How many grain rain coins he needed to spend was still a mystery. Qin Pingon made up his mind to throw 10 grain rain coins into it. If there were still no clear signs, then it would be a waste of money. Carefully putting away the painting, Qin Pingon hung the infatuation stopping snow on his waist. He carried the cotton bag and went next door to call Pei Qian. They continued on their way. After knocking for a long time, the little girl finally opened the door with sleepy eyes. When she saw Qin Pingon she was a little reluctant. After she was dressed, Qin Pingon saw her walking towards him. He pointed at the bed. Pei Qian looked confused. Qin Pingon said, "Clean up before you leave." Pei Qian said in a wrong tone, "We paid to stay in the post house. You spent a lot of money." Qin Pingon was silent. Pei Qian could only turn around to clean up the bedding. Qin Pingon glanced at the oil lamp on the table and frowned. After that they rode on the carriage to the north. The coachman was familiar with the route. He arranged for the two guests to stay in the post house and some inns in the town. There was no chance for them to eat and sleep in the open. Qin Pingon began to teach her the elegant Mandarin, as well as some of the local customs of the Dongbei continent and the Dali dynasty. He then took out a Confucian book he bought from the bookstore in Zhuangyun Lane and taught her how to read. While she was reading he taught her the elegant Mandarin. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Pei Qian was not very diligent in learning. Although she could recognize more than 100 words, he could tell that she did not like to read. She obviously preferred to sleep in the carriage even if there was nothing to do. Qin Pingon ignored her. As long as he let her sleep she could sleep for half a day. When she woke up she would open the carriage curtains to enjoy the scenery. After that she would sleep again. After that it rained a lot. Slowly the carriage finally arrived at the county at the border of the North Jin Kingdom. Qin Pingon paid the other half of the money and started walking with Pei Qian. Because the weather turned cold and it often rained, Qin Pingon still bought her a set of thick clothes and new boots. However, he did not give them to her immediately. Every day she looked at Qin Pingon's sling bag and even asked him to carry it for her. The ordinary cities in the North Jin Kingdom did not have strict security. As long as the coachman pulled some strings, Pei Qian, who did not have a household registration and a customs clearance certificate, could enter the city smoothly. However, it was different at the border. Qin Pingon began to take her on foot trekking. Pei Qian and the hardworking Li Baoping were worlds apart. Even though Qin Pingon took good care of her leg strength, she still complained incessantly and squeezed out tears again and again. No matter how good-tempered Qin Pingon was, he was still annoyed even if he did not want to. However, after changing into new clothes and boots, Pei Qian felt better for a few days. Then, because she did not cherish her clothes, they were soon torn by the thorns on the mountain paths. She relapsed. After Qin Pingon promised to buy her a new set of clothes when they reached the next town, she became energetic again. However, the border of the North Jin Kingdom was long and the mountain roads were difficult to travel. Pei Qian's face was black all day long. Every time she was asked by Qin Pingon to practice writing on the ground with a branch, she would deliberately write until earthworms crawled. She would not write more than 100 words. During this period, Qin Pingon fed another 3 rain money. Because Qin Pingon was now practicing boxing when he walked and almost every breath was to strengthen his physique, it seemed that all of Qin Pingon's energy was spent on the sword furnace. Only when Qin Pingon practiced the sword furnace did Pei Qian feel energetic. She did not dare to approach Qin Pingon. She stood in the distance and silently watched him stand still like a piece of wood. After a while, Pei Qian also felt bored. That night, Qin Pingon took her to sleep in the wilderness. This time in the border city, besides the small cowhide tent specially prepared for Pei Qian, Qin Pingon also bought a fishing hook and fishing line. He found a thin bamboo in the mountain and made a fishing rod. Then he began to fish by the stream at night. Late at night, Qin Pingon turned his head and saw a red light flashing in the distant forest. Soon a strange scene appeared. There was a palanquin with 8 people with red lanterns hanging at the 4 corners. The bearers of the palanquin seemed to be monsters that grew up in the wild. The characters beating the gongs and drums were a group of otherworldly ghosts. The leader was a white skeleton with a rusty sword on its waist. Next to the palanquin was an old woman who was gorgeously dressed. She was wearing a festive bright red dress. Her cheeks were red and her face was pale. However, she was surrounded by wisps of black smoke. Qin Pingon was familiar with the affairs of the mountain, so he knew that this was the so-called marriage of the mountain god. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he pretended not to see anything. .328. People's hearts were not like the surface of the street, which could be cleaned up after a heavy rain. That incident in the capital between the emperor, the general, and the peddlers were all immortals fighting, and there were still ripples. At the time, Qin Pingon had helped Zhou Xian teach Yan Shijing and the others martial arts, and those friends of the youth who had come to join in the fun had been one of those ripples. After old General Liu Xiao walked down the city wall, he bragged to his grandchildren that he and Qin Pingon were friends despite the difference in age. The relocation of many families near Zhuyan Alley was also true. Ding Ying was dead. Eugenie flew away on his sword, leaving Zhong Qiu to clean up the mess. After sending Chao Qinglang to the school, Qin Pingon went back the way he came. Holding an umbrella, he walked on the still lonely and cheerless street. As the imperial court gradually relaxed the curfew on the market square, he could see sparse passers-by on the street. However, the crowd was still very weak. Most of them were brave Jianghu people who came to admire the battlefield. They clicked their tongues in admiration at the ravine created by the bird overlooking Peak Sword Immortal. As for the area around Zhangyo Mountain, it was still a forbidden area and was cordoned off. The imperial court had ordered that anyone who crossed the Thunder Pool would be killed without mercy. Many officials from the imperial astronomer appeared. The simple hut left behind by Eugenie was not torn down either. Some Wulian heroes saw Qin Pingon and thought that he was just like them who came to admire the Grandmaster. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and went to visit the martial arts school. The gatekeeper saw that he did not look like someone who would ruin the school's reputation, and had a good temperament, so he did not dare to neglect him. He quickly went to inform the master of the school. The master of the martial arts school came to welcome Chen Pingon in person. It was said that the latter came because of the school's reputation and was quite proud. The disciples who came to the school also felt proud. Chen Pingon spoke clearly, but he spoke to the master's heart. Obviously, he had heard of the school's reputation in advance. The real income of martial arts schools in the capital was to catch a few big fish who were looking forward to Jianghu and had money in their pockets. With the support of these rich kids who did not have to worry about money, the martial arts school could make money. The talented disciples who could bear hardships were the inner core, and the rich kids who came to the school for fun were the face. Both were indispensable. The master entertained Chen Pingon in the main hall. He asked his disciples to serve tea and began to chat. When they talked about martial arts, the master did not talk about it in depth. He would not be so careless and casually spread the details. He just sighed that it was not easy to find a good disciple. If he was lucky, he could find such a good disciple in 4 or 5 years. If he was unlucky, he could not find one in 10 years. The master also said that the practice of martial arts was not only to strengthen the body, but also to hand the practitioner a weapon. The most important thing was the morality of martial arts. Otherwise, the more skilled the disciple was, the more trouble he would cause if he had a bad temperament and liked to bully others. If he did not agree with him, he could kill someone with 2 or 3 punches. In the end, the school and the martial arts school would be implicated. Chen Pingon asked about some external martial arts theories. At first, the master was evasive and had a difficult expression. Chen Pingon pretended to be enlightened and said that he had forgotten about the important matter. He took out 20 taels of silver and placed it on the tea table beside him. He said that he planned to learn martial arts at the martial arts school in the near future, but he could not guarantee that he would come to the martial arts school every day. The master's eyes lit up. Only then did he tell Chen Pingon everything he knew. Chen Pingon memorized each and every one of them and tried to corroborate them with the mountain-shaking fist manual. After listening to these superficial fist theories, Chen Pingon finally made up his mind to collect all the martial arts in this world from the lowest to the highest. He did not need too many. In the future, when he was practicing, he could casually flip through them. Who knows, there might be an unexpected surprise. For example, when the mountain-shaking fist 6-step stance merged with Zhou Xian's peak stance, Chen Pingon successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 4th realm in one fell swoop. Moreover, when the conditions were right, success would come naturally. Especially when Ding Ying walked into the White River Temple's main hall and Zhou Xian walked towards him for the first time, Chen Pingon felt that this world's so-called oneness of heaven and man was very mysterious. Who knows, when he returned to the vast world, there might be additional benefits. Moreover, it was very likely that in the future, when he broke through the 6th realm, the opportunity to break through the 5th realm was here. Chen Pingon guessed that after leaving the lotus flower-blessed land, where the spiritual energy was thin, he would fall into a muddy situation. The situation was somewhat similar to Fan Wan Er's sluggishness outside the White River Temple's main hall. It was also somewhat similar to the 4 Zhenqi talismans that old Yang had embedded in his hands and feet. This was the first time since Chen Pingon started practicing fist techniques that he was alive. He began to try to think about his own gains and losses. When he faced an enemy, he comprehended Zhou Qiu's peak stance. When he first started practicing the mountain-shaking fist in order to preserve his life, he immersed himself in it and practiced it diligently. He did not dare to make the slightest mistake. He practiced the 6-step stance and the sword furnace stance over and over again. He almost broke the stance of the fist technique. He memorized it by heart and integrated it into his soul. Even when he was taught the fist technique by Old Man Cui in the bamboo house, Chen Pingon still learned whatever the old man taught him. It was not that this was bad, but if Old Man Cui saw it, it was already very difficult to reach this stage of the fist technique. However, it was still not enough. If he wanted to go further, he would not be able to bear the hardships and succeed. He would need an opportunity to enlighten his apertures. He could not say this to others because it would not work. However, Chen Pingon did not realize that he had only enlightened his apertures after practicing the fist technique for 1,000,000 years. When it came to practicing the sword, he had learned to apply what he had learned early on. Mr. Qi had broken the pink-robed Lu Qiqing's sword in the ancient temple. The sword spirit had unsheathed his sword in the painting of mountains and rivers. The sword he had slashed at Zhou Xian. They were all Qin Pingan's sword. Alliance had once said that Qin Pingan would be more successful if he practiced the sword than if he practiced the fist technique. This was the reason. For those who taught the fist technique or the sword, if their fist technique or swordsmanship was too good, the harder it was for them to learn the fist technique or the sword. It was difficult and bumpy. Jing Dafeng was a clear example. He was talented enough and his realm was high enough. He was a 9th realm martial artist. However, when he was on the line of life and death in Old Dragon City, Qin Pingan had said to him, he realized that the disciple did not have to be inferior to the master. Only then did he break through the bottleneck. To practice the fist technique one had to cultivate the mind. Qin Pingan had asked Yan Shijing, Zhong Qiu's favorite disciple, why he did not dare to use his fist technique. As for why Zhong Qiu was not too disappointed in Yan Shijing, it was not that Zhong Qiu did not have high hopes for the young man. It was because Qin Pingan had already given him the answer. Zhong Qiu could say, don't use your fist at a high level. For the time being Yan Shijing could not do it. It was the same principle. When facing the ancestors of the 3 sects, do not retreat from the will of the mountain-shaking fist. After much practice Qin Pingan could do what he said. However, Yan Shijing could not grasp the essence of it, so there was no need to force him. The twists and turns of this technique required one to use 1,000,000 fists and walk the jianghu before one could truly see through it. Through the conversation between Yan Shijing and his junior sister, Qin Pingan had already understood that he was not ordinary. Zhong Qiu's disciple was a proud son of heaven. The devil sex crow and the hairpin man Zhou Shi were not as good as him in terms of cultivation or temperament. However, Qin Pingan still could not clearly see that he was invincible in the lotus flower-blessed land. Fortunately, Qin Pingan had already vaguely felt the signs of oneness of heaven and men. This was a solid step, a huge step for a martial artist. It was a state of mind that many 8th and 9th realm martial artists would not have. After Qin Pingan left the martial arts club, he returned to his residence. The skinny little girl was in a daze under the eaves. The torrential rain turned into a drizzle. When she saw Qin Pingan she grinned. Qin Pingan noticed that she was a little wet from the rain. He pretended not to see and took the bag with the pipa in it. He was going to find the poor scholar surnamed Jiang. There were 3 markets away from here, so it was not close. After Qin Pingan left the courtyard and walked out of the alley, the little girl sneakily locked the courtyard door and practiced her fists under the eaves. She was secretly learning from Qin Pingan's imitation of Ding Ying and the blind Taoist thunder technique. With one hand facing the sky and the other clenched in front of her, she walked slowly. The threshold for the 2 was extremely high. One was the number 1 in the world and the other was related to the thunder technique of Qi trainers. For the time being, Qin Pingan only had a rough stance and not much true meaning, let alone a little girl who had not even learned any fists. After learning this set of fists, she felt a little bored and changed to other stances which she secretly learned on the street. She learned one of Qiu Qiu's punches, Lu Fang's sword that split the street and Qin Pingan's 6-step pile walking. The little girl was crooked and could not get the hang of it. Of course she did not learn any of them. After messing around for a long time, the little girl shouted and gave an aggressive roundhouse kick. As a result she fell heavily. After getting up she felt hungry and limped to the kitchen to steal food. She felt that she had learned a lot of martial arts and planned to practice on Chao Qinglang when he came back. Of course the premise was that Qin Pingan was not present. Qin Pingan watched her fooling around from a rooftop. He frowned and left silently. When he chatted with her last night and asked her how old she was, she said that she was 9. She also casually stretched out her hands. One of her palms had a little finger bent, and the other 4 fingers were extremely straight. Moreover, when she came back from the well with the bucket, Qin Pingan carefully observed her breathing and footsteps. Qin Pingan walked on the street with an umbrella. He decided not to practice the pile walking in the small courtyard in the future. Jiang Quan was a child of a poor family. He studied hard for more than 10 years and was well versed in poetry. In his hometown he was recognized as a child prodigy and a talent. However, he lost in the imperial examination. Although he was now in dire straits, he did not complain. He rented a house with his fellow villagers and continued to study diligently every day. However, between his eyebrows, there was a faint sadness. Every day when he was tired from studying, he would walk out of the alley and wait at the street corner as if waiting for someone. His two fellow villagers knew where Jiang Quan's knot was. Today they took him to a nearby market to buy books. Although they said that they were going to buy books, in fact the three of them were embarrassed. They flipped through some of the few editions of the sage books and glanced at some of the rare copies of beautiful women from afar. Under the impatient gaze of the shopkeeper, the three of them resentfully walked out of the bookstore. They saw a young man with an umbrella and a backpack standing outside. He looked at Jiang Quan and asked, "Are you Jiang Quan? I am Gu Ling's relative in the capital. I have something to ask of you." Jiang Quan's face was full of surprise. He said excitedly, I am Jiang Quan. Where is she? Now the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom was not very peaceful. This time, after she went to borrow money from her relative, there was no news of her. In addition, someone was killed in the alley near where he lived. At that time the Yaman's attitude was very bad. They dispersed the onlookers and took the body away. They only heard that it was a Jianghu woman who died miserably. Some people guessed that she must have died in a grudge. This made Jiang Quan worried for a long time. Day after day these days he could not even calm down to read books. That person said indifferently, "Our Gu family is an official family in the capital." Although Gu Ling's family is in the local area, their official career is not very good. I heard that there are people who have mixed in the Jianghu and have not had the face to contact us for many years. This time she took the initiative to look for us and asked to borrow money. The elders in the family were not very happy. They did not care about the money, but felt that it was humiliating for the family and did not want to acknowledge this relative. Gu Ling insisted on borrowing money and even vowed that you would definitely be able to pass the imperial examination. So she will be able to return the money very soon and that person will marry her officially. The elders in the family know that the imperial examination is not easy. How would they believe that a poor scholar can pass the imperial examination? So they asked Gu Ling for this pipa and then were willing to lend her the money. At the same time, they asked her to promise that she will only agree to meet you after you pass the imperial examination. That person took off his luggage and passed it to Jiang Quan. He even took out a bulging money pouch. There are 50 taels of silver inside and 2 banknotes. Save some expenses and it will be enough for you to last until the next spring scholar tree. If you, Jiang Quan, do not have the confidence to pass the examination, I can actually pass a message to Gu Ling. Both of you can elope. One of you can give up your family's traditions while the other can give up her books. At least you can live together. I feel that it is better than suffering for 3 years and then being publicly separated by the elders in your family. Oh right, the elders in the family were angry that she was stubborn and broke the pipa in private. If you have the chance in the future you can buy her a new one. Jiang Quan was stunned. The poor scholar believed that the young man in front of him was really the son of a rich family. In fact, his heart was beating like a drum. Standing in front of this person, Jiang Quan felt a little ashamed. He asked timidly, "Why are you helping me?" The person replied, "I am only helping Gu Ling, not you." Jiang Quan took the pipa but did not take the money bag. He asked politely, "Aren't you the son of the Gu family? Why are you siding with Miss Gu? Since Gu Ling likes you so much, I want to see what kind of person you are." The person was silent for a moment and slowly said, "The book says that if 2 people love each other, they will be together forever." Jiang Quan smiled knowingly and felt a little more confident. As if to encourage himself, he nodded vigorously and said, "How can it be together forever?" Then Jiang Quan shook his head and said, "I don't want the money. I can go out and set up a stall, help people write letters, write couplets and so on. I can support myself. There is no reason to take this money and let Miss Gu be bullied in the family. But I will have to trouble you to write a letter to her when you go home and tell her to wait for me to pass the imperial examination." Speaking of this, Jiang Quan smiled brightly and said, "Maybe in the future there will be a titled wife." Jiang Quan hurriedly waved his hand. "You don't have to say this in the letter. You may not be able to do it. I'll keep it in my heart. If that day really comes, I'll bring her to you and let her know that I have such thoughts today." That person was also a strange person. He still stuffed the money into Jiang Quan's hands and said something strange, "You must accept this money. This is Gu Ling's goodwill and it is the cleanest silver in the world. The other two people also persuaded Jiang Quan to accept it. The person turned and left. Jiang Quan asked loudly, "Little brother, after the examination, how can I find you?" The person turned his head and said, "If you pass the examination, there will be someone who will find you and tell you everything." A light drizzle came to the world again. Jiang Quan and his two friends left the market. In the distance, the person who delivered the letter stood under the eaves of a street with an umbrella and watched the poor scholar gradually leave. The old Taoist appeared beside Qin Pingon and asked with a smile, "Why don't you tell him the truth directly?" Qin Pingon said softly, "Don't tell him anything, tell him everything, and 3 years later, whether Jiang Quan passes the examination or not, let the imperial tutor help me tell him. I think the third option is better for him and Guling." The old Taoist asked another question that went straight to the heart. "Then which option will make you feel the best?" Qin Pingon answered, "Before entering the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, I would choose the first option. In the Jianghu, everyone should be responsible for their own life and death. Now I should choose the second option. I can ask for the simplest one, to have a clear conscience and not have any flaws in my state of mind. As for why I chose the third option, I don't know. In fact, I don't know whether it is right or wrong." The old Taoist laughed. "You don't know whether it is right or wrong, right?" Qin Pingon turned his head. "What's wrong?" The old Taoist pressed one hand on Qin Pingon's shoulder and said, "You won't know what will happen next." The next moment, as if it was dawn, the sun rose from the east. In front of the palace gate of the Nanyuan Kingdom's capital, the person who opened the palace gate shouted loudly. The old Taoist laughed and asked, "Do you know why there is such a tradition? Whether it is the vast world or the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, they all need to be like this." Qin Pingon, who had to put away the umbrella, shook his head. The old Taoist said, "The palace needs to take advantage of the dawn to call back some wronged souls." "Whose wronged souls do you think they are?" Qin Pingon still shook his head. The old Taoist said, "In history, those loyal ministers who died unjustly, those who died unjustly, and those who died because they were the pillars of the country. After that, the long river of time in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, 1 year, 10 years, or even 100 years, seemed to be only a year for the old Taoist." The next moment, the old Taoist took Qin Pingon to see an old master who was poor and had a bright future. His writing was like a god, but he did not have many restrictions on his descendants. When he died, his life's work was sold everywhere by his descendants, but to no avail. In anger, he simply burned it. They also saw a prime minister of the Cold clan who finally wrote a real poem about wealth in his later years. His poems were no longer ridiculed by his peers as wearing gold and silver and wearing straw sandals. They also saw an important minister who lived in a shabby official's residence. His sleeves were clean and he had a good reputation. His relatives in other places bullied men and women, and everyone's family was rich. Every letter he wrote was filled with earnest advice, warning his family to be diligent and thrifty, and pass down morality to the family. After the contents of the letters were published, it was passed down as a story in the present and future generations. A prince of the northern Jin kingdom who was warming his hands outside a classroom on a snowy day. A hedonistic son who ran amok outside and was full of evil was filial to his grandmother at home, silently tucking in the corners of his elders' blankets. An important minister of the Songlai kingdom who worked hard for the country's political reform. Of the 7 or 8 people who were directly related to him, more than half of them used the name of the political reform to seek personal benefits, eliminate dissidents, or figure out the emperor's heart, secretly forming factions. In the end, the political reform failed. After that important minister was imprisoned, he was still generous, but regretted that he died before his ambition could be realized. A young hero of the Jianghu who was at the end of his rope had his parents killed in revenge. After that, he experienced more than 10 years of hardships and endured humiliation. When he took revenge, he killed dozens of people from his enemy's family, happily avenging his debt of gratitude and hatred. After the young hero who had already become a great hero left, there was a little girl with an even younger child. At the time, the 2 siblings were playing zong-zong and hid in a narrow wall, escaping disaster. In the end, the 2 children kowtowed at the grave, determined to take revenge. There were 2 similar incidents regarding the folding of boxes and the delivery of books. Both involved county magistrates who needed to be held accountable by the imperial court. One of the county magistrates privately gave the courier coachman a brocade bag of tricks, lying that he had encountered bandits on the way and even letting the courier cut himself with a knife. In the end, he got away with it, deceiving the imperial court officials who investigated the matter. The other was clearly in the heavy snow and cold winter and the road was blocked. In order to complete the mission, the courier had to force his way across the river and drowned. The county magistrate reported the truth, but in the end, the courier was flogged 100 times and left thousands of miles away. The county magistrate's salary was suspended for a year, and the local government gave him a bad evaluation, with no hope of promotion within 5 years. After that, it was even more treacherous. The river of time began to flow backward. He saw the knight-errant Feng Qingbai and Tang Tie call each other brothers. In a border city, the two sat across from each other, drinking wine, slapping their knees and singing loudly. Qin Pingon also came to the outskirts of the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom and saw the woman named Gu Ling. He saw her first meeting with the scholar Jiang Quan, and saw how they met and loved each other. Before entering the capital, there was a heavy snowfall. Gu Ling, who had just completed an assassination, accompanied the scholar to rush to the imperial examinations. The woman stood alone in the heavy snow. This year she met a scholar. In her gloomy and bloody life, it was as if another snowfall had fallen. The vast and boundless earth was clean, causing her to mistakenly think that she was the best woman in the world. Although she knew that the heavy snow would definitely melt and she would still be that bad woman, to be able to have such a meeting, it could be considered that the heavens did not treat her unfairly. He saw a skinny little girl who would occasionally go outside the city to take a few glances at a small mound of green grass. Finally, Qin Pingon saw himself and glanced at the well. Twice he went to the private library to flip through the books. There were tens of thousands of books in the library and most of them were brand new. Many books had been opened for many years, but the smell of ink was still the same after being flipped open. There were so many sages' teachings and beautiful poems, but no one understood them. He stood at the door of the outer courtyard of the small alley. He raised and lowered his arms several times, not daring to knock on the door. When he and Chao Qinglang held the umbrella and went to the school, the little girl stood at the door of the courtyard, staring at their backs. Her face was covered in rain, but she did not notice. In the end, Qin Pingon stood alone under the eaves, holding the oil paper umbrella that had accompanied him for so many years. It was still drizzling on the street. The old Taoist was no longer by his side. Right and wrong, good and bad, right and wrong, good and evil. Qin Pingon saw many things. He did not see a single principle that he felt was right and proper. On the contrary, many of the principles that he had insisted on in the past did not make sense. For no reason, Qin Pingon recalled that after the incident on Osmanthus Island, he saw the old boatman who had pushed the boat across the sea for Lu Chen. He looked at him and said, "You want to destroy my Tao." Before this, even though he knew that the hairpin man Zhou Xian was not the real murderer, he still made up his mind. According to Zhongqiu, if there were really 5 places, he would use one of them to directly take Zhou Xian under his command and kill him with one punch. Before this, he was full of disgust for the skinny little girl, but for some reason he did not want to think too deeply about it. However, it was not that he did not gain anything. He began to feel that he had spent money putting in an extra piece of snow. Even if that piece of snow cost money, it was next to the poem that he thought was extremely beautiful. After the rain, the sky cleared. Qin Pingon walked all the way to the well and stood there looking down at the bottom of the well. At this moment, the skinny little girl in the small courtyard raised her head to look at the glaring sun. Taoist temple, Taoist temple, Taoist temple. The old Taoist sat in the sky looking at the two of them. In the lotus grotto connected to the lotus blossom blessed land, a Taoist sat by the pond looking at the three of them. According to the words of one of the disciples, he was just looking at other people's Taoism because he had nothing to do. Qin Pingon suddenly withdrew his gaze and smiled. He left the well. Although he didn't understand anything, he did understand one thing. That annoying little girl, he had to teach her some principles. He would start from the simplest. If she couldn't understand and it was useless, then he didn't need to care about her anymore. However, he still had to teach her. After teaching her, she would at least know what was good and evil. Whether she was evil or good, it was her own business. The old Taoist's face was gloomy and he was not in a good mood. He wanted to throw Qin Pingon out of the lotus blossom blessed land. He did not manage to defeat the old scholar. Therefore he waved his sleeves and Qin Pingon stepped out of the lotus blossom blessed land. It was actually the courier route of the northern Jin kingdom in Tongye continent. He was wearing a golden robe with the blade strengthening gourd at his waist. The only thing missing was the long chi sword on his back. However, his martial arts realm was already at the 5 states, so he did not disappear into thin air like the lotus blossom blessed land. Furthermore, the telepathic flying swords number 1 and number 15 were also in the blade strengthening gourd. Qin Pingon hurriedly looked around. Fortunately, not far from the road, the little lotus person was poking his head out. Obviously, the little fellow Qin Pingon was still confused. The old Taoist stood beside him. According to the agreement, you can take away 5 people from the lotus blossom blessed land. I have chosen 4 of them for you. The old Taoist held 5 scrolls in his hand and threw them aside. They were arranged in front of Qin Pingon and floated in the air. One of the scrolls opened by itself, depicting a man in a dragon robe sitting upright. This is the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Wei Xian. A woman with a sword on her back said, "The right side of the Sui dynasty." He gave up martial arts but still has the bearing of a sword immortal. The founder of the devil's sect, Liu Baixiang. Zhou Xian. These 4 people have a complete physical body and soul. Before this, you can use the Guyu money to raise them and throw them into the painting every day. Sooner or later, when they have enough food and drink, they will be able to walk out of the painting and serve you wholeheartedly. As for how their martial arts realm will be in the future, whether they switch to cultivation and become chi refinement warriors, it will depend on your ability as their master, Qin Pingon. Of course, the premise is that you can afford to raise them. The old Taoist obviously did not want to say anything more to Qin Pingon, nor did he give Qin Pingon a chance to interject. Before Qin Pingon could ask who the last person was, the old Taoist stretched out his hand and pulled out a skinny little girl. He slapped the back of her head and she fell face down on the road. When she raised her head, her face was blank. Qin Pingon looked at the tall old Taoist and asked, "What about the longevity bridge?" The old Taoist's face was indifferent. "The foundation has been laid. You can explore it yourself." Qin Pingon asked again, "What about the long chi sword?" The old Taoist looked into the distance. "I will return it to Qin Qingdu." Qin Pingon kept the 4 scrolls into the 15 flying swords and bade farewell to the old Taoist. The old Taoist was not in a good mood and returned to the lotus flower paradise. He glanced at the lotus flower paradise that bordered the paradise. That guy had already left the lakeside. The old Daoist smiled. Qin Pingon and the skinny little girl stared at each other. Qin Pingon sighed. "What's your name?" The little girl had a big heart. Although she didn't know what had happened, after patting the dust off her body, she still replied with a smile. "Didn't I say before that I only have a surname? My parents didn't have time to give me a name, so I gave myself a name. One word, Qin. I like money." Qin Pingon asked, "What's your surname?" The little girl puffed out her chest and replied, "Pei. It's E with clothes underneath. I heard from my father that it's a big surname in my hometown. There's clothes in my surname and my name is Qian. How lucky." Qin Pingon slapped his forehead. Surname Qian. Pei Qian. Compensate. No wonder he did not like her. "329. They finally left the bottomless lotus blossom blessed land." After the old Taoist left, the first thing Qin Pingon did was to ask about the current year of the northern Jin kingdom. He was really afraid that the so-called 60 years in the mountains meant 1,000 years in the world. On the phone. Otherwise, after being cheated by the old Taoist for decades and losing his long chi sword, he would not be able to find him for revenge. Fortunately, after asking the merchants on the official road of the northern Jin kingdom, he heaved a sigh of relief. From the 6th year of Guangxi, it was only the 7th year of Guangxi. It was also autumn in the Tongye continent, which was roughly the same as the lotus blossom blessed land. Qin Pingon was already traumatized by the northern Jin kingdom. He did not dare to stay any longer and headed north. Previously he had heard of the famous Taiping mountain and wanted to take a look from afar. Now he no longer had such thoughts. Qin Pingon did not have a good relationship with Zhou Fei from the Spring Tide Palace. Lu Fong from the Bird's Eye Peak and Wanderer Feng Qing Bai. He wanted to find an immortal fairy and head straight to the Aquarius continent. When he left his hometown, Old Yang reminded him not to return to the town for 5 years. However, there were still many places he could go. For example, Fan Er's Old Dragon City, Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia's Qinghuan Kingdom, Song Yu's Shushui Country, Guqin's Book Lake, and Li Baoping's Great Sui Kingdom Academy. There were many places. In short, it was not suitable to stay in the Tongya continent for long. Qin Pingon kept the oil paper umbrella that he brought from the Blessed Land. The two of them walked along the official road. The skinny little girl kept looking around. Where is this? It's not our Nanyuan kingdom, right? Previously, when Qin Pingon was talking to someone, she did not understand a single word. Qin Pingon nodded. The extra burden was also the reason why Qin Pingon wanted to leave the Tongya continent immediately. If he brought her along, unlike when he traveled with Lu Tai, it would be very troublesome if they ran into robbing cultivators from the mountains and lakes. However, when he thought of Lu Tai, Qin Pingon's heart became even more gloomy. That man who sold candied haws. The mountain chi cultivators, especially after ascending to the earth immortal realm, could often observe the mountains and rivers like gods. Although old Daoist Bulao was omniscient and omnipresent in the lotus flower blessed land, it was still not something that made people feel relaxed. When he returned to his hometown in the future, he would definitely ask the old man surnamed Chui or Wei Pai about this divine ability and immortal art in detail. He would also ask about it and what were the taboos and restrictions. Pei Qian continued asking, "Is it your hometown? Is it a place where immortals live?" Qin Pingon couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. "It's not my hometown, nor is it some fairyland." Pei Qian saw that he didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask any more. She raised her hands and rubbed her eyes. Qin Pingon asked, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian raised his head and smiled brightly. "Feels weird, but I can't remember anything. I was cleaning Chao Qinglong's yard just now and now I'm here." Qin Pingon glanced at her. Pei Qian immediately corrected herself. "After cleaning the yard, I was sitting on a bench and eating melon seeds." The two of them walked for more than 20 miles. The little girl was so tired that she was panting like a cow. She frowned bitterly and said that there were blisters on the soles of her feet. Qin Pingon rented a horse carriage beside a relay station. After negotiating the price, they headed north. They had agreed to stop at the border county of the North Jin Kingdom. It would take about 2 days. The North Jin Kingdom of the Tongya continent was very different from the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. There had been no wars for a long time. Whether it was the management of the relay station or the customs clearance, it was very lax. As long as one had money, even if one wasn't an official, one could stay at the relay station. It was Pei Qian's first time riding a carriage, so she felt very refreshed. Sitting in the carriage, she felt very comfortable. From time to time she would lift the curtain and look at the scenery outside. After autumn, not far from the official road, she could often see a golden persimmon forest, which made her drool. She couldn't wait to ask Qin Pingon to tell the coachman to quickly stop the carriage so that she could steal 8 or 10 pounds back. Qin Pingon took advantage of the time when she was looking outside to take out the 4 paintings. The axes were different. One was made of red sandalwood, one was made of white jade, and the other 2 were made of unknown materials. The 4 people in the paintings were very lifelike. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Wei Xian, sat in the usual posture of an emperor. He wore a golden dragon robe, but his body wasn't burly. Instead, he was a little thin and small. The dragon robe was loose and didn't match. Sui Yu, who failed in his ascension, carried a sword and looked valiant. He looked like he was looking at the person in the painting. The head of the devil sect, Lu Baixiong, wore a bright red armor. He held a sword in front of him. Wei Xian looked more like a monarch. The martial madman Zhou Xian, who died in the hands of Ding Ying, had a stooped body. He put his hands behind his back and squinted his eyes. He looked like a little old man in the marketplace. Did these 4 paintings only take Guyu money? The problem was, how much Guyu money would it take for the person in the painting to come out? Moreover, the concept of loyalty was debatable. Taking a step back, Qin Pingon was a pure martial artist. Even the golden wine, infatuation, and static snow were regarded as mere worldly possessions. Fortunately, this time in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, he was brought by the old Daoist to travel the world. Qin Pingon understood more about the affairs of the world. He started to look at the worldly affairs of the Aquarius continent and the situation and position of the Pearl Cave in Dali. He was no longer so extreme about the worldly possessions. Otherwise, according to his temper in the past, these 4 paintings would have been sold by Qin Pingon at a sky-high price. Pei Qian stretched his neck to look at Sui Yu's portrait and said softly, "This sister is so beautiful." Qin Pingon ignored Pei Qian and gently kept the 4 paintings. He didn't put them away in his space ring in front of Pei Qian. He placed them by his feet and sighed in his heart. These 4 ancestors were too difficult to raise. How could they be better than Qi and Shiwu? They had a blade-strengthening gourd. Not to mention Guyu money, they had relied on each other for so long and fought side by side many times. They didn't even spend a single snow. Refining and raising the swords didn't require Qin Pingon's effort. In fact, Qin Pingon had a dragon beheading platform. It was the best whetstone in the world for refining and raising flying swords. However, Qin Pingon couldn't bear to lose the dragon beheading platform that was engraved with the words, naive, and Ning Yao. Fortunately, Qi and Shiwu never lost their temper with Qin Pingon. However, they planned to return to Longquan County in the future and try to buy a small dragon beheading platform from St. Wanjiao. He couldn't treat them badly. Qin Pingon wouldn't skimp on this expense. Even if it wasn't Guyu money but gold essence copper coins. Qin Pingon looked at her. Pei Qian also looked at him worriedly. She was afraid that he would kick her out of the carriage. She was unfamiliar with this place. Wouldn't she be bullied to death? In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, she was familiar with the roads. She knew which family she could steal things from, which family she could rob, who she couldn't provoke, and who she needed to please. She had a little calculation in her mind. Here was winter. A heavy snow fell. She would freeze to death even if she didn't starve to death. She had seen many old beggars and little beggars who couldn't survive the heavy snow. They looked very ugly when they froze to death. Pei Qian knew that Qin Pingon didn't like her. Just like she knew that Qin Pingon liked Chao Qinglang very much. She didn't want him to like her. She only wanted him to take care of her food and drink. It would be best if he could give her a lot of money. As for whether he liked her or not, how much was it worth? The coachman was an old man who was familiar with the road. Qin Pingon and Pei Qian stayed in a post house. The coachman stayed in the carriage for the night. Qin Pingon asked for 2 low-class rooms and Pei Qian stayed next door. Qin Pingon bought some food from the post house and put it in a bag for easy carrying. He also put some ordinary books in it. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to go out empty-handed. After giving Pei Qian a portion of food, Qin Pingon went to his room. He took out his sword, lit the oil lamp on the table, took out a carving knife and a small green bamboo slip, and began to record what he saw and heard in this trip to Lotus Flower Blessed Land. There was a knock on the door. Qin Pingon went to open the door. Pei Qian stood outside the door and said timidly, "It's dark. I'm a little scared." Qin Pingon thought it was a little funny. He thought to himself, "You have the guts to climb on the lion's back in front of a rich man's house to sleep. Living in a house you're scared?" But Qin Pingon still let her into the house. She obediently closed the door. Qin Pingon gestured for her to sit opposite the table and said slowly, "This place is called Tongyi Continent. It is a very big place. We are going to Aquarius Continent. My hometown is north of Aquarius Continent. From tomorrow onwards, you will start learning Aquarius Continent's official language and my hometown's Dali official language." Pei Qian smiled brightly and nodded her head vigorously. Okay. It was not that she wanted to learn some *T official language, but the guy in front of her was clearly implying that he wanted to take her to his hometown. Didn't this mean that she could eat and drink without worrying about food and clothing along the way? But Qin Pingon's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. The skinny girl's face turned gloomy and she was full of complaints. Qin Pingon picked up the carving knife and continued to carve words on the bamboo scroll that Wei Pai gave him. He lowered his head and meticulously carved each stroke. At the same time he said to Pei Qian, "From tomorrow onwards, other than teaching you the official language and official language, I will also teach you how to read. If you learn well you will be able to eat a full meal every day. If you don't you will have to eat less." She made a bitter face. "I am very stupid. Qin Pingon made no sound. Then I can save money. Pei Qian secretly glanced at Qin Pingon. He did not seem to be joking. She immediately smiled and said, I will learn diligently. At this point she leaned on the table and whispered, Can you buy me some clothes? Qin Pingon did not even raise his head. When the weather gets cold I will buy you a thicker set of clothes. She muttered, It's already autumn. The weather is already very cold. And look, my shoes are already torn. Really, I am not lying to you. If I accidentally fall sick you will have to take care of me. It will be very troublesome. At this point she lifted her feet. Her shoes were really worn out and her black toes were indeed exposed. Qin Pingon put down the carving knife and used his finger to gently wipe away the almost invisible bamboo shards. Go back to sleep. We still have to get up early tomorrow to hurry on our journey. Pei Qian did not say anything else. She quietly got up and left the room. After returning to the room next door she closed the door and immediately smiled. She immediately put on a straight face to prevent herself from laughing out loud. She threw herself on the bed and rolled around happily. Finally she looked at the ceiling and kicked off her broken shoes. She remembered Qin Pingon's appearance and imitated him to say, Go back to sleep. She did not dare to say it out loud and made a face. Before sleeping she jumped out of bed and lit the oil lamp on the table. Only then did she sleep until dawn. It would be a waste not to light the lamp. Rich people should be like this. Qin Pingon was in the room next door. On 3 bamboo slips, he wrote a densely packed journey of lotus blossom blessed land. He blew out the lamp and began to practice the 6-step stance. Along with the various swordsmanship hand gestures he was still holding the air. His footsteps were silent like a fish in water. He withdrew his fist intent and restrained his divine aura. Thinking back to when Qin Pingon was practicing martial arts by the Dragon Whisker River, his entire body was filled with fist intent. It was a world of difference. Now that Qin Pingon was practicing his martial arts he could completely divert his attention to think about other things. After the walking stance and the erection stance in the mountain shaking fist manual, there was actually the sleeping stance, 1,000 years. Qin Pingon had long known the theory and stance of the fist. Now that he had reached the 4th level he felt that it was not difficult anymore. The key was the essence of the sleeping stance. It just so happened that the 4 words, dreaming like death, would cause a person's soul to be like stagnant water in an ancient well, obtaining complete recuperation and vitality. However, Qin Pingon had gone on 2 long journeys, and each time he went far away, Qin Pingon did not dare to sleep too deeply. Thus he kept delaying it until he returned to Longquan. This time leaving the lotus blossom blessed land was really too hasty. Otherwise, Qin Pingon would have definitely collected all the martial arts in that world. Now that he thought back, the martial arts path that Dingying took was actually not wrong. She truly stood at the peak of the mountains and could be said to be the peak of martial arts in the lotus blossom blessed land. To reach this step, other than one's own comprehension, one also needed to observe the scenery of the lower peaks, mutually corroborating each other, finding and filling in the gaps. Finally, it became one's own fist intent. That was the true definition of a fist beyond the heavens. Wasn't this similar to reading and reasoning? It was also similar to the construction of bridges in the books of the Ministry of Works. Unknowingly, the sky outside the window had already turned white. Qin Pingon had been practicing his fist for the entire night, but he did not even sweat. This was probably one of the conveniences that came with reaching the 5th level and attaining great success in his soul. However, he was wearing a golden robe, so it did not matter whether he sweated or not. While Qin Pingon was practicing his fist, the little lotus flower person whose injuries had already healed, was sitting at the table and dozing off. After leaving the lotus blossom blessed land, the little guy seemed to have something on his mind. Qin Pingon stopped practicing and sat at the table. The little guy's head drooped. Qin Pingon smiled and rubbed its head. He did not say anything. Comforting people was not something that Qin Pingon was good at. He took out another 4 scrolls and placed them on the table. He began to consider whether or not he should make a bet. In the past, Qin Pingon was extremely fearful of luck. Now the knot in his heart had been untied. Actually, after Liju Grotto Heaven collapsed and fell to the ground, he had been schemed against by the sect leader Lu Chen. He was involved with He Xiaoyang of the Divine Grandeur sect. During his trip to the Great Sui Kingdom he had good luck. After parting ways with He Xiaoyang on the Kun ship, his luck was still not bad. Moreover, Qin Pingan's current wealth was not considered small. Not to mention the huge profit he had made from traveling with Lu Tai, the Yin spirit that accompanied Jing Dafeng in the old Dragon City had spent a total of 10 pieces of Gyu money to buy a small bamboo scroll made of valiant bamboo from him. It was as if he wanted to buy a part of the saying, there are differences between immortals and immortals. Yin and Yang are separated. The soul stabilizes the spirit, and the spirit molds the golden body. Hence, Qin Pingan did not have extravagant hopes of keeping the 4 scrolls alive. He chose one of them as if it was a small bet for fun. It was still appropriate. Chaos had already arisen. Qin Pingan indeed needed some helpers to help look after his family business. Qin Pingan did not dare to have extravagant hopes of the old man surnamed Chui. He was just teaching and learning martial arts. He could not ask for more. Wei Pai was after all a mountain god. He had his own responsibilities. The 2 little fellows, the little boy in green and the little girl in pink, were still inexperienced. Furthermore, Qin Pingan treated them more like an elder brother to 2 children. This was due to his temperament and had nothing to do with age. If something big happened, not only would Qin Pingan not let them be in danger, he would only let them stay away from trouble. Qin Pingan did not have that many burdens for the 4 people in the scrolls. As for how to get along with them after they got to know each other, he would think about it when the time came. Among the 4 scrolls, Qin Pingan did not know which one to choose first. However, he was certain that it would be the portrait on the right of the Sui kingdom. If Ning Yao found out that he had a girl who walked out of the painting by his side and spent a lot of Gyu money, wouldn't that be terrible? Therefore, Qin Pingan first kept the painting in the 15 flying swords. Then he also kept the founder of the devil sect, Lu Baixiang. At first glance, one could see that he was an arrogant and unruly person. Moreover, he was the founder of the largest underground power in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. After Qin Pingan invited him out with great difficulty, what if he was an ambitious and ruthless person like Zhou Fei from the Spring Tide Temple who ignored ethics and committed treason? There was no such thing as treating money as money in this world. Guyu's money was not spent by the snow. Moreover, even if it was the snow, it was still not enough. After keeping the second painting, only Wei Liang's ancestor and the seemingly amiable martial arts madman Zhu Lian were left. The latter was the owner of the Silver Lotus crown. This made Qin Pingan's heart beat like a drum. During the battle with Ding Ying, he almost lost his life in the monstrous Ox Mountain. That was the most dangerous battle in Qin Pingan's life. Qin Pingan stared at the 2 paintings and hesitated. The little lotus person sat silently in front of Qin Pingan and also looked at the 2 paintings seriously. Qin Pingan could not make up his mind. He smiled and asked, "Which one do you think is more pleasing to the eye?" The little lotus person turned his head. The little guy with only one arm pointed at the painting and then pointed at himself. He seemed to be asking Qin Pingan if he really wanted him to choose. Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes and nodded. The little guy quickly stood up and ran around the edges of the 2 paintings with his eyes wide open. He even lay on the table and looked at the 2 people in the paintings. He was very serious and cute. Qin Pingan was amused. The little guy finally squatted on the ground and pointed at the painting of Wei Xian beside him. Qin Pingan laughed and said, "That's him." After the little guy got up, he quickly ran to the edge of the table and pulled Qin Pingan's sleeve. He was a little worried. He was afraid that he would choose the wrong one. "It's okay. You have to choose anyway. It doesn't matter if you choose the wrong one." Qin Pingan stretched out his finger and scratched his armpit. The little guy giggled. Qin Pingan took out a grain rain coin. He pinched it between 2 fingers and gently placed it on the painting of the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom. When the grain rain coin touched the painting, it immediately melted like ice and snow. The surface of the painting was soon covered with a layer of grain rain coin. It was misty like the water vapor of a lake. Then it suddenly rippled and spread out. Qin Pingan looked at the painting of Wei Xian again. There was more life in it. Especially the luxurious dragon robe that was flashing with golden light. It was a pity that he could not see any more clues. He was still in a fog as to how many grain rain coins he needed to spend. Qin Pingan made up his mind. He threw 10 grain rain coins into the painting. If there was still no clear sign, he would consider it a waste. Carefully putting away the painting, Qin Pingon hung a cotton bag around his waist. He went out to call Pei Qian next door and continued on his way. After knocking for a long time, the little girl opened the door with sleepy eyes. When she saw Qin Pingon, she was a little reluctant. After she was dressed, Qin Pingon saw her walking towards him. He pointed to the bed. Pei Qian looked at him blankly. Qin Pingon said, "Tidy up before you go." Pei Qian felt wronged and said, "We paid to stay in the post house. You spent a lot of money." Qin Pingon was silent. Pei Qian had to turn around and tidy up the bedding. Qin Pingon glanced at the oil lamp on the table and frowned. After that, they rode the carriage all the way to the north. The coachman was familiar with the route and most of the time was just right for the two guests to stay in the post house and some town inns. There was no chance for them to eat and sleep outdoors. Qin Pingon began to teach her the official language of the Eastern Treasured Vase continent and the Dali dynasty. He then took out a Confucian book he bought from the bookstore in Zhuyuan Alley and taught her how to read. At the same time, he also taught her how to read in the official language, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Pei Qian was not very focused on learning. She had already learned more than 100 characters. However, it was obvious that she did not like to read. She obviously preferred to sleep in the carriage. Even if she did not do anything, Qin Pingon ignored her. As long as she slept, she could sleep for half a day. After she woke up, she would open the curtains to admire the scenery and then sleep after that. It was considered a skill. After that, there was a lot of rain. Slowly, the carriage finally arrived at the county city at the border of the northern Jin kingdom. Qin Pingon paid the other half of the money and started to walk with Pei Qian. As the weather was turning cold and it often rained, Qin Pingon still bought her a set of thick clothes and new boots. However, he did not give them to her immediately. Every day she looked at Qin Pingon's bag and even asked him to carry it for her. The normal cities in the northern Jin kingdom did not have strict security. As long as the coachman pulled some strings, Pei Qian, who did not have a household register or a customs pass, could be brought into the city smoothly. However, it was different at the border. Qin Pingon began to bring her across mountains and rivers. Pei Qian and the hardworking Li Baoping were worlds apart. Even though Qin Pingon carefully took care of her leg strength, she still complained incessantly and squeezed out tears time and time again. Even if Qin Pingon's temper was good, he was annoyed. However, Pei Qian felt better for a few days after she was given a new set of clothes and boots. Then, because she did not know how to cherish her clothes, they were torn and tattered by the thorns on the mountain paths. Her old habits relapsed. Qin Pingon promised to buy her a new set of clothes when they reached the next town. Only then did she regain her energy. However, Beijing's border was long and the mountain paths were difficult to traverse. Pei Qian's face was gloomy all day long. Every time Qin Pingon asked her to practice writing on a tree branch, she would purposely write so that the earthworms would crawl. He told her to write 100 characters and not one more. During this period, Qin Pingon fed her another 3 grains of grain rain money. Because Qin Pingon was now practicing his fists while walking, almost every breath he took was to temper his body. Therefore, it seemed that Qin Pingon put all his energy into practicing the sword stance furnace. Only when Qin Pingon practiced the sword stance furnace would Pei Qian have the energy. She did not dare to get close to Qin Pingon. She stood in the distance and silently watched him standing in the same place, motionless like a piece of wood. After a long time, Pei Qian also felt bored. That night, Qin Pingon took her to sleep in the wilderness. This time, in the border county city, other than the small leather tent specially prepared for Pei Qian, Qin Pingon also bought fishing hooks and fishing lines. He found thin bamboo in the mountains and made a fishing rod. Then he began to fish by the stream at night. In the middle of the night, Qin Pingon turned his head and saw a red light flashing in the forest in the distance. Soon a strange scene appeared. There was a large palanquin with 8 people carrying 8 big red lanterns hanging from the 4 corners. The people carrying the palanquin seemed to be monsters that grew up in the mountains. The people playing gongs and drums were a group of otherworldly ghosts. The leader was a white skeleton with a rusty sword at its waist. Next to the palanquin, there was an old woman who was gorgeously dressed. She wore a festive bright red dress. Her face was pale and her cheeks were red. However, there was black smoke lingering around her. Qin Pingon was now familiar with the mountain affairs. He knew that this was most likely the so-called mountain god getting married. He did not want to complicate matters and pretended that he did not see anything. However, he did not expect that Pei Qian would wake up at this time. After she got out of the leather tent, she rubbed her eyes and stared blankly at the wedding procession. "3:30. Qin Pingon put down his fishing rod and came to Pei Qian's side. The old woman was already looking at the skinny little girl with a smile. Her eyes were full of rumination. She raised a slender arm and the palanquin came to a sudden stop. All the mountain spirits and monsters, including the white-boned swordsman, looked over in unison. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and took the initiative to apologize to the wedding team. Birds had their own ways and mice had their own ways. Especially the difference between yin and yang, the world was orderly. Like this encounter, if Pei Qian had not violated the taboo by blatantly looking at them, the wedding procession of the mountain god would not have cared about the existence of Qin Pingon and Pei Qian at all. They would have passed by. This was also the reason why many woodcutters and fishermen in the world lived near mountains and lakes for generations without suffering any disasters. The old woman saw that Qin Pingon was quite sensible, so she nodded and waved her hand again. The wedding team began to beat the gongs and drums again and continued to welcome the wife of the mountain god. The skinny little girl almost got into big trouble, but Qin Pingon did not blame Pei Qian this time. She was not a cultivator and did not know the rules of cultivation. It was understandable. Qin Pingon did not teach her well, so he could not blame her. However, if Qin Pingon had told her the truth, she would still be so reckless. Qin Pingon asked softly, "Can you see them? Can you hear the gongs and drums?" Pei Qian's little face was pale. She nodded and said, "I heard the noise and got up. Thought it was a dream. It was so scary." Qin Pingon stretched out a finger and gently pressed it between Pei Qian's eyebrows to help her stabilize her divine soul. If one accidentally encountered a filthy otherworldly item, even if ordinary people could not see it, it would not harm them. However, if people did not have strong yang qi, their souls would easily drift around and hurt their vitality. There were many ghosts in the world that said people were possessed and fell ill. It was usually because of this situation. It was a conflict between yin and yang. Fortunately, Pei Qian was fine. Qin Pingon warned, "Although I don't know why you can see them, if you meet them again in the future, you must turn a blind eye to them. Otherwise, it would be easy for us to get into trouble and be seen as a provocation by the other party." Fortunately, the wedding procession tonight is more orthodox. I reckon that they're from the nearby mountains and their status is similar to that of the officials of the mortal realm. That's why they didn't stoop to our level. Pei Qian had a lingering fear in his heart and could only nod desperately. Qin Pingon asked, "Have you ever seen any wandering ghosts in or out of the city all these years in the Nanyuan kingdom?" Pei Qian pulled a long face and shook his head vigorously. "I've never seen these filthy things before, not even once." Qin Pingon pondered for a moment before reminding him, "When you're traveling, you're not allowed to call them dirty things." Pei Qian replied, "Got it." Qin Pingon sighed and comforted her, "Go back to sleep. I'll keep an eye on you. Everything will be fine." Pei Qian did not dare to sleep anymore. She insisted on following Qin Pingon to the stream. This time she was completely obedient and sick. She did not even dare to ask for new clothes and shoes anymore. She felt that following Qin Pingon and being able to eat and drink to her heart's content was already the happiest thing. Qin Pingon picked up the fishing rod again. Pei Qian took a stone and drew circles on the ground. Once bitten, twice shy. At this moment she did not dare to raise her head to look around. She always felt that there were terrifying strange things hidden in the darkness. She asked, "The book you gave me said, 'See no evil, hear no evil.' Is this the truth?" Qin Pingon could not help but laugh. It seemed that she had to suffer before she could learn something. Although this was a sage's teaching and should not be interpreted like this, he did not want to deny the book's truth that she had painstakingly figured out. He said, "This sentence has a lot of truth. You can't say that it's wrong, but it's far from enough. In the future, when you read more, you'll naturally understand more." Pei Qian wanted to chat more with Qin Pingon to suppress the fear in her heart. She casually asked, "Then why is there a sentence in the book that says don't talk about strange forces, chaotic gods? You just said so many strange things. Is the teacher's truth wrong, or is it you who is wrong?" Qin Pingon smiled slightly. As long as you read more books, you'll know whether I'm wrong or the sage's truth is wrong. Pei Qian was a little unhappy and did not speak. She was silent for a long time and finally asked a question. Are you unable to beat them? Qin Pingon laughed involuntarily. Since we were wrong in the first place, does it have anything to do with whether I can beat them or not? Pei Qian raised her head, her eyes shining. If you can beat them, you don't have to lower your head and apologize to others. They should apologize to us and make way for us. If they beat drums and gongs and make people die of noise, they should apologize to me and be willing to pay for it. Qin Pingon asked, even if I can beat them, what does it have to do with you? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment and squeezed out a smile. We're on the same team. Qin Pingon kept staring at the stream and the fishing line. He seemed to be talking to himself. There's no difference between right and wrong. From the beginning to the end, he did not give a clear answer whether he could beat those mountain monsters. He was afraid that after she knew the truth, she would lose all her scruples and be inconsiderate. Qin Pingon had a rough idea of the cultivation level of the mountain god who was waiting for the bride at home. Whether it was the county magistrate of the secular yamen or the city god who was in charge of the affairs of the underworld, if they went out on patrol, there would be a guard of honor. They had the habit of beating gongs to clear the way. If their rank was higher, there would be more sounds. This time, because it was a wedding procession, most of the gongs and drums were incessant. Most of them were festive. They did not let the reapers of hell hold wooden plates of silence and avoidance, nor the most eye-catching official title plate. But every once in a while there would still be rules of officialdom. For example, according to the rules of etiquette, the gongs would be sounded 9 times to clear the way. It was probably the face of the mountain god, to show off to the surrounding neighbors and ghosts. This showed that after the death of the mountain god, he was an official. In addition to the mountain god temple and the clay statue, he was also qualified to open his own mansion. In the treasured vase continent and Tongye continent, he was regarded as a governor of a foreign land. He was similar to the brother of the little boy in green who was the royal river god. He was at least equivalent to the 6th realm of Qi cultivator. Maybe he was at the 7th realm, the Dragon Gate realm. As for whether Qin Pingon could beat him, it was very simple. Yushini was in the blessed land of lotus flowers where the aura was thin. He had already reached the Dragon Gate realm. The reason why Qin Pingon was willing to bet on the 4 scrolls was not only because he valued the martial arts realm of the founding Emperor Wei Xian and the martial madman Zhou Lian, but also because of their potential. In fact, Zhou Fei of the Spring Tide Palace had already said that the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Xianxia, was expected to reach the 9th realm of martial arts in 30 to 40 years. The real body of the banished deity Zhou Fei was the head of the Jiang family of the Jade Grey sect. He was also a Qi cultivator of the 11th realm. His foresight could not be wrong. However, the 2 words expected were far from being a sure thing. After all, the path of martial arts was not smooth. It could end prematurely. Even so, Qin Pingon's initial decision to bet 10 grains of grain rain money on each picture scroll to buy the word hopeful was absolutely worth it. Pei Qian did not know what was the point of fishing. After sitting for half a day without any harvest, he began to find something to talk about. Do you often meet so many strange fellows in your hometown? Then isn't it very dangerous for people like me? I will definitely not be too far away from you in the future. Qin Pingon focused on fishing. It was also a kind of cultivation. Regardless of whether the fish was big or small, he lightly pecked at the bait. The fishing line trembled slightly and passed it to the fishing rod in the palm of his hand. Then he threw the rod to catch the fish. This was like facing the gangchi of a martial artist. There was only a difference in strength and strength. There was no essential difference. Moreover, Qin Pingon had purposely chosen a slender bamboo pole. It was fine to fish in a stream or pond, but if it was a big river and he was fishing for a big fish of 7 to 8 catties, as long as he wasn't careful, it was very easy for the fishing line to break or even the fishing rod to break. This was very similar to the time when he burned porcelain and pulled blanks. Qin Pingon liked this kind of familiar feeling. Although he ignored the little girl, Qin Pingon thought of himself for no reason. After careful consideration, he realized that he was actually no different from her. In Mud Bottle Alley or the ignorant Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, just like in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, danger lurked everywhere. It was not in the mountains, rivers, gods, immortals, or cultivators, But in the 3 meals a day, in the poverty and hardship, in the occasional cold, in the bitter cold of winter. Leaving Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven was like leaving the lotus flower blessed land. The world was wider, but more unimaginable dangers followed one after another. The wind and rain were heavier. One could say that one would die. The two were in similar situations, but their styles were very different. He did not know how to cherish fortune. As soon as she had some copper coins, she would spend them extravagantly. Qin Pingon, on the other hand, would carefully protect every hard-earned surplus. She liked the new and hated the old. As long as her clothes and shoes were old or tattered, she would not linger on them. She would turn her head and hope that a new set would fall from the heavens. She was never embarrassed by the charity of others. She would even beg for a reward, not knowing how to be grateful. Qin Pingon still could not forget the pity and help he had shown the neighbors of Mud Bottle Alley. He would remember each and every one of them. He was even more cautious when it came to repaying these favors, lest he go too far and ruin the simple and honest family style and feng shui of others. She was mischievous, did not know how to advance, and liked to lie. In order to survive, she felt that everything she did was right. Moreover, when it came to the problem of how to survive, she had chosen a shortcut that seemed easy but was actually not easy in the long run. Deep in her heart, she was filled with hostility toward all beautiful things. As long as she could not obtain it, she would rather destroy it. Pei Qian took her revenge on the world that had given her malice. She was skilled at reading people's expressions and could keenly sense the good and evil of others. But this rare gift from the heavens was used by her to bully the weak and flatter the strong. Therefore Qin Pingon, who rarely hated anyone, really hated Pei Qian. However, now that Qin Pingon had been with her day and night, he started to look at her and then looked back at himself. In the lotus flower blessed land, Xianxia had always been worried that Eugenie would become the kind of banished immortal that they hated the most. Lu Tai once said that one would not know good without approaching evil. Of course, Qin Pingon did not want to take her with him. It was the old Daoist who threw her out of the lotus flower blessed land. If Qin Pingon had a choice, he would rather take Chao Qinglang with him. If Xianxia was willing to let go of her burden, Qin Pingon would be more willing to take Xianxia to see the vast world instead of Wei Xian and Zhu Lian. Under the premise that the general environment was destined to be unchangeable, it was obvious that learning to read and speak was necessary for survival. But she was still unwilling to put in the effort. Qin Pingon found it hard to imagine what Pei Qian would do if he were to change his identity and position with her. She did not hate or envy Song Jisun, but she pretended to be attached to this rich neighbor on the surface. She watched Lu Xianyang get beaten to death. She bullied Gukin every day for fun. She mocked that sissy like everyone else in the dragon kiln. She wanted to please Mr. Qi Alliance and Xing Lao Xiuzai. However, even if Qin Pingon was lucky enough to meet them in the river of time, it was nothing more than passing by and meeting by chance. Therefore old man Yao was right. There were all kinds of good fortune and opportunities in the world, but it was nothing more than a pair of hands that could grasp them. The small ones would slip through the fingers. How could one have the ability to fight for the bigger ones? But there was a but. He remembered the kindness of his parents. Later on, he firmly remembered the few words of old man Yao. What about her? It seemed that no one had taught her anything right. But Qin Pingon had taught her a lot now, but she was still so heartless and difficult to change her nature. Qin Pingon was a bit annoyed. When he took Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shui to the Great Sui Kingdom, and later Cui Dongshan, Yu Lu and Xiexia, Qin Pingon had never been so depressed. Qin Pingon put away the fishing rod. Pei Qian rested her chin on her hand and asked, "Why aren't you fishing? There are no fish hooks yet. The fish soup is delicious and the dried fish is also delicious." Qin Pingon wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he swallowed some words back into his stomach. He originally wanted to get straight to the point with her. For example, if Chao Qinglang was here, as long as he was willing to learn, he could generously teach him fist techniques and wholeheartedly teach him swordsmanship. Even if Chao Qinglang wanted to become a cultivator, he could help him. Guyu, money, magical weapons, whatever he had, he could give them to him one by one. But Pei Qian, even if you have the talent to practice martial arts, I, Qin Pingon, am not even willing to let you take a second look at the mountain quaking fist six-step stance. Qin Pingon thought of Alliance's appearance that time. After that, they accompanied each other all the way. Did he look at him the same way like how he looked at Pei Qian now or how he looked at Chao Qinglang in the courtyard? Qin Pingon suddenly asked her, "Do you want to learn how to fish?" Pei Qian whispered, "Can I not learn? I still have to memorize and practice writing every day. I'm afraid I can't learn what you teach me." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If you don't want to learn, then don't learn. Go back to sleep. If there are no accidents, the wedding procession will return later and take the bride to see the mountain god prefect. Just remember to pretend to be asleep when the time comes. From tomorrow onwards, you will be in charge of the package and the fishing rod." Pei Qian thought of those dirty things that passed by tonight and did not dare to reject Qin Pingon. She returned to her tent hesitantly and tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. Qin Pingon thought for a while and still secretly pasted a heart-calming talisman outside her tent. About 2 hours later, the wedding procession with 8 sedan bearers returned from the original route in a lively manner. Before they left, their momentum was even greater. Behind them were many family members of the bride's family and mountain spirits. Some of them had already transformed into human forms, while others were still walking in the mountains with their real bodies. Among them was a pitch-black spider that was as big as a millstone. There were also 2 burly apes that sped through the forest as if they were flying. There was also a female ghost whose face was covered in blood and who was dressed in burial clothes. When they saw Qin Pingon flipping through a book by the stream, many of them were tempted to make trouble. However, there were many reapers in the procession who dispelled these thoughts. Qin Pingon suddenly stood up. From afar, a maidservant holding a lantern in her hand, dressed in a pomegranate dress, floated over. When she saw Qin Pingon, she curtsied and smiled gently. "Esteemed guest, my prefect is celebrating a joyous occasion today. Just now, Granny asked me to deliver a message to you. Are you interested in attending tonight's banquet? Rest assured, my lord has always been known for his fairness and strictness. If you attend the banquet, not only will you not lose the slightest of your lifespan, you will also be given a gift." Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled. "I really don't dare to disturb your lord. I hope you can thank Mama for her kind invitation on my behalf." The maidservant was not angry that this person did not know what was good for him. She smiled gracefully. "Then I wish you a safe journey. If you encounter any trouble within a radius of 800 miles, you can mention my lord's name, Jin Huang. I guarantee that your journey will be smooth." Qin Pingon smiled and cupped his hands in thanks. "Here, I congratulate you on your joyous occasion." The maidservant smiled sweetly and left, leaving behind a fragrant wind. The maidservant returned to report. When the old woman heard that Qin Pingon did not wish to attend the banquet, she dismissed it with a smile. Unfortunately, this young man had missed out on a great fortune. Her lord was known for his generosity. Tonight, all those who attended the banquet could drink a cup of orchid wine and take away a small piece of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Others would do anything to come to the manor to celebrate, but this fellow didn't know how rare it was. Forget it, it wouldn't be good to hold a knife to his neck and beg him to accept his gift. In a palanquin carried by 8 people, a hand as white as a lotus root gently lifted the exquisitely embroidered curtain. She wore a phoenix coronet and a red veil over her head, hiding her face. She looked at the old woman outside through the red veil. The old woman bowed and smiled. "Miss, is there something you need?" A soft voice spoke through the red veil. "How much longer until the palanquin can enter the manor?" She was an ordinary woman from a scholarly family. Several years ago, she met the lord who was incognito in the county city and fell in love at first sight. However, she wanted to be married to a mountain god. Being in the world of the living would harm her virtue in the world of the dead and her merit as a lord. She was infatuated with him and fulfilled her filial duties for 3 years. With the lord's secret help, she paved a path for her family. Afterwards, she didn't hesitate to slit her wrists and commit suicide. Afterwards, she married into the Jin Huang manor with her own body. It could be said that she was perfectly justified and didn't overstep the bounds of etiquette. This was a beautiful manor built in a mountain valley. It was brightly lit and a banquet was held throughout the night. The man who was getting married was wearing a golden robe and had a majestic aura. He sat on the main seat with his newly married wife beside him. The white bone swordsman should have a very high status in the mountain deity mansion. Unfortunately, it was just a skeleton. Naturally, it couldn't drink wine. It had been standing under a pillar in the main hall. When Excellency Jin Huang was drunk, he raised his head and glanced at the sky outside the hall. He secretly gave the white bone swordsman a look. The latter nodded and left the hall. The majestic man sneered, "Everyone, the banquet is over. Next, it's someone's turn to drink the forfeit. I was kind enough to entertain my friends, but many of you actually dared to collude with a lowly water demon and tried to attack my Jin Huang manor. Did you really think that I didn't know anything?" The door slammed shut. The man turned to his wife and smiled gently. He patted the back of her cold hand. "Don't be afraid." He smiled apologetically and sighed, "I've wronged you this time. A wedding banquet ended up like this. Alas." The woman wasn't afraid of this mountain god husband. She joked, "Do you want me to marry you again? Just treat me better for the next 100 or 1,000 years." The man laughed heartily. What else could he ask for after marrying such a wife? Apart from the elite troops of the mansion led by the White Skeleton, there was also a group of people who were recuperating elsewhere. Most of them were Qi refinement warriors. The two armies converged and left the mountain god's mansion, which was still lively and beautiful just a moment ago, to intercept and kill the troops who were trying to attack the mansion at dawn. In the main hall, many of the mansion's auxiliary officials and ghost constables who seemed to be drunk like mud immediately sat up straight and took out their weapons from under the table, eyeing covetously. To the north of the northern Jin border, not only was there a mountain range, there was also a huge lake that was claimed to be 800 miles wide. There was a big island on it, and there was a large temple that wasn't recognized by the imperial court. It was huge and had a lot of incense. A lake demon proclaimed itself as the water god. The imperial court of the neighboring country of northern Jin was helpless and could only let it be. For 200 years, the water god's manor and the Jin Huang manor had been hostile to each other. There were constant conflicts, but no one had the strength to leave their own territory and kill the other. This was a true conflict between water and fire. The winner would definitely destroy the other party's golden body, destroy the temple and cut off the incense. The loser would sink into oblivion. As long as the golden body was destroyed, it meant that even the afterlife would be a luxury. The two battles, the pretense in the main hall of the Jin Huang manor and the narrow path outside the call, started almost at the same time. Excellency Jin Huang was in the main hall. Immediately there were people who changed sides and kowtowed to beg for mercy. The battle was sporadic and the situation was one-sided. On the other side of the mountain, a man in golden armor and a dark green robe led hundreds of lake spirits under his command to fight against the mountain god prefecture. It was an earth-shattering battle. The white skeleton with a rusted sword was a 7th realm martial artist when he was alive. After his death, his soul didn't dissipate. Although he didn't have the combat power of his peak, he was still murderous. In the army of water demons, he was invincible. The water god stood on a big carriage pulled by a water dragon horse. He held an iron spear in his hand. It was a celestial magic treasure that was left at the bottom of the lake. For hundreds of years, it had been running amok and taking things by force. Therefore, although it took 100 years to build the golden body of Excellency Jin Huang and wasn't regarded as the orthodox one by the imperial court, its cultivation state was higher than that of Excellency Jin Huang. This time, it took advantage of the marriage of the mountain god manor to win over a large group of mountain demons and bribe them with money. Its overall strength was already stronger than the other party. That was why it dared to leave the lake and lead the army ashore. It was determined to destroy the Jin Huang manor. The battle of Dao between the mountain god and the water god depended on whose cultivation state was higher and whose plan was further. Qin Pingon woke Pei Qian up early in the morning. The two of them ate some dry food and started to hurry on their way. They deliberately avoided the direction of the Jin Huang manor. Qin Pingon took a big stride and jumped onto a big tree branch. He looked into the distance and his face was solemn. Why was the wedding banquet of the mountain god in full swing? On a battlefield dozens of miles away, a man in golden armor cast spells and water flooded the ground. He stood on the back of a huge black fish and held an iron spear. The white skeleton swordsman had lost an arm. Even though he tried his best to kill and secretly recruited a group of Qi refinement warriors, He and his many retainers were still at a disadvantage against this big water demon that could summon wind and rain. However, the Jinhuang Manor had the geographical advantage. Therefore, both sides suffered heavy casualties. A golden-robed man left the main hall of the mansion where the situation had already been settled. After he walked out of the door, he strode forward and his body grew rapidly. 20 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet. When he arrived at the entrance of the call, he was already a dazzling golden body that was 10 feet tall. He leaped and crossed the battlefield in an instant, smashing his fist on the head of the green carp spirit. Qin Pingon stopped watching the battle and floated back to the ground. He said in a low voice, "Let's go." Pei Qian said tentatively, "I think I heard thunder. It kept rumbling in my ears." Qin Pingon thought for a while and took out a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman that he had successfully drawn earlier. He pinched it with 2 fingers and patted Pei Qian's head gently to the right so that it would not block her vision. He reminded her, "Just focus on your journey. It won't fall down. But don't tear it. With it, even ordinary demons and ghosts will automatically retreat when they see you." But at this moment, a thunderous roar came from the battlefield. She was so scared that she shivered. She pulled a long face and her legs were weak. She said in a trembling voice, "I'm scared. My legs won't listen to me. I can't walk." She was really scared of those demons and ghosts that she always thought would eat human flesh. She did not put on an act for Qin Pingon to see. Qin Pingon was a little helpless. He took out a Yangqi lighting talisman and put it in Pei Qian's hand. These 2 talismans are immortal items. They will definitely protect you. Pei Qian glanced at the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman in front of her and then at the Yangqi lighting talisman in her hand. She sobbed, "Give me another one. I can hold it with both hands." Qin Pingon could only give her another lighting talisman. With one in each hand, Pei Qian walked 2 steps. She swayed and still did not have much strength. She was very scared. Qin Pingon said, "The 2 talismans in your hand are worth a lot of silver. Take it well. The one on the forehead is even more precious. You can buy a big house in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom with it." "If you can walk on your own and follow me steadily, I can consider giving you one." The skinny little girl was about to cry. Her dark face wrinkled and said with a wronged expression, "You're not lying?" Qin Pingon nodded. She took a deep breath and ran out with a whoosh. She spread out her arms and clutched the 2 Yangqi lighting talismans tightly as if she was carrying water. There was also a demon-suppressing talisman on her forehead. It was very funny. After running for a while, she did not see Qin Pingon. She immediately turned her head and cried, "You should run faster. If we catch you, you're the bigger one. We'll definitely eat you first." Qin Pingon wiped his face and followed silently. While the name Pei Qian was not given in vain. This time the skinny little girl did not dare to be lazy. She ran very fast and did not complain that she was tired. Qin Pingon took out an infatuation sword and hung it on his waist. It was connected to the blade-strengthening gourd on the left and right. With a bag slung over his shoulder and a fishing rod in his hand, he matched Pei Qian's running footsteps and walked side by side with her. In fact, Qin Pingon was not worried about her safety. As long as she was not in the middle of the battlefield, there would not be any danger. Pei Qian's pace was hurried. Her running speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. However, in order to escape, she used all her cleverness. She ran for 2 to 3 miles on the mountain road in a spurt of energy. It should be known that the mountain road was difficult to walk on. After that, she did not stop to rest. Without Qin Pingon's urging, she walked forward by herself. When she recovered, she began to run again and again. This made Qin Pingon, who was secretly observing the little girl, stunned for a long time. He had to admit that she was very talented in martial arts. This was not the vision of Qin Pingon in Lizhu Cave Heaven. It was Qin Pingon, a 5th realm martial artist who had killed Ding Ying. However, when it came to cultivation, it was just like Wan Jiao's attitude towards Qin Pingon. As long as they did not see each other as kindred spirits, they would not easily pass on their skills. They could not be master and disciple. Even in the martial arts school next to Zhuangyuan Alley in Lotus Flower Blessed Land, the master who taught the martial arts was not an expert. He would insist that if the disciple did not have martial virtues, he would not teach the profound martial arts. It was enough for the disciple to make a living. Qin Pingon did not have the slightest intention of teaching Pei Qian the martial arts. Her temperament was far from her cultivation. After practicing the martial arts and the multiplication Daoist method, what else could she do except to bully others, commit crimes and decide the life and death of others based on her own will? Eugenie was called a short winter melon and wanted to kill someone. For the ordinary people at the foot of the mountain, it was a matter of life and death. In the end there was a limit to a person's strength. No matter how good Pei Qian's talent was, she was still a 9-year-old child with a weak body. After running for 7 to 8 miles, she was already exhausted and couldn't move a single step. She stood in place and began to howl in grief. Looking at Qin Pingon's white robe with tears in her eyes, her first thought was that this fellow was definitely going to abandon her. She judged others by herself. Pei Qian was already speechless. But she was very afraid that this person would leave. Qin Pingon squatted beside her and Pei Qian immediately lay on his back. After Qin Pingon stood up, she hugged his neck and her face was full of tears. Qin Pingon walked slowly on the forest path and said softly, "As long as you don't do anything bad, I will not leave you alone." The little girl nodded vigorously. She did not need to run by herself. Then he instantly unsheathed his sword. He slashed with his sword. The green water buffalo was slowed down by the demon suppression talisman. It knew that it was not good. Just as it was about to make a detour, a sword aura slashed down on its head. With a bang, the huge creature with eyes as big as copper bells was directly split into two by the sword. He sheathed his sword and rode the demon suppression talisman, which had no spiritual energy left, back into his sleeve. Qin Pingon did not even look at the two halves of the corpse. He carried the little girl and continued forward. Excellency Jin Huang, who was rushing from afar, was also covered in wounds. He hurriedly stopped near the water god's corpse, holding the great demon's iron spear. The mountain god swallowed his saliva. Although he was shocked, he did not feel much fear. Instead, there was some respect from the bottom of his heart. With a solemn expression, he cupped his fists and said, "Farewell, immortal master." Qin Pingon did not stop walking. He only turned his head and waved at the righteous god with a smile. "It's nothing. Don't mention it. The next time there's a banquet like this, don't casually invite others. Although it's out of kindness, the path of cultivation is most afraid of accidents. However, if I pass by this place in the future, I'll definitely disturb you and ask for a cup of wine." Fortune and disaster seemed to be far away, but in reality, it was only a matter of time. The mountain god Excellency said, "I've learned my lesson." Qin Pingon carried Pei Qian for more than 5 kilometers before putting her down. One big and one small, one tall and one short, they looked at each other. She put on a blank face and pretended to be a fool. Qin Pingon extended his hand. She frowned and slapped 2 lantern-lifting talismans into Qin Pingon's palm. "Can't you give me one? I've run so far on the mountain path. In the end, I really can't run anymore." Qin Pingon walked forward slowly. "Then do better in the future." The little girl grunted and walked silently beside him. Heart of stone. What kind of person? Pui, I was blind. Qin Pingon pinched her ear and said, "It's not good to talk bad about others all day long in your stomach." Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and cried, "I won't do it again, I won't do it again." Only then did Qin Pingon release his grip. After a moment, Qin Pingon pinched her ear again. The little girl's eyes were red. She vowed solemnly, "I really won't do it again this time." After another 10 steps, just as Qin Pingon extended his hand, Pei Qian sat on the ground and cried loudly. Qin Pingon continued walking. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, she quickly stopped crying, stood up and walked forward timidly. In order to stop herself from cursing that fellow in her mind, she found a way to control her thoughts. She began to murmur the contents of those books. It was so miserable. Qin Pingon no longer cared about her. They walked in the vast forest. Thinking of the mountain character seal, Qin Pingon became even more silent. (331) 10,000 word chapter. The 14,000 word update promised at the beginning of the month has been completed. Jianlai had promised to update the word count 3 times. The first time was during the new year, the second time was last month, and the third time was this month. He did it all. Chao Qinglang didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that time passed very quickly. In the past it was a river that flowed slowly. Now it was a mountain stream that flowed quickly. He could even hear the sound of flowing water. In the blink of an eye, autumn passed and winter came. The first snow of the year came. It fell like goose feathers. Chao Qinglang, who woke up in the morning, sat on the bed and looked at the snow outside the window. He was stunned. He put on his clothes and shoes and quickly opened the door. The first thing he wanted to do was to tell that person that it was snowing heavily. But looking at the door of the side room, Chao Qinglang scratched his head. He finally remembered that person had been away for a long time. But he often felt that person would sit on the small bench in the yard. Whether it was early in the morning or late at night, he could see him as soon as he went out. He didn't talk much and just looked at him with a smile. He hoped that it was a good year. Chao Qinglang raised his hand and blew. It was a little cold and he needed to wear more clothes. He shrank back into the room. After changing his clothes, he sat upright in front of a small wooden table made by his father. He opened a book and began to recite the sage chapters. At the end of autumn there was a new teacher at the school. He was stricter and seemed to be more knowledgeable. He explained the principles clearly. Even his schoolmates who didn't like to read could understand. He was very good. Chao Qinglang finished reciting the book and rubbed his hands to warm them. He was a little worried that there was not much money left. After his parents passed away, the government gave him a sum of money as compensation. But it was not given to him in one lump sum. But the government office would send money to him every month. Chao Qinglang didn't think much about it. He just thought that the government office did things like this. Besides, he had lost his parents and had no relatives in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. In the past he only needed to tell the elders what he wanted to eat and buy. But now he had to be careful and spend every copper coin carefully. It was not a good feeling, but there was no other way. He had to live. Fortunately, during her most difficult time, that person stayed at home. Chao Qinglang, who was alone in this house, secretly had some thoughts. Chao Qinglang changed into a pair of yellow suede boots that were suitable for going out in rainy and snowy weather. However, when she put on the boots, Chao Qinglang cried. Her mother had bought this pair of boots on New Year's Eve. What about this year? Fortunately, Chao Qinglang quickly calmed down and went to the kitchen to fill his stomach. He was ready to go to school. However, when he was packing the books in the room, Chao Qinglang was a little dazed. That person said that he would make a small bamboo box for him when he was free. The book said that a gentleman kept his promise and kept his promise. Then he must really have something urgent. He just didn't know when they would meet again. Chao Qinglang picked up an oil paper umbrella and walked out of the yard with his bag on his back. He was surprised to find an acquaintance passing by. It was the teacher of the school with a very strange surname. The old teacher was dressed in a green robe and was also holding an oil paper umbrella. When he saw Chao Qinglang, he stopped and asked, "What a coincidence. You live here?" Chao Qinglang wanted to put down the umbrella and bow to the teacher who happened to pass by. The teacher waved his hand and said, "No need. It's snowing." The teacher was very knowledgeable, but when he was teaching he was very serious. Everyone was afraid of him and Chao Qinglang was no exception. It was just that he was more respected by his classmates. Therefore, when the teacher said that there was no need to bow, Chao Qinglang subconsciously followed the old man's words. After that, the old man and the young girl each held an umbrella and walked in the deep snowy alley. The teacher naturally heard about Chao Qinglang's family situation. After all, in the school many of the children in the neighborhood were his playmates and classmates. They looked at Chao Qinglang differently and whispered to him. Chao Qinglang just pretended not to see or hear. Therefore the old man asked, "Now that you're living alone, do you have any difficulties?" Chao Qinglang smiled and shook his head, "Sir, no." His answer was methodical. His wording and attitude were not like a child in a shabby alley. No wonder the skinny little girl ridiculed him as a little teacher. The old man nodded and said, "After all, you're still young. If you have any difficulties you can tell me. Don't feel embarrassed. There are many difficulties in life outside of books. Not to mention you, even I, at your age, have to ask for help." Chao Qinglang nodded, "Sir, I know. If I have any difficulties I'll ask for your help." Chao Qinglang hesitated and was a little embarrassed. Someone took me to school and said something similar to what you said. He told me that in the future when I'm studying and making a living alone, I'll have to ask for help. If others don't help, I can't resent them. If others help, I must remember. The teacher smiled for the first time. That person is Qin Pingon, right? Chao Qinglang was surprised. Sir, you know him? The teacher nodded and said, we're friends, but I didn't expect you to know each other. Chao Qinglang was suddenly happy. Qin Pingon was the teacher's friend. The teacher scolded with a serious face. Don't think that if you don't study hard because of this relationship I won't punish you. Chao Qinglang nodded quickly. An old man and a young man, a teacher and a student, walked slowly on the street that had been repaired by the government. Chao Qinglang became bolder and asked the teacher how he knew Qin Pingon. The teacher only said that they were like-minded. Although they didn't know each other for long, they were indeed friends. Heavy snow fell on the world and didn't want to stop. Chao Qinglang felt warm in his heart. He walked to the gate of the school with the teacher and looked back. The last time they met was also a farewell. The man stood there and stopped. After saying that, he held an umbrella and watched Chao Qinglang walk into the school. The teacher turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Chao Qinglang shook his head and smiled brightly. He turned and walked quickly into the school. After Mr. Zhong took his seat in the school, he waited until all the children had arrived before he began to teach. The old master's hair was white and he was dressed in a green robe. He spoke slowly, and when he talked to the children about the sage's principles, he seemed to have the aura of a sage. In the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, there was an official family with a deep courtyard. The private library of this family was quite famous in the capital. Today, a young man who was the son of a concubine went to the library to read. He often came here to read, but the books were precious. The family rules not only forbade him to take the books out of the library, but also forbade him to take the books out. Many of the rare books were sealed and no one was allowed to open them without permission. Today the young man was a little sad and angry. He didn't come here to read books but to find a quiet place to relax. The young man passed the county examination and the provincial examination for all the students in the capital. However, his results were not outstanding, so he didn't become a Xianxia. He was only qualified to participate in the college examination. This made him feel very guilty towards his mother. The two brothers who participated in the county examination with him both became Xianxia in one fell swoop. The young man, who was known for his remarkable ability, was puzzled. He didn't know why Zhang Pingping and his brothers, who were far less knowledgeable than him, had better results. He thought it was because he didn't perform well on the spot, and the two brothers just happened to perform better. But today he accidentally heard the two drunk brothers talking about the county examination and found out that it was their father who secretly bribed the examiners. Because the grandfather of the three brothers was once the Minister of Rights in the capital, and had students all over the country. He had presided over the Nanyuan Kingdom examination many times, and the chief examiner of the county examination in the capital. When they met their grandfather, they had to respectfully greet him as teacher and teacher respectively. This was the relationship between a teacher and a student. The young man firmly believed that his grandfather would never do such a dirty thing. It must be the father of the two brothers who used this as a cover, and didn't hesitate to damage the family's reputation for personal gain. This was fine. Although the young man was a concubine's son, he was born in a noble family, and more or less knew about the dark side of the officialdom. But according to the complacent discussion of the two brothers, why did the eldest uncle of the eldest branch deliberately suppress him? Why did he take away the title of Xianxia that was supposed to be in his pocket? The young man stood on the top floor of the library, looking at the bookshelves and books, and smiled bitterly. In such a big family of scholars, other than him who was a concubine's son, how many people of the same age in the family were willing to come here to read books? So many rare books year after year were put on the shelves and no one cared about them. Wasn't it a pity? The young man raised the back of his hand and wiped his tears. What's the use of reading books? What nonsense is it? After complaining, the young man began to look for books to read. He still had to take the college examination and he still had to read the books of the sages. Even if he didn't study for himself and didn't want to get a title for himself, he couldn't let his mother down again. But today his mood was irritable, so he wanted to read a book other than the classics. Along the way he picked out a book, and finally, in the corner of the library, he picked out a book that was almost new. Then the young man was stunned. When he opened the title page, he felt something was wrong. He picked up a page with his finger and found that there was a coin inside. It was somewhat different from the copper coins of the Nanyuan kingdom. The seal was unfamiliar and it was not made of copper or iron. It was like jade but not jade, crystal clear. The coin was sandwiched between the book, causing the two pages to be slightly imprinted. At the imprint there was an old saying that scholars knew but not everyone believed. Books have their own house of gold, books have their own jade, and books have their own 1,000 grains. The young man was a little strange. After hesitating for a long time, he silently put it in his sleeve, wanting to take it back and show it to his mother. But he didn't expect that this almost led to a disaster. Later, when the young man was studying in the family school, he took it out and rubbed it in his palm. It was inadvertently seen by his elder brother, who framed him and said that the young man stole the tribute from his own desk. It caused an uproar which alarmed his grandfather, who had been ignoring worldly affairs for many years. After that, the old minister, who had been concentrating on Taoist techniques all year round, put away the coin. And that day he mobilized all the trusted stewards in the mansion. It took them 2 days and 1 night to carefully search through the thousands of books in the library, but they found nothing. They didn't find the second coin. The old minister ordered everyone to leave the library, and no one was to speak of this matter to the outside world, or else they would be expelled from the family. The old man was alone in the library for a long time, and then he found his trembling grandson and brought the young man back to the library. The old man handed the book with the coin in it to the young man and said with a smile, "If you had 2 of these coins, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to become an immortal. Don't worry, take it. It's yours, and from now on focus on your studies. All the books in this library are open to you. You can take whatever you want, and you can also take it out of the library to read." The young man, who had profited from his misfortune, took the book and was confused. The old minister told him another secret and said earnestly, "In the previous dynasty, there were 2 young scholars who were born as prodigies. They were unstoppable in the imperial examinations, and their reputations as officials were not good. One of them even lost his integrity in his later years, which is why this dynasty has a deep taboo. This time, you failed to become an elementary scholar, not because of your uncle's actions. He doesn't have such a vicious heart and he doesn't dare to. I'm not dead yet. Actually, it was my intention to suppress you, to temper your temper so that in the future, you will be able to succeed in the imperial court. After all, the imperial court is not a game of chess. If you play too well, it may not be a good thing in this dynasty." After the excited young man left, the old man turned around and took out another book. There was also an imprint on it, but there was no coin. However, where the imprint was, there was a sentence from the sage, and there was a bandit gentleman, like cutting, like polishing, like grinding. Because there was only 1 coin, the young man had taken all the good fortune for himself. It was the will of the heavens. This made even the old minister, who longed for magic, not dare to snatch it away. The old man, who had been in the imperial court for most of his life, had a sincere respect and admiration and said, "An expert who is out of this world really has the hands of an immortal." On the way up the mountain, Qin Pingon made a big bamboo box for himself. Logically speaking, other than the cotton bag, it could store many other things. However, Qin Pingon still let Pei Qian carry the bag and the bamboo fishing rod. He also made her a small and delicate walking stick. After that, the mountains and rivers were far away. Qin Pingon seemed to have changed from the initial rush to leave Tongyi continent, to return to his hometown in Baoping continent, to calm down again. However, the tired little girl Pei Qian was full of complaints. She was just as straightforward as when they first met, and her words were hurtful. It was not known whether it was because she had read some books, or because she was worried that Qin Pingon would leave her in a fit of anger. Even if she complained, Pei Qian learned how to beat around the bush. Qin Pingon always turned a deaf ear to her complaints, which made Pei Qian more and more resentful. Along the way, the two of them saw a lot of sights that broadened Pei Qian's horizons. It was like encountering countless fireflies on an autumn night. It was like hanging small lanterns. While Qin Pingon was not paying attention, she used her walking stick to beat the ground until it was littered with corpses. As soon as Qin Pingon turned his head, she immediately stopped and pretended to hurry on with the journey. They also walked through an extremely strange dense forest. The soil was fertile, the branches stretched out, and there were all kinds of shriveled corpses of birds and beasts hanging on the branches. Pei Qian was so scared that she grabbed onto Qin Pingan's sleeve before she dared to walk. Before Qin Pingan entered the forest, he took out a Yangqi lantern talisman and threw it into the forest. He found that the ordinary talisman suddenly lit up, but it burned slowly. Qin Pingan walked straight into it. Pei Qian begged Qin Pingan to give her a talisman as a protective talisman, but Qin Pingan turned a deaf ear to her. He told her that if she was afraid of those strange things, she could recite loudly. The teachings of the sages could ward off evil spirits. Pei Qian was skeptical, but she still held on to Qin Pingan's sleeve tightly while trying her best to recite the contents of the book. In fact, that Confucian classic was very thin. She could recognize all the words on the side, and she had finished reading the book. Pei Qian had wanted to change to a new one. He didn't want her to flip through and only read one book. It was too boring. However, Qin Pingan didn't allow it. He wanted her to read it over and over again, and not only to read it, she had to read it out. In the morning he practiced the sword furnace stance and she had to read it. In the evening he practiced the sword furnace stance and she had to read it. In the end she really memorized all the chapters. When the two of them walked out of the forest, there were no strange movements. Pei Qian was sweating profusely. She was tired from reading and her voice was hoarse. It wasn't until the two of them walked more than 10 miles that the trees began to shake crazily, as if they were venting their anger. After that, the two of them passed by a valley. Beside a waterfall, colorful butterflies fluttered about, dazzling one's eyes. Pei Qian took advantage of Qin Pingan's cooking to kill more than 10 colorful butterflies at lightning speed. She picked the most beautiful one and with a puss sound she clamped it between the pages of the book. In the end she received a solid chestnut from Qin Pingan, causing her to squat on the ground and cry out in pain. Her forehead was red and swollen, and she didn't have a good expression when eating. The two of them also met a woodcutter who was chopping firewood and went down the mountain. They even ate a meal. Qin Pingan wanted to give some money, but the simple and honest family refused. Qin Pingan could only give up. Before walking out of the fenced courtyard, he wanted Pei Qian to thank them. Pei Qian, who had eaten a lot of food, wasn't too willing. However, when she inadvertently saw Qin Pingan's gaze, she immediately bowed and thanked them obediently. The two of them walked out of the continuous mountain range and encountered a large river. This was the first time Pei Qian saw a boatman pulling a large boat. Under the scorching sun, those men were shouting songs, causing her to be dumbfounded. After that she secretly laughed. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people in the world who lived miserably. However, she quickly put away her smile. If that guy saw her, she wouldn't have a good ending. This time she only collected a little less firewood. If he was hungry, she would only be able to eat a small bowl of rice. This Qin Pingan was really hard to please. Rich people were always asking for a beating. When she secretly learned a peerless swordsmanship with her walking stick, she would definitely beat him up until he cried for his parents. At that time she would see how he would continue to glare at her. Eating on the mountain and drinking water in the river. Walking by the river, she suddenly felt like fishing. She asked Qin Pingan to help her make a fishing rod, but he ignored her. Pei Qian had no choice but to take a hatchet and chop a thick bamboo. After chopping it down, she realized that it was not a fishing rod, but a bamboo wormwood. With a sad face, she picked a thin one. Fortunately, Qin Pingan was a miser and didn't go too far. He gave her a fishing hook and fishing line. However, the two of them were also fishing. Qin Pingan caught a lot of fish and even a big carp that was as long as her arm. However, she didn't catch a single shrimp from the beginning to the end. Could it be that the guys in the water also looked down on people? She couldn't wait to jump into the water and kill all the fish and shrimp in the river with her fishing rod. However, the big pot of fish soup that night made Pei Qian happy. She nervously asked Qin Pingan to eat 3 bowls of rice. She said that she had used up all her strength fishing today and had to eat rice to make up for it. She said that she would drink less fish soup and would not compete with him. She thought that he wouldn't agree, but she didn't expect that the guy actually nodded. This was a full meal. The fish soup was poured into the rice. There was nothing more delicious in the world than this. Anyway, she ate until her stomach was round. Later she followed Qin Pingan to fish again. She threw and swung the fishing rod carelessly, but the hook still didn't move. That guy on the other hand caught a huge black carp. It took him at least a quarter of an hour just to compete. Seeing Qin Pingon running back and forth on the shore, she rolled her eyes. You're a guy who knows swordsmanship and immortal spells. Don't you think it's embarrassing to be played by a stupid fish like this? Looking at her fishing rod that was as steady as a mountain, and complaining about the guys hiding under the water who didn't give her any face, Pei Qian sighed heavily. She only felt that she had a lot of good skills, but unfortunately the heavens were not on her side. She had no place to use her skills. Therefore she decided not to fish for the rest of her life. She spent so much patience and effort, but there was no harvest. What was the point of doing it? That day during lunch, Qin Pingon talked to her about some fishing techniques for the first time. Pei Qian understood the theory, but she was still unwilling to learn how to fish. However, Qin Pingon said that the next time he went fishing he would personally teach her, so she didn't throw away the fishing rod. She said tentatively, "Fish soup is delicious, but I'm a little tired of eating it every meal. Sai, why don't we eat something else?" Qin Pingon replied, "Okay, you go and find something." Pei Qian played dumb. "I'm too young. I want to, but I don't have the strength." The next day Qin Pingon didn't use his fishing rod. Instead he took Pei Qian's fishing rod and waited for half a day. He ignored the small fish pecking at the bait. After a big fish about 7 to 8 caddies took the bait, he suddenly raised the fishing rod. The fishing rod stretched out in a beautiful arc just right. Pei Qian, who had been yawning for a long time, immediately widened her eyes. Qin Pingon asked her to quickly take the fishing rod and let her deal with the big fish. Pei Qian jumped up and took the fishing rod. The scene that followed made Qin Pingon unable to bear to look at it. With both hands tightly grasping the fishing rod, the little girl clenched her teeth and without saying a word, she began to pull the fish back with all her might. Qin Pingon had said before about walking the fish slowly, reeling in the line and releasing the line, not letting the big fish see the light in a hurry, removing the strength of the fish bit by bit and making it choke a few times, but Pei Qian didn't listen to a single word. She wanted to rely on brute force to pull the fish ashore. A good fishing should have been leisurely, but for Pei Qian, it was like a tug-of-war with someone. The fish was not small, and in the water it was a strong black fish. On the contrary, Pei Qian's strength was not great. With a careless move, the skinny little girl staggered a few steps and was dragged into the water with the fishing rod. She once laughed at Qin Pingon for talking nonsense. How could there be a fish choking water in the world? Now it was Pei Qian's turn to choke water. She couldn't swim, but after a strong force she was unwilling to let go. In the end it was Qin Pingon who pulled her out of the water, but the fishing rod had been dragged away by the big fish. This time Pei Qian didn't cry heartbreakingly. The little girl stood on the shore like a drowned rat, with her mouth wide open, crying silently. The fish was gone, tonight's fish soup was gone, and the fishing rod was gone. Even if she knew that there was still dry food, she wouldn't starve and there would be food to eat, but she didn't know why she was so sad. Qin Pingon helped her wipe away the tears on her face and the river water, but he didn't comfort her. He just thought of the scene when he was young. Before he met Zhou Xian, who was good at fishing, he didn't know how to pay attention to fishing. He didn't know how to pick the time and place, so he often returned empty-handed. On a sunny afternoon his skin would hurt from the sun. That was probably how he felt. After that there was only pickles and rice for the meal. Pei Qian went to the small tent to change her clothes. During the meal Pei Qian was unhappy. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Why are you suddenly so bold? Aren't you afraid of drowning?" Pei Qian, who was squatting beside him, lowered her head and ate the rice. She mumbled, "Aren't you beside me?" Qin Pingon tipped her with a chestnut. Pei Qian suddenly raised her head and said angrily, "Why did you hit me? I'm so sad." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Eat your food." Pei Qian snorted and turned her head to look at the river. She was a little sad that the fishing rod she made with her own hands was gone. Qin Pingon said, "I'll give you my fishing rod." Pei Qian was a little confused. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, she grinned and said, "Then I'll borrow you to fish often in the future. I'm very generous." Qin Pingon was so angry that he laughed. She was so clever that she didn't want to use it on her studies and writing. Only in the dead of the night when she was sleeping soundly would Qin Pingon take advantage of the night watch to silently practice the 6-step stance in swordsmanship. They passed by a small town and bought some things. Qin Pingon bought her a new outfit. Pei Qian was overjoyed. That night they slept in a small inn. Pei Qian hadn't slept on a bed for a long time. She was so happy that she rolled around on the bed. Suddenly she saw a white cat curled up by the window staring at her. Pei Qian jumped off the bed and shouted, "Rebel! How dare you stare at me?" She took the mountaineering staff leaning against the table and poked the white cat. The white cat really did what she said. It wanted to rebel. Not only did it not run away, but it also moved around the window. It was agile and avoided the attacks of the mountaineering staff. Occasionally it would whisper at Pei Qian. Pei Qian gasped for breath. She supported herself with the mountaineering staff and stared at it. "Where did you come from? Tell me your name and I'll spare your life." Of course Pei Qian was just teasing it. But the white cat actually glanced at her and said, "Crazy girl, is there something wrong with your brain?" It turned around, leaped up and left. Pei Qian was so scared that she threw away the mountaineering staff and knocked on the door next door. After Qin Pingon opened the door, Pei Qian said in a trembling voice, "There was a cat just now that could speak." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I heard it." Looking at Qin Pingon's unsurprised expression, Pei Qian said in a daze, "We're not in the mountains. How can there be monsters?" Qin Pingon sat back at the table and continued to flip through the Immortal book that he bought from the inverted mountain. He nodded and said, "There are many spirits and ghosts in the streets. It's not rare. Most of them won't disturb the world. Some rich families will keep many interesting spirits and ghosts. For example, some rich women will have many kinds of little guys in their dowries. They have wings and can fly. They can help their masters dress and put on makeup." Pei Qian sat on the opposite side of the table feeling wronged. She leaned on the table and said, "Won't you scare me to death? I was almost scared out of my wits just now." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "There are all kinds of things in the boundless world. When you go through more mountains and rivers you won't be surprised." Pei Qian sighed and said, "I see." Qin Pingon said casually, "We saw the old man boiling tea at the top of the mountain and the woman washing her hair by the stream. In fact, they were mountain spirits and didn't mean to hurt people. Instead, they yearned for the secular life. Didn't you have a good chat with them?" Pei Qian was stunned. The old man was not only amiable, but the beautiful sister who finished washing her hair also played a song with a leaf for her. Pei Qian frowned and trembled with fear. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "They're not human. The rest of the people we met were like us." On their way they actually met local officials who urged the people to pave roads and build bridges, rich people and famous people who were touring the mountains and rivers, and a courtesan who made Pei Qian's eyes light up. They were dressed up, which meant that they were full of money. There was also a wanderer who traveled the Jianghu with a man and a horse. He sat high on the horse and asked Qin Pingon and the others for directions with an arrogant face, which made Pei Qian very angry. Pei Qian suddenly asked, "What about that little guy?" She was talking about the little lotus person. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "He doesn't want to see you." Pei Qian stood up and went to her room to take the book from the package. She returned to Qin Pingon's side and accompanied him to read the book. She didn't dare to go there for the time being. She was afraid that the white cat would come back for revenge. Her swordsmanship was not good enough. She didn't have the confidence to kill demons. Qin Pingon closed the book and quietly took out the picture scroll. He had already thrown 9 pieces of grain rain money, but still couldn't make the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom come out of the picture scroll. This made Qin Pingon somewhat helpless. Qin Pingon spread out the picture scroll and held a grain rain money in his hand. The last grain didn't produce any results, so he could only give up. Using the grain rain money to fill a bottomless pit, Qin Pingon's money didn't fall from the sky. But when Qin Pingon threw the grain rain money into the picture scroll, it was still like a clay ox entering the sea. The mist rose, but that was it. Pei Qian had put down the damaged and wrinkled book and stood beside Qin Pingon. He didn't deliberately hide this matter, so Pei Qian had seen the scene of the picture scroll eating money many times. Seeing Qin Pingon disappointed again, she smiled and said, "If I change my surname to Jing, will it be better?" Pei Qian compensate money. Jing Qian earn money. Qin Pingon sighed and was about to put away the picture scroll. Turning his head, he saw a white cat standing by the open window. It didn't look at Qin Pingon but sneered at Pei Qian. "Little girl, go eat shit." Then it flashed away and went to the next table to shit. Pei Qian was confused. Qin Pingon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It really held a grudge, which was the same as Pei Qian. Qin Pingon was suddenly shocked. He stood up and pulled Pei Qian behind him. A little Daoist boy with a huge golden gourd on his back sat on the windowsill, smiling at Qin Pingon. The white cat jumped onto his shoulder and curled up. Qin Pingon saw the little Daoist boy from afar in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. After talking with Xianxia, he knew the boy's identity. He called the old Daoist my master, and was in charge of the ascension of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. The little Daoist boy glanced at the blade strengthening gourd on Qin Pingon's waist and sneered, "It's just an ordinary item. It's not the best. My blade strengthening gourd is worlds apart." Qin Pingon asked expressionlessly, "What's the matter?" The little Daoist boy said, "Doesn't your Aquarius continent have two of the best blade strengthening gourds? Why didn't you get them?" Before Fairy Sujia of Xingyang Mountain fell, she once owned a purple gold gourd. The land sword Immortal Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple also had a silver-white blade strengthening gourd. Later it fell into the hands of Alliance and was given to Li Baoping by Alliance. The little Daoist boy put his hands on the windowsill and shook his legs. There are 7 blade strengthening gourds in the world. They are formed from a gourd vine personally planted by the Daoist ancestor. They are the most precious. The flying swords they cultivate are the most numerous, the fastest to form, the most indestructible, the most unparalleled sharpness, the best to nourish the body of the owner, and the smallest flying sword which can kill without leaving a trace. As for the last one, it's the one I'm carrying. Do you know what's so special about it? Qin Pingon didn't answer. Pei Qian hid behind Qin Pingon. Although it was very good, he didn't dare to poke his head out. The little Daoist boy saw that Qin Pingon was mute and felt a little bored. He carried the white cat on his shoulder and jumped off the windowsill lightly. He walked to the table and pointed at the rolled-up painting. "My master wanted me to pass a message to you. He wanted me to help you choose 5 people and hurriedly drive you away. He felt a little apologetic, so he made an exception and let me tell you some things. The first is that oil paper umbrella. Keep it well and don't throw it away. With it by your side, your chi will be blocked. The second is the first painting you chose. I will remind you once, only once, to directly tell you the amount of Guyu money you need. For example, this painting with Zhou Xian is." He smiled and stretched out 2 hands. The white cat on his shoulder languid raised a paw. The little Daoist boy smiled and said, "It's 11. At this point, the little Daoist boy felt a little regretful but also a little gloating. The total amount of Guyu money needed for the 4 paintings was set by the old Daoist, but the specific amount of Guyu money needed for each painting was arranged by him. Qin Pingon didn't know about these inside stories. The little Daoist boy thought that Qin Pingon would definitely choose the martial arts madman Zhou Xian. If so, then Qin Pingon would suffer. He didn't expect that the little lotus person would make things difficult and unintentionally help Qin Pingon choose Wei Xian. Qin Pingon asked, "Then why did you only tell me the amount now?" The little Daoist boy laughed and said, "As long as I told you the answer before you put in the last one, it's not considered breaking the rules. My master won't blame me." The little Daoist boy saw that Qin Pingon wasn't angry and became more bored. He waved his hand and said, "That's all. I hope we won't have the chance to meet in the future. Seeing you is annoying." Qin Pingon didn't mind and asked, "Is there an immortal fairy that leads to the Aquarius continent?" The little Daoist boy was very unwilling to tell Qin Pingon, but when he thought of his master's temper, he could only tell him the location and didn't dare to be rash. The little Daoist boy saw the little head that popped out from behind Qin Pingon and snorted. He seemed to be very dissatisfied and didn't want to look at her. He swept back and disappeared from the window with the white cat on his shoulder. Qin Pingon opened the painting again and threw in the 11th Guyu money. Without hesitation, mist filled the air and shrouded the entire room. Qin Pingon pulled Pei Qian back a few steps. They were 5 or 6 steps away from the table. The 1st and 15th of the blade strengthening gourd were ready. A short man in a dragon robe rose from the ground from the painting. He stood on the table, then walked to the stool and then to the ground. Looking at Qin Pingon, the founding emperor of Nanyuan said with a straight face, Wei Xian greets the master. In the future I will kill the enemy at your command. Qin Pingon nodded. Then the two looked at each other without saying a word. The atmosphere was stagnant and a little awkward. Wei Xian suddenly said, Master has such a domineering aura. Qin Pingon was speechless. Pei Qian felt that he had learned something new. Damn, isn't this guy too shameless? Wei Xian looked around and slowly said, Master, you have a set of eye-catching clothes. I'll change and go out for a stroll tonight. I'll take a look at the great mountains and rivers of the world. When Master sets off, I'll naturally appear. Qin Pingon took out a new set of clothes for him. Wei Xian took off his dragon robe and changed into Qin Pingon's clothes. He supported himself with one hand on the windowsill and jumped over the wall, disappearing into the night. Pei Qian asked, It's so late. What are you looking at? Qin Pingon said helplessly, How would I know what he is thinking? The night passed uneventfully. Pei Qian returned to her room and saw the pile of shit on the table. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The next day, Qin Pingon and Wei Xian appeared outside the inn as expected. After that, Wei Xian didn't speak anymore. Wei Xian wasn't even as tall as Qin Pingon. It was hard to imagine that he was the founding emperor and the #1 grandmaster of his generation. He was known for his outstanding martial arts and was known to be invincible on the battlefield. As time passed, Pei Qian got used to Wei Xian's existence. She just treated him as if he didn't exist. At the end of winter, the three of them approached a small town near the border. Further north was the Great Spring Dynasty, which was one of the more powerful forces in the Tongye continent. The Immortal fairy that the little Daoist mentioned was at the northernmost point of the Great Spring Dynasty. Walking at the border and seeing the small town, Pei Qian begged Qin Pingon, Give me another talisman, the one that shines with golden light. Show it blocked that big blue water buffalo. Qin Pingon was deep in thought. Pei Qian wasn't willing to give up. I don't want you to send me. I just want to stick it on my forehead. I beg you. Aren't we in a hurry? Don't you want me to walk faster and return to that Dolly Dragon Spring earlier? Smack. It really stuck on Pei Qian's forehead. It was slanted so that it didn't block her vision. Pei Qian immediately smiled like a flower and he really quickened his pace. She had a huge mansion in the capital of Nanyuan country on her forehead. How could she feel tired? Walking with it was like taking a stroll in her own house. Wei Xian, who was following behind the two of them, glanced at Pei Qian. He probably felt the same as the white cat. He felt that there was something wrong with this lass's brain. Qin Pingon had the long sword infatuation and the narrow saber stopping snow hanging at his waist. He took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Wei Xian's footsteps were slightly heavy at the beginning. Now he was relaxed and at ease. Pei Qian couldn't tell what was going on, but Qin Pingon was well aware. When the three of them walked up a hill, they saw dust flying in the air not far away. More than 100 cavalrymen were fighting and retreating. There were already dozens of corpses on the ground. These cavalrymen seemed to be risking their lives to protect an old man. Qin Pingon's eyes were more focused on the two Qi refinement warriors who were chasing after the cavalrymen. One of them was a swordsman. In Wei Xian's eyes, he was more focused on the cavalrymen. There was a look of admiration in his eyes. He muttered to himself, soldiers who have been through hundreds of battles. When they dismount, they become elite soldiers. When they dismount, they become iron cavalrymen. This should be the border army of the Yao family of the Great Quan dynasty. Pei Qian was no longer afraid of this short and small man. He was puzzled. How do you know all these? Do you usually wander around just to find out about these? Wei Xian turned a deaf ear to her. His eyes were burning. The Nanyuan country was once known for its iron cavalrymen. They forced the grassland cavalrymen to retreat beyond the Great Wall. They almost paid tribute to the Nanyuan country. It was Wei Xian's credit. Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head and asked in a deep voice, Border army of the Yao family? Are you sure? Wei Xian pulled a long face. He didn't even have the intention to speak. It was a waste of his saliva. The hill shook. Qin Pingon suddenly flew up and landed from the sky. He happened to cut the fleeing cavalrymen and the two Qi refinement warriors in the middle. He had once promised Mr. Qi. Or rather, he had promised the only locust tree leaf that was willing to fall into his hands. Therefore Qin Pingan stopped today because he met Yao family. (332). The two sides faced each other except that the Yao clan cavalry was replaced by Qin Pingan, who had descended from the sky. The swordsman softly said that there was no hurry. The retainer then patiently played with the mud with the tips of his feet, bored to death. The young swordsman wore plain white linen robes. After a battle where there was a great disparity in strength, he was not stained with any blood. The man was handsome, but his eyes were long and narrow. His lips were thin, causing his entire temperament to be slightly harsh. He did not carry a sword. His life-bound flying sword was as long as a swordsman's sword. When it was drawn to kill, it was like a fire dragon coiling around. When the Yao clan cavalry's spears and sabers came into contact with it, they could not block it at all. The retainer standing beside him was a burly martial artist. He wore the deity's dew armor, also known as the dew armor. Qin Pingan was not unfamiliar with this type of armor. He had once taken one from the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu kingdom. Later on, he had purchased an extremely high-grade broken dew armor from the inverted hanging mountain. It was later repaired by Lu Tai, but he had never had the chance to wear it. After all, Qin Pingan's golden necklace robe was even rarer. The two of them cooperated skillfully. The swordsman rode his life-bound flying sword to kill the enemy, while the martial artist guarded the side of the swordsman to prevent any of the Yao clan cavalry from escaping. He fought the swordsman in close combat and helped the swordsman block the arrows from the crossbows and horsebows. There were a few times when arrows were shot at them from tricky angles. The pure martial artist simply used his body to block the arrows. In the end, it only caused a few sparks on the surface of the snow-white dew armor. The loss of spiritual qi stored in the armor pellet probably did not even cost a single piece of snow, while the other party often had to pay the price of a fresh life. The wild cultivators of the mountains and swamps loved riches and danger the most. They dared to take risks when they encountered an opportunity. Once those ancient spiritual masters thatched cottages, immortal mansions, and shattered secret realms of various sizes were suddenly discovered and excavated, wild cultivators would definitely swarm over. In order to fight for a spiritual weapon or magic treasure, they would fight until their brains splattered everywhere. What were they after? Wasn't it all for the pleasure of crushing others? Either they relied on divine weapons to kill people, or they relied on protective magic treasures that made them invulnerable to swords, spears, and spells, causing their opponents to feel despair. The sword cultivator was strolling leisurely on the battlefield. With a flying sword within a radius of 1,000 feet, the sword light was like a rainbow, leaving behind afterimages of bright red fireflies. Wu Fu followed like a shadow, tightly protecting the young sword cultivator from all directions. The young sword cultivator was like his sword. He was straightforward and did not make any unnecessary movements. However, the burly warrior was different. He had a violent temperament and could not freely chase after the steel cavalry, so he did not fight to his heart's content. Therefore, every time the sword cultivator severely injured the Yao family's elite cavalrymen and fell off their horses, no matter if they died on the spot or if they were in the path of the two of them, the burly warrior would stomp on their heads or stomp on the cavalrymen's chests. The mangled flesh and broken armor mixed together, creating a tragic scene. A person fell from the sky. The young swordsman stopped when he saw the person blocking his way. He asked with an elegant smile, "Are you the new consecrator of the Lu family of Daquan?" Tong Yi continent had many mountains and rivers. According to the Immortal records, compared to the Aquarius continent, Tong Yi continent was even more different. Therefore, the people of different countries were usually proficient in the elegant language of Tong Yi continent, especially the officials of the Ministry of Rites. The burly warrior said unhappily, "Mister, why are you wasting your breath? Just kill him. He is just a warrior below the 7th level. Such a young martial arts genius, killing him is even more satisfying." The swordsman laughed. "There is a big fish out of thin air, isn't that what I want?" Although the swordsman stopped to talk to Qin Pingan, the flying sword of the swordsman was hovering at the front of the Yao family's steel cavalry. In this pursuit, other than the sneak attack by the two of them, which narrowly killed the Yao family's steel cavalry, the swordsman had been riding on his flying sword to kill the Yao family's steel cavalry at the outermost perimeter. The first to break out of the encirclement would die first. That was the rule of his game. The old man's armor was no different from the surrounding cavalry. It should be the light armor of the Daquan Empire's border army. He held onto his abdomen, blood dripping from his fingers. Although the situation was bleak, the old man's expression was calm, without any signs of dejection or cowardice. Even though the elites under his command protected him and suffered heavy casualties, such a great man did not return home triumphantly, nor did he die in a heroic battle at the border. Instead, he died in this kind of filthy political struggle in the imperial court. The old man's eyes were filled with guilt and sorrow, but he did not reveal any of it on his face. He had been in the military for decades and was used to life and death. As a general, he was merciful and did not command troops. This old general who controlled the southern border was abnormally calm. The remaining 100 Yao family's steel cavalry protected the old man tightly. They were not afraid because of the strength of the assassin. The Yao family's military was very strict. For example, the Yao family's disciples, regardless if they were direct descendants, were already familiar with the bow and horse at a young age. After the age of 15, they were all required to join the army and start as scouts. The Yao family's men died in battles at the border. Countless of them. It was to the point that the widows of the Yao family had spread to many countries. Qin Pingon did not turn to look at the cavalry, but asked the old general a strange question. General's surname is Yao? Is your ancestor related to the Yao family of the Dali dynasty in the north of the Aquarius continent? The old man frowned. Dali dynasty? I have never heard of it. The old general hesitated for a moment. But my Yao family's ancestor truly came from the Aquarius continent. But as for where exactly he came from, my ancestor was extremely secretive about it. When he ordered people to write down the family tree, he only mentioned the two words dragon kiln, and a few of his hometown's customs. And he clearly forbade his descendants from visiting the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingon asked again, did General's ancestor ever mention the name of a street or a large willow tree with lush shade? Although the old man wanted to nod his head, maybe he could form a relationship with the strange man, and maybe he could win a chance to live. But his upright character did not allow him to do so. Furthermore, it involved the ancestral place, and the descendants could not simply talk about it, and he said, he did not mention any street nor any willow tree, he only said that the locust flower in his hometown tasted good, and was passed down from generation to generation. My Yao family's ancestral house had a 1,000-year-old locust tree planted in it. Qin Pingon then turned his head and smiled at the old man. I understand. The old man became even more suspicious. What did you understand? The sword cultivator seemed to be waiting for some news. The corner of his eyes kept flickering, as though he had obtained the answer he wanted, and teased him. Are the two of you done with your small talk? If you are, let's get down to business. Qin Pingon held on to Infatuation's sword and snow-stopping blade hilts and asked, did someone pay to kill someone? And you took the money to eliminate someone's misfortune? The young sword cultivator said helplessly, you talk too much. Qin Pingon smiled. It's not common, you just happened to meet. Among the Yao family cavalry, there was a young rider who looked somewhat similar to the old general. Looking at the fiendish sword cultivator who killed people like cutting wheat, and then looking at the young man in white robes whose sleeves fluttered in the wind, the young border soldier's brain didn't seem to be enough. A young valiant general who was 2 generations younger than the old general, finally had the chance to catch his breath and speak a few words with his lord. Previously he could only flee for his life, helplessly watching his fellow soldiers die under the flying sword. It was truly a sorry sight. This young valiant general who was in his 20s had his face cut open by a sword cultivator's flying sword. His skin was lacerated and his flesh was lacerated. It was a miserable sight. However, the young man did not care at all. He only asked softly, General, with the flying sword's supernatural power displayed by that evil sword cultivator, he shouldn't have asked us to send a signal to Third Master and Junyang. The old man had been staring at the back of the knight-errant. After hearing his trusted aide's question, he sneered, We are not only one of the targets but also bait. The young rider was obviously a direct descendant of the Yao family iron cavalry, and he knew a lot of inside information about the border army and the imperial court. He said carefully. Then the imperial court secretly borrowed most of our army to participate in the battle between Excellency Jin Huang and the water god of Pine Needle Lake? The old general sighed softly. This is also an open conspiracy of the person behind the scenes. Not only did it cause internal strife in the enemy country in the south, but it also set the stage for us to be attacked this time. This is definitely not something the Fanlu Ma family can do. Qin Pingon turned his head and asked, Old General Yao, may I ask why these two people are chasing after you? The old man smiled. Maybe it's a grudge on the battlefield. This conspiracy involved some secrets and scandals of the imperial court of Great Spring, so the old man naturally did not want to say more. The Yao family border army had always been loyal to the Lu family emperors, and stayed away from the disputes of the imperial court. They obeyed whoever became the emperor and did not get involved in any disputes. However, in the recent 10 years, there was a helpless accident. According to the rules of the family, the Yao family's women were not allowed to marry into aristocratic families, and they were only allowed to marry into local landowning families. However, the young daughter of the old man fell in love at first sight with a young man who was traveling to the border. The young man was also well-behaved and talented. The two of them even fought side by side and went through fire and water. It should have been a good thing to tie the knot and become an enviable immortal couple. However, the old man abided by the family rules at that time and did not approve of this matter. His daughter was indeed a Yao family daughter, and she silently accepted this lovesickness and wrote a letter to break off all relations with that person. Unexpectedly, the son of the Great Spring Empire's top-notch family came to the border again. On a snowy day, the dignified eldest son of the heavenly official of the Ministry of Appointments knelt outside the Yao family's ancestral hall for a day and a night. Everyone in the Yao family was moved. In the end, there was no reason to separate this pair of lovebirds. The old man agreed to his daughter's marriage with him, but no one in the old man's generation went to the capital to attend the wedding. After that, his daughter only went back to her parents' home once. The old man also did not have any correspondence with that powerful in-law who controlled the promotion of all the officials in the world. However, even so, he could not get rid of the fact that the girl's surname was Yao. It was only an exception once, but 10 years later, it brought about the hidden danger of the family's destruction. First, last year, the old general's in-law was secretly instigated by his sworn enemy, Madame Fanlu, to impeach him without restraint. The Minister of Personnel was severely reprimanded by the furious emperor. When he returned home, he immediately picked up his brush and hurriedly wrote a letter with bleak wording. My body is frail and weak and I'm getting old. I'm still not as good as a child. I only have 2 or 3 teeth left. I've had no fate with the word fresh for a long time. The emperor did not allow it, but the old minister's reputation in the Ministry of Appointments fell to rock bottom. However, apart from the deep-rooted internal strife, the real trouble this time was that it involved the crown prince. There were many unruly outsiders in the capital who took up positions in the imperial court and added fuel to the fire. What was interesting was that the 3 princes were all outstanding and had their own strengths. In any dynasty of the Great Quan dynasty, they would undoubtedly be the crown prince's candidates. The ups and downs of the officials in the capital and the movements of the generals at the border were too much for the eyes to take in. Even the cavalry of the Yao family, which was far away at the southern border, could not stay out of the matter. The undercurrents of the Great Quan dynasty in recent years were very dangerous. The sword cultivators fought in an instant. The intrinsic flying sword that was hovering around the periphery of the Yao family cavalry swept past the horsemen. Thankfully, the young sword cultivator had chosen the fastest path without any obstacles in his pursuit of extreme speed. If not, the sword would probably have pierced through a few more heads. Qin Pingon pulled his sword out of its sheath and closed his 2 fingers together to form a sword sign. He controlled Dou Ziji's sword, which had cost him a fortune, to defend against the flying sword of the swordsman behind him. The young swordsman's heart sank. Not only was this young uninvited guest a swordsman, but his sword could also block his life-bound flying sword, Lantern Candle. Could it be that it was a magic weapon that was hiding its strength? Otherwise, with lantern candle's sharpness, the so-called divine weapons of the Jianghu would not be able to withstand a blow from the flying sword lantern candle. However, the sword did not even seem to have a crack. The burly retainer was somewhat gloating. "Sir, are you still not in a hurry?" The young swordsman was not angry. He smiled and said, "I'll test this person's strength and play with him for a while. I have the ability to protect myself." "Very good." The pure martial artist wearing the Daoist armor laughed savagely. He stomped a hole in the ground and charged forward. He threw a punch at the young man from 50 to 60 feet away. The fist aura surged and the aura was as thick as a bowl. Qin Pingan put one hand behind his back and hid it in his sleeve. As he controlled infatuation to block the flying sword of the swordsman, he raised his arm and used his palm to meet the fist aura. He grabbed with his 5 fingers. The fist aura was directly crushed by Qin Pingan. The burly retainer laughed loudly without any expression of panic. It had been a probing punch and did not even use 50% of his strength. "Sir, your skills are not shallow. As for how deep they are." The man in the snow-white armor shouted softly and suddenly accelerated forward. In the blink of an eye, he was several steps away from Qin Pingan. He suddenly swung his right arm. When he threw out this punch, because the punch was as fast as lightning, the burly man's entire right shoulder bloomed with snow-white light. There was a bang. He still used his palm to block the man's punch. The assassin's eyes showed a trace of confusion. The young man in front of him did not move at all. Although he was puzzled, it did not affect the ruthless knee strike. He raised his leg. In a fight between martial artists, especially in a battle between masters, every move had to be done instinctively. It had to be faster than the mind and thoughts. Only then could one be considered to have truly reached a higher level. The hand behind Qin Pingan's back left his sleeve and lightly patted the knee of the white-armored retainer in front of him, causing his body to lean forward. Then he hammered the man's chest with his elbow. The burly warrior wearing the deity's Daoist armor was sent flying backwards by the elbow strike. However, the fist was still caught in Qin Pingan's palm, so it was pulled back. Qin Pingan's fist smashed into the Daoist armor outside the man's chest. The burly man flew backwards and landed on the ground dozens of feet away. However, because he had the military school's armor pill, his injuries were light. Only the chi in his body was shaken up and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Slapping the ground with his palm, the man stood up again and spat out a mouthful of blood. He grimaced and grumbled, "Mister, is this Motherf Kerr a sword master or an external martial arts grandmaster who trains his body?" The young swordsman stood behind him with a playful smile. "You don't allow a martial arts genius to be both?" The man took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Zhou Xian at the top of the hill. His mood was no longer relaxed. He said to the swordsman, "Then this kid really deserves to die. Sir, have you played enough? Let's not fail miserably. This guy didn't come alone." The swordsman nodded. "The relationship between the Lu family of Daquan and Old Yao should be like this. Since this is the case, then we can begin." The swordsman whistled sharply. A moment later, the swordsman's figure dashed to the side. With a wave of his hand, his natal flying sword no longer entangled the young swordsman. It turned illusory and entered his chest. Like a fishing line entering a deep pool, it disappeared in an instant. The natal flying sword returned to his acupuncture point to be nurtured. The retainer wearing the Daoist armor paused for a moment and then followed the swordsman into the distance without another word. Although Qin Pingan didn't know why the 2 assassins left, he didn't stop them. The cavalry of the Yao family who had survived the disaster were even more in the dark. They looked at each other. The old general weighed the pros and cons and then dismounted from his horse. He ordered the young cavalry general who was supporting him, "Send a group of scouts out to investigate the situation. The rest of you rest and reorganize." The 5 border army scouts spurred their horses in all directions as if they had scattered. Qin Pingan walked slowly towards Zhou Xian and Pei Qian. Old General Yao wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. He wanted to thank him, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he pulled at the wound on his abdomen. He had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. However, he cupped his fists in the direction of the young man as a form of silent thanks. The fact that the other party was willing to lend a helping hand and stop the two assassins who were sure to win was already considered extremely benevolent. The old man did not have the face to ask for more. Half an hour later, a troop of cavalry galloped over. Apart from the dozens of Yao family's border troops who were covered in blood, there were more than 20 unfamiliar faces. They were either Qi refinement warriors with sparkling eyes and jade-like skin or Wu Dao gurus with majestic aura. These people were like stars surrounding the moon, closely guarding a man in a brocade robe. This man was about 30 years old and had a jade-like face. Obviously he was the master of these experts. As they neared the Yao family's border troops, the man waved his hand and the troops quickly separated. The man rode alone and came to a stop. He laughed and said, "Old General Yao, it's fortunate that I'm not late." The old general was about to stand up and reply, but the man had already dismounted. He held the horsewhip and waved it vigorously. "Old General, you are injured. You don't have to be so polite." The old man still insisted on standing up to welcome him. He quickened his pace and led the horse to the old man. He said softly, "The Yao family's disaster was caused by me and Li Shiling. Since I happen to be at the border this time, there is no reason for me to stand by and do nothing. I hope Old General can understand. If it wasn't for the urgent situation, I wouldn't have shown myself." The old general changed the topic and said in a low voice, "Your Highness is precious. How can you put yourself in danger so easily?" The man laughed. "General Yao is the great general of the southern expedition. My Daquan is a second-grade official. I have been risking my life for decades. Is it worthless?" The old man smiled bitterly. "Your Highness." The man waved his hand and said with a smile, "We've already come and done what we've done. I've also heard of General Yao's lesson. Can we return home now? These assassins might have a backup plan." The old general smiled helplessly. "I'll do as you say." The man suddenly pointed his horsewhip at the opposite hillside. "Who are those people?" The old man explained, "If they hadn't stalled for time, I wouldn't have lasted until now. They have the bearing of a Maoist ranger. Your Highness, you don't need to think too much. We've only met by chance. There's no need to draw legs on a snake." The man nodded. He suddenly slapped his head and hurriedly took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve. He pulled out the stopper and immediately, a fragrant aroma filled the air. He poured out a dark green pill and handed it to the old man. "This is a secret healing medicine from the palace. Old General, just swallow it." The old man did not suspect anything. He thanked the prince and tossed it into his mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. The man's smile grew wider. He personally helped the old man toward the carriage he had brought. On the hilltop, Qin Pingon watched them leave. He took out the military school's armor pill and handed it to Wei Xian. The latter didn't take it immediately. Qin Pingon explained, "This is the military school's armor pill. It's called the deity's armor pill. After pouring in true qi, one can wear armor. Similar to the martial artist from before, it can block swords and spells. Unless the armor is penetrated in one go or a certain area is repeatedly hammered, it's usually a protective talisman before the spiritual energy is exhausted. It's very effective against a sword cultivator's natal flying sword." The quality of the armor pill was directly related to the amount of spiritual energy it could store. Therefore, there were 3 types, which were jokingly called the water pit armor, pond armor, and Great Lake armor. The deity's armor pill was ranked 3rd. Almost all of them had the appearance of the water pit armor. However, the one sold by Inverted Hanging Mountain's Lingji shop was extremely special. It was very likely to be an ancestor's armor, the earliest batch of Du armor. It was meticulously crafted by a military master. Wei Xian pushed Qin Pingon's hand away and smiled. "I don't deserve it. It won't be too late to take it after I've done something." Qin Pingon smiled and put it away. Pei Qian said expectantly, "If he doesn't want it, why don't you give it to me?" Qin Pingon ignored her. After that, the 3 of them went in a different direction from the Yao clan's cavalry. They rushed towards the small town at the border. Along the way, Wei Xian said a few more words. He asked 3 questions in one breath. "Young master, do you want to be a moral saint and seek the 3 immortals?" Qin Pingon couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and said, "Of course not. If he really had such ambitions, Qin Pingon would have long acknowledged old scholar Sheng as his teacher. Especially after the trip to Tongye continent, Qin Pingon became even more determined. Wei Xian asked again, "Then young master, do you want to fight for the throne?" Qin Pingon laughed and pointed at himself. "Me?" Wei Xian finally asked, "Then do you want to be virtuous and achieve immortality?" Qin Pingon asked, "Why are you asking these questions?" Wei Xian didn't say anything. Qin Pingon also didn't want to say anything. The three of them remained silent. "3:33. Before entering the border town, they passed by a lonely inn. Outside the inn there was a wrinkled and shabby signboard. On the phone, Qin Pingon shook his wine gourd and decided to get more wine. Qin Pingon could tell the quality of the wine. He had drunk the daylily wine from Huangliang Blessed Land and the wine from Osmanthus Island. He had also bought a lot of wine from the roadside wine shop, so he didn't care. Outside the inn there was a skinny dog basking in the sun. From afar it saw Qin Pingon and the other two and began to stand up. It bared its teeth and barked. What kind of hospitality was this? A little cripple ran out with a knife and pointed the tip of the knife at the dog. He said fiercely, "If you yell again, I'll take your head." The dog fell back to the ground. The little cripple looked up and saw the three rare guests. He quickly hid the knife behind his back and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, guests. We're not a gangster's inn. I guarantee that we're doing honest business here." The limping skinny young man seemed to be worried that the customer would turn around and run away, so he made the first move. He turned his head and shouted into the hall inside, "Lady boss, we have a customer. Hurry up and clean the table. There's your favorite, a handsome young man and a scholar." After the waiter reported the good news to the lady boss, he quickly turned his head and bowed. He stretched out his hand and said, "Guests, please come in and have a seat. We have the green plum wine made by the lady boss's ancestral method. We also have my master's specialty roasted whole lamb. This is the only shop in the thousands of miles of border." Qin Pingon and the other two walked into the inn. There were not many tables in the hall on the first floor, presumably because the business was slow. The second floor was livable, but there were no guests in the hall at the moment. A woman was sitting on a bench and eating melon seeds. She glanced at the so-called scholar. She didn't have much hope at first. The little cripple was a maggot who grew up in a cesspool. How could he know how to write the word handsome in his life? The woman was wearing a red and yellow wide-sleeved robe. The robe was of good quality and the style was good. However, it seemed to be covered with a layer of grease because of the passage of time. The woman's face was plump and rosy and her figure was graceful. Moreover, she was not ugly at all. She was a woman in her 30s, but she would not lose to those beautiful 15-16-year-old girls. Her eyes lit up and she coquettishly cried out, "Hey, hey." She threw a handful of melon seeds on the floor and casually used her embroidered shoe to push them under the table. She twisted her slender waist with all her strength like a snake and wriggled towards Qin Pingon. She slapped him and gently placed her hand on the shoulder of the handsome young man in the white robe. She pinched him in passing. She couldn't tell that she had picked up a treasure. Not only was he good-looking, she didn't expect him to be so strong. He was not one of those useless embroidered pillows. Qin Pingon saw that she wanted a yard after taking an inch and wanted to slap his chest, so he took a step to the side and let her slap empty air. He smiled and said, "Innkeeper, I want to buy 3 to 5 caddies of wine. I won't eat or sleep. I'll leave after I buy the wine. I heard from the waiter that there's a green plum wine here that has been passed down for generations." The woman resentfully withdrew her hand. "Young master, why are you in such a hurry to go to Huzi town?" She really wasn't trying to attract business by scaring young master. That place was often haunted by ghosts and demons which could cause people to be bewitched. This year it was even worse. Many merchants and travelers had met with misfortune. No one died, but those who went crazy over there would at least have a pair of hands. Therefore, young master, you should stay at our inn. We have as many jugs of green plum wine as you want. It's not expensive. The best 5 jugs only cost 1 silver tael for 2 jugs. Also, you can have a whole roasted lamb. After you eat and drink to your heart's content, you can stay here for the night. When you come back, the woman's eyebrows were slightly raised, rippling with lust. Sister, I'll personally bring young master some water to wash his feet. Pei Qian was drooling at the side. When he heard the words roasted lamb, he couldn't move anymore. She wiped her mouth and lightly tugged on Qin Pingan's sleeve. Qin Pingan thought for a moment and asked Wei Xian, "Can you drink wine?" Wei Xian nodded. "A lot." Qin Pingan turned his head and smiled at the lady boss. "I can't stay, but I can have a meal at the inn. In addition to the wine at the table, prepare an extra 5 caddies of green plum wine for me. I want to take it with me." The woman waved her hand at the little cripple. "Pick a lamb for your old hunchback master. Remember to choose the right size and be careful. Don't always think that a cheap master will fall down from the sky and teach you peerless martial arts. This kind of good thing won't happen to you. Hurry up and scram." The young man muttered and ran away. The three of them sat down. Just as there was an empty bench, the woman went to the counter and took a few plates of food. She placed them behind the table and sat across from Qin Pingan. "Judging from young master's accent, you don't seem to be from Daquan. You're one of those scholars who traveled to study, right? From the northern Jin kingdom?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I'm from further south." The woman leaned forward and bent over to grab a handful of dried fruits she bought from Hure town. She pressed her heavy chest heavily on the table. She noticed that the young master was looking at her with a smile. His eyes were clear. This made the woman a little surprised. Was there a cat in the world that didn't eat fish? She smiled sweetly and asked, "Let's drink a little wine first? I can accompany young master to drink slowly. When the lamb is roasted on the table, I'll be a little tipsy. At that time I'll tear off the golden and oily lamb leg. The taste will be amazing." Qin Pingan nodded and agreed. The woman went to fetch a jar of wine and 4 large white bowls stacked together. She removed the clay seals and poured the wine into the bowls. The green plum wine was amber in color. It was especially clean and not turbid at all. Just by looking at it, people who loved wine would probably be intoxicated. The woman was quite proud. She smiled and introduced the ancestral green plum wine. It was brewed in half a year, 3 years and 5 years. The worst was half a year. There was once a hero from the capital who traveled here. He was leading a tall horse. After drinking the wine, he gave a thumbs up and praised it endlessly. He said that the capital of Daquan had never had such good wine. Pei Qian had an innocent look on his face as he asked, "People from the capital only drink half a year's worth of wine?" The woman choked and quickly remedied. That hero only wanted to taste it at first. Later he bought a few jeans of 5 years old green plum wine like your young master. Pei Qian put on a fake smile and pretended to be enlightened. "So that's how it is. People from the capital of Daquan are really not forthright. They only want to buy some wine, but they want to taste it first. How about I? Father, if you want to buy, just buy the most expensive 5 years. Qin Pingan threw a chestnut at Pei Qian. Pei Qian held his head with both hands. Qin Pingan moved the large bowl of green plum wine in front of Pei Qian to Wei Xian on the other side. He let the Nanyuan Kingdom's founding emperor, who claimed to have a huge capacity, drink 2 bowls each. 2 bowls should not be a problem. Pei Qian rubbed his head and said with grievance, "Can't I drink a little? I've walked so far. I'm thirsty. My throat is smoking." The little girl's lips were cracked and almost bled. If it wasn't for the demon suppression talisman on her forehead that gave her amazing physical strength, she definitely wouldn't have been able to walk to this inn. Money makes the devil turn millstones. With the talisman she could travel quickly. In the end it was because of money. Qin Pingan laughed. "Who wants to drink with you to quench their thirst? Ask the lady boss for a bowl of water later." Pei Qian glanced at the old woman in the flower and snorted. He crossed his arms and turned his head, not looking at the woman. The woman didn't care. She got up and brought a bowl of tea over. She gently placed it in front of Pei Qian. "Drink, it's free." Pei Qian immediately held the bowl with both hands and drank it in one gulp. It would be a waste if he didn't drink it. He hated the old woman, not the tea in front of him. Qin Pingan and Wei Xian looked at each other. Qin Pingan sighed. He thought that the shopkeeper was not easy to deal with. He liked to hold grudges and was not inferior to Pei Qian. When she had her back to the three of them, she secretly spat into the bowl of tea. She twisted her wrist and slightly shook the bowl of tea. Then she carried it to the table without leaving a trace. However, the taste of the green plum wine was really amazing. Apart from the lack of spiritual energy, it didn't lose to the osmanthus wine on the island ferry. He had to fill the blade's strengthening gourd. If it really didn't work, he could have Wei Xian carry a few jars with him. Since she dared to say that it was a huge amount, she must be a wine lover. Qin Pingon took small sips of the lovely green plum wine. When it entered his throat, it was like burning charcoal, but when it entered his stomach, it warmed his stomach. His mood also improved. He asked, "Shopkeeper, have you heard of the Yao family's border army?" The woman casually said, "Of course. Who doesn't know of the Yao family's iron cavalry? I'm not bragging to you, but in this inn of mine, there was once a young general surnamed Yao." He led a group of attendants and left a large silver ingot on the table after eating a whole roasted lamb. However, these soldiers, even if it's just eating and drinking, are scary. I don't dare to go near them. I always feel that they have a murderous aura. The woman patted her chest lightly. It was a pity that her tight clothes couldn't bear the burden. Qin Pingon asked, "The Yao family's border army has a good reputation?" The woman smiled and said, "Whether it's good or bad, we commoners don't know. We don't have the opportunity to interact with these nobles. However, their reputation isn't bad. That's fine. After all, I've been running this inn for more than 10 years. I've never heard any rumors of the Yao family bullying anyone." What I've heard the most are stories of the Yao family's people who made great contributions and received rewards from the imperial court and were promoted to high-ranking officials. Qin Pingon nodded. He had a general impression of this branch of the Yao family that had migrated from Lizhu Grotto Heaven to Tongye continent. Wei Xian had already finished a large bowl of wine. This was the second bowl. His face was flushed, but his eyes were bright. The border army doesn't disturb the commoners, nor does it raise expectations. It's clear that they want to express their stance to the emperor. They don't have any thoughts of setting up an independent regime. This is a wise move. Otherwise, how could they be at ease when the emperor is in a foreign land? The woman was stunned. "Sir, what are you talking about?" Wei Xian drank a mouthful of wine and slapped the table. "Wherever the horse hooves go, it's all the land. This wine is delicious." The emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, who claimed to be a great drinker, was drunk into a puddle of mud. He lay on the table dead drunk, snoring thunderously. Now he had to stay at the inn even if he didn't want to. After that, the little cripple and a hunchbacked old man brought a large plate of roasted whole lamb to the table. Qin Pingon rarely ate so full. Pei Qian was even more full. In the end, he almost tore off the lamb and stuffed it into his mouth. Qin Pingon chewed and swallowed slowly. He ate slowly, but he didn't drink quickly either. The lady boss was sitting at the counter. Qin Pingon had invited her to have a meal with him earlier, but she had politely declined. It was fine to drink a little wine with him, but if she was thick-skinned enough to have a meal with him, it would be too unkind. No one would do business like that. Pei Qian ate until his stomach was full. He began to walk around the table, otherwise he would feel uncomfortable. Qin Pingon asked for Pei Qian's room, which was one of the 3 rooms on the second floor. He helped Wei Xian down the stairs and threw him on the bed. Although his alcohol tolerance was low, his alcohol tolerance was good. He slept after getting drunk and didn't go crazy or talk drunkenly. Pei Qian went to his room, closed the door and began to burp. Qin Pingon picked up the bamboo chest and placed it in his room. He went out, preparing to ask the lady boss about the local customs of the Great Spring Empire. Qin Pingon discovered that a guest had arrived at the inn. He was around 30 years old and wore a long blue robe. He sat at a table and smiled foolishly at the cold-faced woman at the counter. There was no wine or dishes on the table, not even a plate of food. At the bottom of the stairs sat the little cripple, who looked at the man with disdain. On the other side of the curtain, hanging at the entrance of the kitchen, the hunchbacked old man was sitting on a bench with his legs crossed, smoking a pipe. Qin Pingon wasn't in a hurry to go downstairs. He leaned on the railing. 334. Most of the hermits and rangers in the mortal world were eccentric and could not be judged with common sense. Qin Pingon didn't have a good impression of the green-robed man. Like what Lu Zong said, the road under everyone's feet was so wide that it was not a narrow path or a single log bridge. There was nothing wrong with everyone going their own way. Outside the inn, the sloppy green-robed man did not go far. In fact, he was squatting at the entrance of the inn with the skinny dog beside him. The man turned to look at the dog and felt that his life was worse than the dog's. He wanted to recite a poem, but after searching his stomach for a long time, he could not come up with a poem that the little cripple ridiculed as a limerick. The man comforted himself in his heart. "It's okay, Zhang Tianqing, I got it by chance, there's no need to force it." On the second floor of the inn, Qin Pingon was hesitant about whether to invite Zhou Xian again. The reason was that he wanted to stay in the Great Spring Dynasty for a while. He only had Wei Xian by his side and could only protect Pei Qian at most. It would be difficult for him to help. Once he was in a dangerous situation like the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Qin Pingon was worried that he would make a mistake. After Qin Pingon successfully invited Wei Xian from the first scroll, he did not touch the second one. It was not because he was distressed about the money. 11 pieces of divine rain money in exchange for the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, the historical #1 person in the world. Qin Pingon did not secretly rejoice and was very patient. The reason why the bottom line was set at 10 pieces of divine rain money was not that Qin Pingon felt that Wei Xian was only worth this price. It was because he was afraid that the old Taoist, who seemed to be in a bad mood after their last meeting, would give him the scroll and he would not be able to afford it. The old Taoist did not break the rules, but he could also disgust people. Qin Pingon could not keep gambling. After all, divine rain money was the most precious of the 3 types of divine rain money. 1 piece was equivalent to 1,000,000 taels of silver, a small mountain of silver. After annexing the Lu dynasty, the Dali dynasty was known as the strongest in the northern part of the Aquarius continent. 60 million taels of silver. Of course, this was only the money that the Song clan put on the table. Qin Pingon could tell from the words of the little Daoist boy carrying the golden blade strengthening gourd that he had been biding his time for the past few days that there was something fishy going on. That guy was obviously trying to set him up. Furthermore, he was using the painting of martial madman Zhou Xian. Perhaps the old Daoist only dug a small hole for Qin Pingon because of his reputation, but the little Daoist boy dug a big hole with all his might. Qin Pingon piled up the rest of the Guyu money beside his hand. He picked up one and gently threw it into the painting. Looking at the rising clouds, one would never get tired of it. In the lobby on the first floor, the old man on the other side of the curtain tapped his pipe and stood up. He came to the counter and glanced outside. "That poor scholar is not simple." The woman absent-mindedly fiddled with the abacus. "Third master, how many times have you nagged me? I know what I'm doing. I won't really anger him." The old man put his elbow on the counter and puffed out a cloud of smoke. He said in a deep voice, "If you really like him, just remarry. If your father doesn't agree, I'll back you up later." The woman stamped her foot and said angrily, "Third master, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I like him?" The old man said indifferently, "Isn't he good? Although I don't know his background, how many young people can there be in the border of Daquan who I can't see through? If he shaves his beard, maybe he can make do with his appearance." The woman directly ignored the last sentence. She raised her chin and pointed at Qin Pingon's room. "How many can there be?" "Third master, this young foreign guest wearing a white robe and a red gourd hanging on his neck as well as his personal retainer, can you see through their depth? You can't, right? Inside and outside the shop, aren't there 3 of them at once?" The old man said with a straight face. He wanted to go back to the kitchen and make some food for himself to reward his 5 viscera temple. "You took my kindness for granted. You deserve to be a widow for so many years." The woman had long been used to the old man's temper. She called out to him softly, "No matter what, the 3 people in the building are our benefactors. Don't act on your own initiative and drug them. Go back to those 2 rangers, I'll strip you naked and throw you at the gate of Hue Town in the middle of the night. You've turned those 2 men into virgins because of you. They almost died." The old man twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "They're not evil people. Why would I drug them? I'm afraid that you'll drug them and do whatever you want after they've been drugged." The woman pretended to slap him. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. The old man was a serious person. Go and ask Wang Kai outside the door if it can spit out ivory. The woman retorted, I'm not a dog. I can't chat with Wang Kai unlike you. The old man pointed at the woman with his pipe. Whoever sees you in the future will be unable to hold down the coffin of their ancestors. The woman didn't care about these words. She had been in the marketplace for so many years and she had run an inn for so many years. She had received guests from all over the world, and her words carried the smell of blood, knives, and vinegar. She had seen all sorts of things. She lowered her voice and said, That great monster, could it have been killed by this person? The old man shook his head. If he's really the #1 general under the water god of Pine Needle Lake, only the Earth Immortals have such great ability. Although this sloppy scholar is definitely not simple, he can't be that strong. He's not like those old scholars in the academy. Those Confucian sages wouldn't hide their heads and tails after doing such a righteous deed. There's no need to deliberately hide it, right? The woman fell into deep thought. The old man finally persuaded, Okay, I won't say good things twice. I'll nag you one last time. I think that the poor scholar is a bit poor, a bit ugly, a bit mean, and a bit immoral. In any case, he's still a young and strong man. The woman's face darkened. She squeezed out a word from between her teeth. Scram. The hunchbacked old man's expression was as usual. He turned and left. His weathered face was like the bark of an old tree. If a mosquito bit him, the old man could probably squeeze it to death with a slight frown. His palms were full of calluses. His hands were behind his back. His left hand was on his right wrist and his right hand was holding an old pipe. The old man seemed to be talking to himself. It's late at night in the middle of winter. How strange. The little cripple even asked me about it today. The woman's face was slightly red. She gritted her teeth and scolded, You old immoral thing, you deserve to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. The little cripple had just finished cleaning the table when he heard the conversation between the old hunchback and the lady boss. He said with a face full of curiosity, Lady boss, what's going on? Our inn doesn't have a cat. Is it a stray cat that sneaked into the inn from outside? If I catch it, I'll definitely give it a beating. I knew it, there are often missing drumsticks and steamed buns in the kitchen, so it must have eaten them secretly. Lady boss, don't worry, I'll definitely find it. The woman took out a feather duster from behind the counter and hit the little cripple's head. Find it, I'll let you find it. She was still angry. She went around the counter and chased after the young man who couldn't walk properly. The little cripple was beating him up so hard that he was almost flying. She threw the feather duster away and hesitated for a moment. She tiptoed downstairs and walked back and forth, but she didn't hear anything. She went back to the lobby on the first floor and was in a daze for a while. She went to the old hunchback's territory behind the curtain and took a palm-sized piece of dried meat from the kitchen. She also took a small pot of plum wine that had been brewed for half a year. She walked out of the inn and saw the scholar squatting beside the dog. She said hello, and when the green-robed man looked up, she threw the meat and wine to him and said coldly, 1 tael of silver. Put it on the bill, it's not free. The green-robed man didn't look away until the woman crossed the threshold and walked into the lobby. He sighed, Wang Kai, do you know what this is called? This is called the most difficult thing to accept a beauty's favor. He tore off a small piece of meat and gave it to Wang Kai. Then he touched his beard. If I shave my beard, what would happen? When the woman went to the second floor, Qin Pingon gently pressed the scroll and turned to look at the door. Fortunately, the woman didn't knock on the door to disturb them. When she went down the stairs, Qin Pingon continued to throw money. Qin Pingon threw 12 grain rain coins at the scroll in one breath. Zhou Xian still didn't show up. Qin Pingon picked up the blade's strengthening gourd and then remembered that he didn't have any wine before entering the inn. He could only put it down gently. The Yin deity of the Song family in Old Dragon City paid for the bamboo slip and took out 10 grain rain coins. Lu Tai of the Eagle Fort paid Qin Pingon 20 grain rain coins. Including the trip to the inverted mountain, Qin Pingon had a total of 29 grain rain coins. For Wei Xian he gave 11 to the scroll, leaving him with 18. There were only 6 grain rain coins left on the table. Martial madman Zhou Xian was still painting and didn't want to come out. Then how many grain rain coins would Qin Pingon have to take out for the other 2 paintings? Lu Baixiang of the Devil Cult and Sui Yu, the only woman in the history of the lotus flower-blessed land. Qin Pingon sighed and glanced at the smiling old man in the painting. If he threw any more grain rain coins he would really go bankrupt. Although he had accumulated quite a lot of grain rain coins and snow coins, it was only a number. When it was converted into grain rain coins, it had shrunk significantly. Qin Pingon felt a little helpless. He put away the scroll and hid it in the 15 flying swords. He opened the door and went downstairs to drink to relieve his boredom. Because he was carrying Wei Xian Lu, he forgot to fill the blade's strengthening gourd with wine. Shaking the empty ginger gourd, Qin Pingon thought about the little Daoist boy who carried the huge golden gourd. His confidant said that the other 6 blade strengthening gourds were the best in the world. Could the one carried by the little Daoist boy be the best in storing wine? Qin Pingon wasn't sure at the moment and accidentally guessed it. The truth was that he only guessed half of it. That golden blade strengthening gourd named Douyang did indeed contain the most wine in the world. It was the water of the Eastern Sea. Because of this, the water level of the entire Eastern Sea dropped by several feet. Therefore, even a poor scholar couldn't help but praise it and add the last half of his flattery. A small gourd can raise thousands of flood dragons. Daozu is kind, very kind, very kind. Of course, it was also possible that he said this because he had a discussion with the old Daoist and destroyed many of the lotus leaves in the Lotus Grotto heaven. In the Earth God continent, in the temple known as the Orthodox School of Confucianism, the clay saints who still stood tall on the altar definitely wouldn't do such a thing. After destroying other people's things, they still had to pretend to be obedient and act shamelessly. However, this old scholar who had his statue moved out of the temple did it naturally. It was even more natural than the Daoist immortals in the Bakokekyung building. When they arrived downstairs, the lady boss was smiling like a flower. Handsome, rich, and had a good temperament. The more the lady looked at Qin Pingon, the more she found him pleasing to the eye. Qin Pingon asked for a caddy of 5-year-old green plum wine and poured it into the blade strengthening gourd in front of the lady boss. In the lady boss's eyes, the blade strengthening gourd was just a red wine gourd. It was so shiny that it could be used as a mirror. It wasn't worth much, but it was obvious that it was a beloved item of at least 2 generations. The lady boss supported her cheek with one hand and sat sideways on the bench. She turned her head to look at the young man who was pouring the wine with steady hands. Her cheeks were slightly red and the drunkenness hadn't faded. She smiled and asked, "Young master, isn't it easier to drink with a bowl? If you finish this caddy of wine, won't you have to fill the gourd again?" Even so, she still brought her own pot of wine over and drank by herself. She didn't forget to bring 3 dishes to go with the wine and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "That's all I can drink. I'll just drink it all. There's no need to fill it again." The lady boss smiled and said, "Your friend's alcohol tolerance is really good." Qin Pingon blushed with shame. "Wei Xian, you're a founding emperor. Aren't you a bit too embarrassing?" Qin Pingon asked casually, "Since the Yao family's border army is so famous at the border, does the lady boss know who the Yao family is now?" The lady boss raised her eyebrows and said, "Oh, young master, you're not a spy from Beijing, are you?" Qin Pingon pointed at the building and said, "Is there a spy like me? With a friend who can drink so much? And with a child?" The lady boss nodded and said, "That's true. If Beijing was filled with spies like you, there wouldn't be so many wars to fight. The world would be at peace a long time ago." He was a bit tipsy. She stretched out her arm and tried twice but still couldn't get a piece of meat. Qin Pingon gently pushed the plate towards her. She glanced at him charmingly and put down her chopsticks. "There's no harm in telling you. I'll teach you barbarians from the south how powerful our Daquan border army is." She burped but didn't feel embarrassed. "Old General Yao, who spent half his life on horseback, is one of our Daquan's top generals. He has 3 sons and 2 daughters. It's a pity that 2 of his sons and 1 of his daughters died. His youngest daughter married into a good family in the capital. Everyone said that they were a match made in heaven. He has a lot of grandchildren and 2 of them are the most promising. His grandson is called Yao Xianji. I heard that he joined the army at the age of 10. His granddaughter is called Yao Lingji. He's even more amazing. Her talent in martial arts is so good that the entire border has heard of it." Qin Pingon asked curiously, why do they all end with the word Ji? The lady boss smiled and said, it's the Ji generation. Qin Pingon was even more confused. Shouldn't the word Ji be used to determine seniority? Could it be that your Daquan is different? The woman said unhappily, how would I know the ancestral rules of the rich Yao family? Are rich people not allowed to have a little eccentricity? Qin Pingon probed, the Yao family's iron cavalry is so famous. There must be a lot of people in your Daquan who are jealous, right? The woman rolled her eyes. You're asking me, but who should I ask? Ask His Majesty the Emperor? She chuckled to herself in a seductive manner. That would depend on the old emperor being attracted to my beauty and accepting me into the palace. He's old, but he's still the emperor. Who knows, maybe even his bed frame is made of gold. Perhaps it was because she finally talked about something that made people happy. The woman raised her wine cup and said in a clear voice, the road of life is narrow and the wine cup is wide. I Junyang will drink with you. Qin Pingon's eyes lit up. He raised his cup and said with a smile, I'll remember this. Well said, let's drink. The two of them drank the remaining wine in their bowls. A green-robed guest sat on the other side of the threshold. He secretly looked at the man and woman chatting happily at the table. His face was full of resentment as he muttered to himself. A good dog doesn't block the way. A loud voice rang out and the abject scholar was kicked to the ground. 3 men with sabers strapped to their waists strode into the hall one after another. The man in the lead had a strong body. In the middle of winter he deliberately exposed some of his chest muscles. He sat on the bench to the left of Qin Pingon. The man's 2 subordinates went to bring wine and bowls over. The 2 of them sat on the bench and the table. In an instant the table was full. The strong man refused the white bowl offered by a young saber man. He snatched the bowl in front of the woman and poured the plum wine. The wine splashed everywhere. He drank it in one gulp and wiped his mouth. Suddenly, he covered his stomach with one hand and pointed at the woman with a trembling hand. He said in a trembling voice, there's something wrong with this wine. There's poison in the wine. The 2 young men on the other side of the table immediately pressed on the hilts of their sabers. Their faces were slightly pale. The woman said unhappily, Ma Ping, is there shit in your head? Did you eat too much shit for lunch today? Did the shit happen to be poisonous and your brain got damaged? The man with the saber laughed and returned to normal. It's just a joke. Why are you scolding me? The 2 young colleagues beside him were so scared that they quickly drank to calm themselves down. The man glanced at Qin Pingon who was in the way. Kid, where are you from? Take out the customs clearance certificate. Just as the woman was about to speak, Qin Pingon took out the customs clearance certificate and gently placed it on the table in front of the strong man with the saber. After the man picked it up, he looked at the red seals of various sizes and clicked his tongue. There are quite a lot of seals. You've come so far? Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. The man was angry when he saw him like this. He was used to the people of town groveling and flattering. What's more, he was quite handsome. He wanted to find a way to teach this kid a lesson. He wanted him to know that he was the local snake in town. Even if a tiger came down the mountain to meet Ma Ping, he would have to be obedient. No one would have the right to flirt with the inn's Jianyang. The woman suddenly asked, I heard that the town is haunted again? Who's the one who's been possessed this time? Do you know old Lu who only has one arm? He owns a paper money shop and often helps people to look after feng shui. He has completely gone crazy. In this weather he ran around the streets without any clothes and even said that he was too hot. We had no choice but to lock him up. After a few days his house was filled with feces and urine, and the stench was overwhelming. He only woke up a little today and finally stopped muttering those strange words. We brothers wanted to hurry over and ask Junyang for a few bowls of green plum wine to strengthen our yang energy and dispel the bad luck. The woman frowned and said, What should we do? Didn't the master you invited from the county city give you a stack of immortal talisman? How did you brag to me that a talisman can make all ghosts retreat? The burly man turned his head and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. Tea master. He's a liar. I've been cheated badly. Constable Han didn't make things difficult for me during this time. Ma Ping exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and forced a smile. He reached out to touch the woman's small hand. The woman quietly withdrew her hand and did not let him have his way. Ma Ping smiled and said, Junyang, what do you think of me? I'm more or less a person of status in Huer town, right? I earn a lot of money, have a clean family background and have practiced martial arts. I have endless strength. Aren't you tempted? Junyang, don't be ashamed. Your brother Ma is not an old-fashioned person. He doesn't care about your past. The woman chuckled. After that, he tried to take advantage of her a few times under the guise of being drunk, but the woman avoided him. Ma Ping and his two fellow constables ate a table full of dishes. They drank until they were dizzy and ate until their mouths were full of grease. It was obvious that they were here to take advantage of her. In the end, they refused to leave. The three of them went upstairs to sleep, saying that they would return to Huer town the next day. Qin Pingon had already sat at the table next to them. While the little cripple was cleaning up, the woman sat beside Qin Pingon. She let out a long sigh as if she was tired. She smiled bitterly and said, This Ma Ping is the constable of Huer town. His family has been in this line of work for generations. They're only slightly related to the Yamen. Such a big place. Among the so-called officials, the most important one is just a humble official. The rest are just petty officials. They can't be considered officials, but they're all very arrogant. Pei Qian heard the commotion outside and gently opened the door. He crouched down and stuck his head between the railings on the second floor. He secretly looked at the two fellows downstairs. In the end, he pulled his head out and ran down the stairs. Just as he approached the table, he heard the woman complaining to Qin Pingon that the officials were difficult to deal with. She said that the constables often came to the inn to eat and drink. She could only spend money to buy her safety. What else could she do? Pei Qian secretly laughed and opened his mouth. After holding it in for a long time, he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Spend money to buy safety, buy safety. Ouch, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. My stomach hurts. Qin Pingon stood up and came to Pei Qian's side. Does it hurt? Pei Qian, whose ear was pulled, immediately stopped laughing and said pitifully, My stomach doesn't hurt anymore. My ear hurts. The woman was confused. She didn't know what the sneaky skinny little girl was laughing about. Qin Pingon said goodbye to the woman and pulled Pei Qian's ear all the way to the stairs. Pei Qian tilted his head and stood on his heels, shouting that he didn't dare to do it again. When they reached the stairs, he let go of Pei Qian's ear. When they reached the door of the room, he turned around and ordered Pei Qian, Don't go out casually. Pei Qian rubbed his ear and nodded. After Qin Pingon closed the door, Pei Qian stood by the railing and happened to meet the eyes of the woman who looked up at him. Pei Qian snorted coldly and skipped back to his room. He slammed the door with all his strength. Outside the inn, the sun was setting in the west. Someone came riding a horse. It was a budding young girl with a ponytail. She looked gentle and beautiful, but she had a vigorous aura. She carried a horse bow on her back and a saber hanging from her waist. She casually placed the horse outside the door. Obviously, she wasn't worried that it would get lost. The green-robed man was still playing with the dog outside the door. The young girl looked at the man without a heart. After she entered the lobby, she looked around. When she saw the surprised woman, she was a little unhappy. She stopped and said to the woman, Grandpa wants me to tell you not to open the inn for a while. It's not safe here. In front of the young girl, the woman didn't have the slightest bit of charm. She was dignified like a lady from a noble family. She put a finger to her mouth, indicating that the walls had ears. Then she said softly, Lingji, I'm used to staying here. The young girl said angrily, You don't know what's good for you. The woman smiled and asked, Do you want to drink some plum wine? The young girl's face was full of anger. Drink. The woman also knew that she had said something wrong and was a little ashamed. The young girl said coldly, Give me a room. I'll leave tomorrow. Think about it carefully. The little cripple led the young girl to the second floor, trembling with fear. Under the eyes of the lady boss, he specially picked the cleanest and most elegant room for the young girl. After the light footsteps completely disappeared, Qin Pingon stacked the remaining 6 grain rain coins together. One by one he threw them into the picture scroll. When the 3rd grain rain coin entered the picture, Qin Pingon stood up and slowly took a few steps back. An old man with a hunched back staggered out of the picture scroll. He jumped off the table and smiled at Qin Pingon. He turned around and stretched out his hand to touch the painting, but he touched nothing. Even Pei Qian had secretly touched the painting, but for Zhou Xian, it was close at hand, yet far at the end of the sky. It was illusory and untouchable. Zhou Xian wasn't flustered and exasperated. He laughed and said, "Sure enough. Young master, is this the magic of the immortals in the world?" Qin Pingon nodded, sort of. This old man with his habitual hunched back seemed to be completely different from the rumor of the martial arts madman who was possessed by the devil. The old man always had a smile on his face and a kind expression. In the lotus flower blessed land, this person almost turned the whole Jianghu upside down. Ding Ying, who came later, was also the #1 person in the world and had an extremely distinct grandmaster aura. This probably had something to do with Ding Ying's tall stature, serious manner, and wearing a silver lotus crown. The martial arts madman named Zhou Xian in front of him was far inferior. Compared to Wei Xian, who kept everything to himself, Zhou Xian seemed more resigned and frank. He said frankly, "Now that I've arrived at young master's hometown, it will take me a few days just to get used to the flow of qi in the world. It's even harder to say if I want to recover to the peak of my cultivation when I was alive. Well, according to young master's words, I should be at the 6th realm of pure martial arts." At this point the old man laughed at himself. "I may break through the realm in one go, or I may be stagnant. I may even be consumed by the spiritual energy here and my cultivation will be nibbled away. However, I have a feeling that after the big threshold of the 7th realm, it won't be too big of a problem to become a martial artist of the 8th or 9th realm." Zhou Xian got straight to the point. That taciturn Wei Xian was indeed much more straightforward. Zhou Xian walked to the window and opened it. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He said to himself, "This 7th realm is a bit like the martial artists of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land going from Hotian to Xiantian. It's the most difficult step to cross. As long as I can reach the 7th realm of martial arts, I believe that my cultivation will only increase over the years." I can't say for sure that I'll reach the 9th realm, but reaching the 8th realm is definitely not difficult. Zhou Xian turned his head and smiled. Of course, as long as I can get used to the rich spiritual energy here, I still have a chance to fight a martial artist of the 7th realm to a draw. I won't be suppressed by the realm and can only wait for death when we meet. As for a battle of the same realm, as long as it's not young master, my chances of winning are great. Qin Pingon murmured, "Is the threshold only at the 7th realm?" The old man sat back at the table and tapped a finger on the table. "I'm willing to serve young master loyally for 30 years. I hope that young master can give me freedom after that. How about it?" Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. "I don't know how to restore your freedom." The old man was stunned. He fell into silence and stared at the picture scroll. Qin Pingon guessed that the picture scroll itself was similar to Lizhu Grotto Heaven's natal porcelain. Even if you were a cultivator of the 5th realm, you would still be controlled. Thinking of this, Qin Pingon smiled. On the other side, Wei Xian was as drunk as mud. He was lying on the bed and talking in his sleep. Even though there's no killing intent in his body, his killing intent is everywhere. There was a knock on the door. Qin Pingon put away the last 3 grain rain coins in the picture scroll. He was about to open the door when Zhou Xian did it for him. Pei Qian blinked and quickly ran far away from Zhou Xian to Qin Pingon's back. Zhou Xian closed the door and turned around with a smile. "The little girl's foundation is really good. Is she young master's daughter?" Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Qin Pingon shook his head and turned to ask, "Is there something you need from me?" Pei Qian looked at Zhou Xian and shook his head. Zhou Xian was tactful and asked with a smile, "Young master, do you have a place to stay?" Qin Pingon said, "Out of the door, the 2nd room on the right is the one. But Wei Xian lives there. If you don't want to live with others, I'll help you find another room. In the Jianghu, there's no need to pay attention to these things." Zhou Xian waved his hand and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Young master, did you choose the founding emperor of Nanyuan first?" Qin Pingon nodded and warned, "The two of you don't get into a fight because of personal feelings." Zhou Xian smiled. "Wei Xian is the enemy of 10,000 people. I admire him very much. I can't wait to toast to him. Why would I make him unhappy?" Zhou Xian walked out of the room and closed the door softly. When there was only a small gap left, Zhou Lian suddenly asked, "May I ask how much young master spent for me?" Qin Pingon answered, 17 grain rain coins. Zhou Lian smiled, "I've let young master spend." After the old man left, Pei Qian was still worried and went to lock the door. Only then did she feel relieved. Qin Pingon asked, "You're not afraid of Wei Xian's face every day? Zhou Lian is so amiable, why are you so afraid?" Pei Qian said softly, "I'm afraid." Qin Pingon asked again, "What is it?" Pei Qian said softly, "I think that Lady Boss is not a good person." Adding a little cripple and an old hunchback, how strange. Could this be a black shop? The storyteller under the bridge told stories. He said that black shops like to drug their customers and then use them to make human meat buns. Qin Pingon laughed angrily, "Don't think too much. Go back and read." Pei Qian sighed and left. Qin Pingon was not in the mood to flip through the remaining 2 scrolls. Bu Bai Xiangsui. One of them did not dare to come out of the mountain, afraid that it was easier to invite a god than to send him away. The other even more so. Thinking of Pei Qian's impression of Wei Xian and Zhou Lian. Actually, her intuition was not wrong. The way Wei Xian looked at people was from a high position to a low position. After all, he was the ruler of a country. The way Zhou Lian looked at people was like a living person looking at a dead person. His eyes were dark and gloomy like a deep pool. The smile on the old man's face was not to be taken seriously. At the threshold of the inn, the green-robed visitor had his back to the main hall. He looked up at the gorgeous sunset and gently patted his knees. Every time he drank a mouthful of green plum wine, he would nag. Seeing a dragon in the depths of the clouds, encountering a deer in the depths of the forest, a beauty beside a peach blossom, a hero on the battlefield, a famous scholar in a humble alley, bang. The green-robed visitor was knocked to the ground and fell flat on his face. However, he did not forget to hold the wine pot tightly. The little cripple kicked him in the back and said angrily, "Are you done? Are you addicted? I've tolerated you for a long time." The man stood up awkwardly and patted the dust off his body. He said in a low voice, "Do you know who I am?" The little cripple looked at the somewhat unfamiliar poor scholar and felt a little guilty. He braced himself and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" The green-robed visitor said seriously, "What did you call Junyang?" The little cripple was stunned, "Lady Boss." The green-robed visitor asked again, "Then who is Lady Boss's husband to you?" The little cripple almost went crazy with anger. He dashed out of the threshold and used both his fists and legs to chase after this bastard whose surname he only knew was Zhong. The man raised the wine pot high and dodged in all directions. As he fled, he drank. He suffered a few punches and kicks, but it did not hurt at all. The sun was setting in the west. There was a prophecy about the scholar. The scholar himself did not take the prophecy seriously. Before Zhong Mao left the mountain, all ghosts in the world were fearless. (335) After the sun set over the western mountains, the twilight deepened. Borrowing the last bit of lingering light, the green-robed visitor, who was playing around with the little cripple, stopped and looked toward the end of the road to the south. The little cripple took the opportunity to punch him on the shoulder. The downtrodden scholar swayed and ignored him. The little cripple was a little better. He followed the scholar's line of sight and looked into the distance. He didn't see anything and thought the scholar was deliberately interrupting him. The little cripple was about to continue punching him so that he wouldn't dare to tease the lady boss in the future. The young man's heart suddenly trembled. He lay on the ground with his ears pressed to the ground and his expression grave. It was a cavalry and their numbers were not small. In Huer town, other than the occasional courier who passed by, there had never been a large cavalry troop that showed up. The young people of Huer town, in order to admire the Yao family's iron cavalry, often went to the distant Guijia army town in groups. Iron armor, war horses, light crossbows and war sabers. In the eyes of the poor children of Huer town, these were the most manly objects in the world. The little cripple was no exception. It was just that his peers in Huer town didn't like to play with him. At this moment, the little cripple left the green-robed visitor to the side and went to the main hall to report to the lady boss. The lady yawned and only said that she understood. These soldiers definitely looked down on their inn and Huer town. They were most likely marching through the night to the Guijia army town in the north. There was no need to pay them any mind. The little cripple made an "oh" sound and immediately ran out of the inn. He climbed onto the roof of the inn and reached out to cover his forehead. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Taking advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't completely dark and he could barely see things, he wanted to see the attire of the border army iron cavalry up close. The next time the lady boss ordered him to go to Huer town to buy oil and rice, he would be able to show off to his peers. Dust could be faintly seen in the distance along the road. The heavy tremors of the earth became clearer and clearer. However, the sky waited for no man. The little cripple was a little anxious and quickly climbed down the roof. He went to the main hall and asked the lady boss if he could hang up lanterns. The lady glared at him. Who would pay for the candles if he hung up the lanterns so early? The little cripple patted his chest and said, "I'll pay for it. If not, the old hunchback will pay for it." The lady nodded. The little cripple happily went to hang 2 large red lanterns outside the inn. Just as he was about to climb up the roof, he saw a rider slightly detour from the official road and silently appeared outside the inn. He was wearing bright and gorgeous armor, different from the plain style of the Yao army. The rider took his helmet and held it in front of his chest and asked indifferently, "Do you sell green plum wine?" The little cripple. The cavalryman said in a deep voice, "In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, get the innkeeper to empty the entire inn, then prepare 5 tables of food and bring out the best green plum wine. You will be reimbursed for all expenses. If the green plum wine is really as good as the rumors say, there will be a great reward. Remember, after entering the inn we will send people to check the rooms. If anyone dares to linger, kill them without mercy. After we leave, all the guests can go back to their rooms." The rider put on his helmet again, turned his horse around and galloped away. The little cripple's face was lifeless. The green-robed traveler squatted alone at the entrance of the inn. The dog had already returned to its nest, but he still didn't have a place to stay. Seeing that the youth was still in a daze, he reminded him, "Hurry up and tell Junyang. If you anger these nobles, the inn won't be able to continue operating." The little cripple hurriedly ran into the main hall and found that the woman had already met with the old hunchback and was discussing something. Once the little cripple arrived, he would be the one to take the lead and explain the situation to the guests in the inn. He would have to trouble them to quickly leave the inn to avoid a bloody disaster. The little cripple was in a difficult position. The lady waved her hand and said that the candles were waved. The little cripple immediately rushed to the 2nd floor. The first room belonged to Qin Pingon. The little cripple explained the situation to the guest who opened the door. Qin Pingon didn't care. He smiled and said that he would come to the other 2 rooms to greet them. The little cripple thanked him and hurriedly left. Pei Qian opened the door. An oil lamp was lit on the table and a book was spread out. She smiled and said, "I'm reading." Qin Pingon didn't expose her little trick. In fact, Pei Qian had been eavesdropping on Zhou Xian and Qin Pingon. When she heard the knock on the door, she took out the book from her bag and pretended to read it in front of Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon asked her to pack up and leave the inn temporarily. In the room next door, Zhou Xian had already opened the door. He smiled at Qin Pingon and said, "Wei Xian went back to sleep after opening the door. Should I wake him up for the young master?" Just as Zhou Xian was about to turn around, Wei Xian, who reeked of alcohol, sat up and rubbed his forehead. He said to the 2, "He's awake." Ma Ping and the other 2 constables of Huer town heard that the cavalry was passing by. They cursed and swore but still obediently left the room. The girl with a ponytail stood outside the railing. She lived in the room at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. At this moment she stared at the lady on the 1st floor of the lobby. "Is this how your inn treats its guests? I've really learned something. At the border, there's actually someone who dares to be so unreasonable under the eyes of the Yao family's cavalry? I'd like to see who it is that can chase people out of the inn with just a few words." The girl supported herself with one hand on the railing and directly jumped down from the 2nd floor. Ma Ping and the other 2's eyelids twitched. Where did such a tough little girl come from? The lady smiled bitterly, wanting to say something but hesitating. The old hunchback held his pipe and thought for a moment. I'll go tell them. We open the door to welcome guests. There's no need to distinguish between rich and poor. The old man walked straight out of the inn, his figure disappearing into the boundless night. The lady faced the two groups of guests on the second floor and said apologetically, "Later on, all of you can stay in your rooms. Tonight's matter is our inn's fault. After this, we'll give each of you a jar of 5-year-old plum wine." The girl rose from the ground and returned to the second floor, slamming the door shut. Ma Ping and the other two resentfully returned to their rooms. Qin Pingon had Wei Xian and Zhu Lian sit in his room for a while. Pei Qian naturally didn't need to be mentioned. The lady had the little cripple go out, but had the scholar surnamed Zhong pick a room on the second floor so that he wouldn't be an eyesore. The green-robed traveler picked a room on the second floor and then leaned against the railing. The lady stretched out a finger and waved it at him. "Get in the room." The scholar said worriedly, "Junyang, you're so beautiful. Won't those soldiers be tempted by you? After drinking wine, it's easier for them to lose their minds after drinking." The lady smiled. "When the time comes, you'll be the hero who saves the beauty. If I'm blind, maybe I'll repay you with my body." He waved his hand. Taking advantage of others is not what a gentleman would do. "Junyang, don't worry. We scholars are all righteous and have a stomach full of wisdom. As long as I stand here, no matter how much wine they drink, they won't have any evil thoughts." Before the lady could say anything, the girl surnamed Yao in the distant room had already opened the door. She unsheathed her saber halfway, making a melodious sound. She sternly said to the scholar, "Pervert, shut up." It was obvious that the girl's saber was much more effective than the little cripple's fists and feet. The scholar immediately entered the room without saying a word. The more this was the case, the more disappointed the girl was with the lady downstairs. All year long she hung out with these men, drinking and laughing with them. What was the difference between her and those brothel girls? After entering the room, the girl leaned against the table and started sobbing. The lady stood behind the counter and sighed. She poured herself a bowl of plum wine. Plop. The lady looked up and saw the scholar jump down from the second floor and fall to the ground. After getting up, he walked to the counter and smiled. "Junyang, just think of me as the bookkeeper. I'm worried if I'm too far away from you." The scholar smiled gently. The lady was stunned and replied, "But you're so ugly. If you get too close, I'll feel disgusted." The scholar looked as if he was struck by lightning. He squatted on the ground and held his head. It turned out that the whisperings of those scholars and beauties novels were all lies. There was no need to care about them at all. The hunchbacked old man took the lead and walked into the inn. A group of people followed behind him. Probably because the other party was reasonable, they didn't chase away the guests on the second floor, nor did they rush into the 5 tables. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man wearing a red python robe. He had a pale face and no beard, and he had an imposing aura. There were 2 people behind the man in the python robe. One of them was wearing a silver armor with cloud patterns. When he walked, the armor clanked. The other person was 70 years old. He wore a brocade robe and a laurel on his head. He had the air of a transcendent being. The 7 or 8 people behind him should be his trusted retainers. The 3 of them sat at one table while the other retainers sat at 2 tables. Among the retainers, there was an inconspicuous young man with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. When he saw the lady, he smiled. Outside the inn, there was a total of 700 to 800 elite cavalrymen and a dozen carriages. In each carriage there was a prisoner and 2 people watching over them. Without exception, the people watching over them were all level 5 Qi refinement warriors from the Great Quan dynasty. The hunchbacked old man frowned. The old man truly did not expect these people. This group of guests was not giving face to an old man like him, they were giving face to the Yao clan. As for the 80,000 Yao clan cavalry and the southern conquering general's face, they had only reduced the number of people from 5 tables to 3 tables. That was all. As for why the guests on the second floor were not chased away, it was because a young retainer casually mentioned that the more people there were, the livelier it would be to drink. After that, the insufferably arrogant eunuch in the python robe agreed with a smile. The general in the silver armor looked towards the lady and ordered, "Serve the green plum wine first. Hurry up and follow up with the food." The hunchbacked old man lifted the curtain and went to the kitchen to get busy. The little cripple began to serve the wine to the 3 tables. On the first floor of the inn, the atmosphere was heavy. There was almost only the sound of wine being poured. Suddenly, someone raised his hand and greeted the lady, smiling. "Lady boss, may I trouble you to pour a bowl of wine for our brothers personally? I heard that the green plum wine was passed down from your ancestors and was brewed by you personally. Of course you have to pour the wine personally." With the young man taking the lead, the retainers at the table instantly lost their scruples and burst into laughter. The lady picked up a jar of green plum wine and was about to pour it with a smile. However, for some reason the lady's body tensed up. After running the inn for so many years, she had seen all sorts of people in the pugilistic world. She had even seen many immortals and chi refinement warriors. However, when she met the eyes of the young retainer, she actually felt a little fearful. It was as though an ordinary person had encountered a ghost in the dark. A sense of helplessness arose from the depths of her heart. Suddenly, the green-robed guest grabbed the lady and laughed loudly. "Junyang is not feeling well today. As the accountant, can I pour the wine for our distinguished guests?" The young retainer seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world as he looked around. "Brothers, what do you think?" Everyone said no. Only then did the young retainer look at the green-robed scholar. "No, what should we do? Or should we let the lady boss pour the wine herself? She's pouring wine. We don't need your Junyang to accompany us to the Hang troops town, right?" The eunuch wearing the red python robe turned a deaf ear to him. On the other hand, the old immortal master wearing the laurel robe smiled slightly. The young lady Yao Lingji opened the door and said with an ashen face, "No." The young retainer stood up, appearing to be a crane in a flock of chickens. He raised his head and asked with a smile, "Why?" The young lady only had to look at this person to feel a little anxious. She subconsciously held onto the hilt of her saber and said without thinking, "This is the Yao family's territory." Yao Lingji did not know that the moment she held onto the hilt of her saber, all the retainers on the first floor had a murderous intent. The silver-armored general sitting beside the eunuch in the python robe and the laurel robe was even more murderous. The young retainer had been craning his neck to look at the second floor, but he seemed to have seen everything on the first floor. He stretched out his hand and pressed it down lightly, indicating for everyone not to act rashly. Then he smiled and said, "But the entire Great Quan dynasty is my family's territory. What should we do? Does your Yao family want to rebel?" The woman carried the wine jar and walked out of the counter. She first said to the young lady in a deep voice, "Lingji, return to your room." Then she bowed to the young retainer and said, "Junyang will pour the wine for the young master." The young retainer smirked and stared at the woman's face. He pointed at the young lady on the second floor and said, "How about you and your mother come together?" The woman's face turned pale. A door opened on the second floor and a young man in a white robe walked out. "I don't think so." The young retainer turned his head and looked at that person with a playful expression. "Oh, who do you think you are?" This time someone on the first floor helped Chen Pingon answer. "Who do you think you are?" It was that down-and-out scholar with the surname Zhang. The young retainer sighed. "All right, tonight there are so many people who want to make things difficult for me. The tavern owner who doesn't want to drive away the guests, the lady boss who doesn't want to pour wine, the young lady of the Yao family who speaks arrogantly, the foreigner who wears a white robe and thinks he's a sword immortal, the scholar who wears a green robe and thinks he's a Confucian sage." He suddenly looked at the woman and then at the young lady on the second floor. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. The two of you can try to save the Yao family tonight. If I'm in a good mood, I might be able to help pull the Yao family out of the fire pit." The woman took a deep breath and seemed to have made up her mind. She turned to the down-and-out scholar and said, "Zhong Kue, this matter has nothing to do with you. I know you have some skills, so you can leave now. Don't worry about us." Then she looked up at Chen Pingon and was about to speak. Chen Pingon smiled and asked, "Lady boss, what was the saying earlier?" The woman was somewhat puzzled and fell silent for a moment. Chen Pingon muttered to himself, "The road of the human world is narrow and the wine cup is wide." The road was narrow, so they would meet the Yao family who had something to do with the locust tree leaf. The road was narrow, so they would also meet these fellows who couldn't wait for others to die. But it didn't matter. The plum wine here was delicious. Qin Pingon said softly, "Today I'll have to trouble the four of you." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, four people walked out from the room behind the white-clothed young man on the second floor. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom was the first to walk out. He said with a straight face, "No need to be so polite." The martial madman Zhou Xian then walked out with a bow and stood on the other side of Qin Pingon. He put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Young master, your words are unnecessary." A beautiful woman carrying the sword Infatuation on her back stood beside Wei Xian. She was the woman from the lotus flower-blessed land, sword Immortal Sui Yu. She said with a cold expression, "Thank you for lending me the sword." Finally, the burly founder of the demon sect, Liu Baixiang, stood beside Zhou Xian with a saber in his hands. He smiled and said, "My lord, this saber is not bad. Stopping snow, the name is also good." Finally, a soft and weak voice sounded, "Father, what about me?" Qin Pingon was somewhat helpless and said, "Go back to your room and read." The skinny little girl made an "oh" sound. After gently closing the door, she loudly read the teachings of the sages in the book to her. The scholar on the first floor listened to the sound of reading on the second floor. Other than the sound of reading, there were also Qin Pingon, Wei Xian, Zhou Lian, Sui Yu and Liu Baixiang on the second floor. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.